The story begins in a high school in China. At a completely ordinary table sat an equally ordinary student wearing glasses. He looked at the window with sadness and, in a sense, excitement, lost in his thoughts. He remembered a certain Chu Jian. The girl was good at studies and was also athletic, smart, gentle, and understanding. At some point, he even wondered how anyone could not like such a girl. After that, he remembered himself. He understood that after graduating from university, he would have to work. Nevertheless, he understood that with the eldest, everything would be completely different. The girl was the daughter of the Chu family from City N, and after graduating from university, she would inherit the family business. The guy did not understand that Chu Jian and he were originally two parallel lines that never intersect. However, very soon someone grabbed the main character by the shoulder. Behind him was the same Chu Jian who praised him for working hard during class. She also said that she brought milk and bread for them and offered to have lunch with the embarrassed guy. Blushing most importantly, the hero replied that he could not and apologized to her. Looking at the girl's perplexed face, the guy understood that he simply could not keep her company. Without giving up, Chu Jian wanted to invite the main character to meet tomorrow, but after interrupting the girl, Xu Fei again refused her. He understood that rejection only hurts in novels, and as the person who likes her, he must make the best choice for her. However, immediately after this, Chu Jian grabbed the guy's shirt. She began to cry and asked if he was doing this because she was pestering the younger one. Without stopping, she asked if it was because her confession was too loud and scared him away. Starting to wipe away her tears, she says that he is so good. That's why she was afraid that his youngest would be taken away by someone else. So she couldn't help but confess to him. And after that, Xu Fei faltered and didn't even know what he could say next. He understood that before he could get along with her normally, but everything changed after the confession a week ago. And on this day, the main character was interrupted by his roommate. Thinking that there was nothing serious, Xu Fei shouted not to disturb him since he was in the midst of a game. However, his neighbor did not stop calling the guy and telling him to look out the window. "I don't understand what's going on." He looked up from his phone and asked what was going on. Very soon the two guys were at the window, and Xu Fei recovered. However, he instantly regretted what he had just done, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Chu Jian was there, enthusiastically lighting candles. As it turned out, I made candles for you with an inscription where she confessed to the main character. While Xu Fei was in an incredible state of embarrassment, his neighbor decided to mock him and congratulated him. However, Xu Fei did not pay attention to his neighbor as he was still in total shock from what Chu Jian, whom he met only a few weeks ago, did. More and more people began to gather around the girl, and many also could not believe it. One of her classmates approached her and said that she was the best flower of the university and asked if Tanya was really against what those around her were saying about her. With an innocent face, Chu Jian asked if this, addressing the main character, would create problems for him. The girl did not understand how Chu Jian could be so insecure because she was the most beautiful and talented in the entire university. However, Chu Jian was still worried that the younger one might have problems. An angry classmate asked her why she didn't think about something like that earlier before doing such a loud thing. However, Chu Jian just hit herself on the head, pretending that she simply didn't think about it. Then a classmate realized that she looked like she needed to give her a push. She stood up and specifically said that she saw Xu Fei and the girls from his year going to the library together. After that, Chu Jian jumped up from her spot. Exactly as her classmate expected, having made up her mind, she said that she would do it, and for the sake of the younger one, she would confess. After that, she started screaming with all her might to the main character and confessed her love for him. After Xu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but become gloomy. The neighbors already began to mock the main character, saying that they would never have thought that the eldest might like him, while Xu Fei laughed awkwardly. Unable to hold it, he simply jumped back onto his bed and said to stop dreaming about it because it was completely impossible for him and Chu Jian. After that, he wrapped himself in a blanket, and it was as if a turtle was hiding in it. The neighbors approached the guy and asked if he was really going to leave everything as it was, and Xu Fei told me to pester him. They couldn't help but condemn the main character for Chu Jian confessing to him down there while he hid under the blanket like a coward. However, Xu Fei had his own philosophy. I think that if he does not answer it, then there will be no answer to the confession. However, the neighbors clearly disagreed with this and literally lifted the main character along with the blanket. The second neighbor told his friend to stop because he was bound to get into trouble. However, Shu Fei understood that Chu Jian was feeling very awkward right now, but he was clearly not suitable for her. Moreover, Shu Fei realized that senior Gao Yang was the one who suited her best. Very soon, Shu Fei found himself in the library. Then Gao Yang entered the class and approached the main character. The whole class began whispering about his beauty. The blonde motioned for them to be quiet and said that this was a library after all. After that, he came close to the main character and said hello. However, just as Shu Fei was about to get up, Gao Yang said that there was no point in worrying. As expected, he came precisely because of Chu Jian. The blushing Shu Fei was about to tell the situation, but he was interrupted by the same Gao Yang. Without even listening to him completely, Gao Yang said that he just wanted to remind him that he was her future husband. It was this proposal that shocked the main character. The guy explained that when they were still very young, the elders entered into marriage, but Chu Jian continued to refuse him. But he would not give up and asked whether Shu Fei would support him in this endeavor. After such a question, Shu Fei could not say anything since he himself was still in a state of shock. Without allowing the main character to explain himself, Gao Yang explained that the girl was chosen by her father as an heir, so she simply needs a husband who can help her with management. Ultimately, Shu Fei said that he agreed. However, it would only be on the condition that Chu Jian truly loved him. However, when Gao Yang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He wondered how he could think that a girl would refuse to manage tens of thousands of dollars for love alone, and whether that same love could help her get back on her feet when her company got into trouble. After that, he looked at the main character with contempt again and said that if Chu Jian were an ordinary beauty, then of course she could fall in love with anyone she wanted. But she would be in charge of the company in the future. He clearly said that one careless move and she would be destroyed. After that, he leaned down to eye level and said that it was quite possible that her loser husband would be the cause of her death. After such words, Shu Fei could not come to his senses for quite a long time. Very soon, Shu Fei met Chu Jian in the middle of a lonely corridor. The guy tried to talk about her confession, but the girl interrupted and said that everything was fine. Chu Jian said that she would wait for the moment when the junior would accept her, and last time she confessed too harshly. After that, she waved her hand and said that if he had something to do, then he should go. With embarrassment and a slight stutter, the girl said that tomorrow she would also buy him milk. Ultimately, Shu Fei was forced to leave there in an extremely depressed state. However, while he was sad, the guy himself did not notice how he collided with someone. This someone turned out to be Gao Yang, who looked at the main character angrily. Realizing that Gao Yang was clearly not someone worth dealing with, Shu Fei was already trying to turn it all into an apology and a joke. He began to say that it was an incredible coincidence that he was also here. However, unexpectedly, Gao Yang turned around and told his six to grab the main character and take the perplexed guy after him. Very soon, they found themselves on the street. Gao Yang said that it seems that what he told him last time you didn't really take to heart. Denying, Shu Fei said that he never dared to think about the eldest and there was nothing between them. However, Gao Yang clearly did not intend to listen to the main character and hit him on the cheek with all his might. The blow was so strong that Shu Fei lost his balance and fell straight on his back. Gao Yang was clearly beside himself with rage and shouted that only a moron would believe that there was nothing between them. The guy still tried to justify himself and said that he misunderstood him. However, it is obvious that Gao Yang did not listen to him and said that Chu Jian is not the kind of girl that trash like him can do. Without thinking twice, he hit the main character with his knee in the golden plexus. Once again, the blow was so strong that Shu Fei lost his balance. However, this time he literally flew out of the fence and broke it. Realizing the inevitable learning, Shu Fei screamed loudly as if it was his last day. However, no one could have predicted what would happen in the next moment as Shu Fei fell down the building. While he was screaming loudly, apparently thinking that he was dying, an unknown portal opened right under him. As a result, Shu Fei landed and created a huge explosion with his landing. However, the person Shu Fei was supposed to be with was some stranger in ancient robes. This someone could not help but express his feeling of pain with a hoarse cry. The man barely woke up and could only talk about how much pain he was in. However, very soon the guy looked around him and saw something interesting. Everything was absolutely normal with his body, despite the fact that from such a height he should have at least broken a couple of bones. Soon, he also noticed his surroundings. Looking at the mushrooms around him, he wondered if these were the same mushrooms that are commonly used in Chinese medicine. Looking down, he saw many ginseng roots and wondered why there were such rare materials everywhere. Taking the flu in his hands, he wondered if this was heaven, and assumed that even otaku like him could also get here. However, after this, he wondered if there were many angels in the area and why there were only mushrooms. People passing by wondered why Xu Fei was so happy about poisonous mushrooms. After this, a certain woman suggested that every year there are scientists who fail their exams and go crazy. Only now did Xu Fei realize that these mushrooms were considered poisonous. Nevertheless, the guy was confident in his guesses about medicinal mushrooms, since he himself studied for several years with practitioners of Chinese medicine. And then something dawned on him. He sharply wondered why passers-by were dressed in such ancient clothes and wondered if he had been transported to another world. After that, he wondered if he had some kind of super ability, but very soon he realized that nothing had changed at all. Suddenly, Xu Fei saw a horse approaching him. She had been shot and was carrying a red-haired woman on her back. However, much more important for the hero is the fact that this horse was right above him, and he absolutely did not want to die as soon as he got here. However, unexpectedly, the horse fell backwards as if dead, leaving the main character alive. Seeing something so incredible, Xu Fei thought that the red-haired girl was pretending to shake all the money out of him. However, approaching her, he could not help but notice how beautiful she was. Xu Fei turned the girl over to ease her suffering, and even while unconscious, she could not help but sob in pain. After examining her wounds, Xu Fei realized that this girl was wounded in the chest. He was glad that the wound was not too deep, but there could be poison in the tip of the arrow, and he needed to quickly pull it out to treat the affected area. With a sharp movement of Xu Fei's hand, time was taken from the girl's chest. Suddenly, a strange symbol appeared on his chest and began to glow very strongly. After that, this color began to spread throughout the area. I did it. The guy didn't understand what was happening and wondered what he should do. Very soon, the glow formed the shape of a butterfly on the hero's chest. Very soon, this glow dissipated. I don't understand what to do with this. The main character decided to forget about it and heal the girl's wound. Very soon, the evening turned into deep night. Xu Fei made medicine from nearby plants and herbs, and near him were many bandages soaked in blood. It was then that the same red-haired girl woke up and, just as she woke up, begged for water. Xu Fei was glad that the girl woke up after all. The red-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. She clearly could not understand what was happening because she was in fairly poor health. During this time, Xu Fei came close to the girl and offered her a drink of water. However, the red-haired girl clearly took this with hostility. The girl stood up abruptly, while the guy said that it was better for her not to do this. After that, he introduced himself and asked her name. The guy said that it was fate that they met in such a wilderness. However, instead of thanking the guy for saving her, the girl immediately took her longsword. She narrowed her eyes and turned back. Without thinking twice, she presented this sword to the throat of the main character. I don't understand what's going on. Xu Fei began to make excuses for everything he could, and asked if calling her a beauty was really a mockery. However, the red-haired girl clearly did not intend to listen to the main character and called him on his face. In the end, Xu Fei couldn't complain at all about the fact that he had just saved her life, and she wanted to pay him so much. The girl was not going to listen to the main character, but in the end he said that she repays good with evil, and he just saved her life. Thinking and looking closely, she asked if he had really just bandaged her. Exhaling, Xu Fei asked who would have done this otherwise. Having come to her senses, she asked if he was considered her benefactor. Ultimately, she knelt down, to the level of the main character, and said that since he was her benefactor, her family would definitely thank him. As a result, she said to say whatever he wants, and she said that she would do it. Laughing, Xu Fei said that it would be very nice if she helped him become emperor, and together they would conquer the world, sharing glory. However, the girl clearly did not appreciate such a joke and again pointed the sword at the guy's throat. Without thinking twice, Xu Fei said that this was just a joke and asked if she herself didn't say that she could do anything. Hair. I said that some jokes could make him beheaded. He better pay attention to his sense of proportion. Xu Fei explained that he was not from here and had just arrived and did not understand their rules at all. As a result, he asked what kind of place this was. The red-haired woman explained that this is the Dan state, Beizhou. I don't understand what's going on. Xu Fei couldn't even remember such a dynasty. However, then he thought about it and realized something. It is likely that he is not on Earth at all right now, and judging by the way this girl is dressed, then most likely he is in another world. After that, he decided to talk to this girl first because perhaps he would get some information. Xu Fei introduced himself again and said that he did not know what to call her. The girl said that her name was Juan Fu, and she was the Marquis of this state. Surprised, the guy asked if girls could also be marquises. Offended, she asked if the girl really couldn't defend her homeland, and Xu Fei said that he simply admired her. Suit said that the emperor's family was ranked among the three highest dignitaries of the empire and occupied a high position in power, and most of its demands could be satisfied. Realizing what a big shot in front of him, the guy said that he would be polite. He understood that since her environment was very strong, it was quite possible that he might think of something incredible. However, the main character's thoughts were interrupted by the cry of a girl who asked where her chest armor was. She grabbed the guy by the clothes and he explained that when he found her, she was wounded by an arrow, so naturally he took off her chest armor. Confused, she asked who would let him remove the armor from her. "I don't understand what's going on." The guy said that she then lost consciousness and was in critical condition, so he was forced to do it. The indignant girl began to sharply remove herself from the binding, and the guy did not understand that this was all he was doing. He had just tied them up. The girl ended up looking at her left breast and stood there in shock. Xu Fei was also surprised by this because instead of seeing a huge wound, it healed unusually quickly. The guy didn't understand how so many strange things were happening to her because she had just ridden a horse with a serious wound, and right now the serious wound had literally disappeared. However, it was obvious that the girl was not angry at all because her wound was healing quickly. Thinking that Xu Fei touched her chest on purpose, she took out her sword. Without thinking twice, she threw it towards the main character. Starting to run away, Xu Fei asked if she really wanted to kill him while the girl was chasing him. Xu Fei feverishly began to ask, "Is Tass really going to kill him just because he touched her breast, and this is quite unreasonable because he did it solely to heal her?" Then the red-haired girl came to her senses and realized that this was the correct judgment. Juan Fu said that she had served in the army for 8 years and had not paid attention to the difference between men and women for a long time. And she would not kill anyone for this. Out of breath, the main character couldn't help but exclaim. However, Xu Fei couldn't help but be indignant that she had already raised the sword 3 times without reason. Juan Fu said that the first time she did this was because he immediately said stupid things when they met. The second time because he behaved arrogantly. Without finishing, the girl said that for the 3rd time she was angry because he touched her birthmark. Not understanding what was wrong with this, he asked what the difference was. An embarrassed Huan Fu said that the phoenix birthmark on the chests of the girls in her family disappears when a man touches it. Remembering what happened when he pulled out the arrow from the girl's chest, the guy asked what kind of magical birthmark it was and how it worked. Huan Fu said that because of her family, girls are always honest and faithful, so the birthmark is in a place that strangers should not touch. She explained that if anyone touched him, then she would have to marry him. After this, Xu Fei couldn't help but feel scared. He didn't understand how the decision of a lifetime could be left to just some birthmark and asked, what if her family touched him? Huan Fu said that a birthmark only counts when a stranger touches it. And besides, there are no strict rules in the family and birthmarks are kept under control. Xu Fei said not to take it to heart and was glad that there was no need to marry her because she really looks beautiful, but she immediately pulls out her sword and on top of that she is a super strong woman who is not even close to a gentle student. Huan Fu asked if Xu Fei really doesn't want to take her as his wife, to which he said that perhaps he just feels unworthy of such a girl. Huan Fu said that if he doesn't want it that much, there is a solution. As a result, she said that if a stranger touches, then besides marriage, all that remains is to behead this person. In the end, the family cannot allow the girl to lose her virginity in this way, and naturally she will not harm her own daughter, so the second one must be killed. Without really listening, Xu Fei said that this was also a good idea. However, just as he said this, he wondered and realized what the problem was. The guy realized that it was true that their family did not harm their own daughter, but they did their best to harm strangers. Huan Fu said with sadness in her eyes that she would have to repay him for this virtue in her next life as Xu Fei feverishly asked her to stop. The guy said that after all, he just saved her life so he hasn't returned the favor yet. Huan Fu said that it was because of this kindness that she was giving him a chance to choose, and if it were another person, she would immediately kill him. Eating his fingers, Xu Fei finally decided to propose. He knelt down and sighing, asked if she wanted to talk about marriage, and immediately called her his wife. This made Huan Fu angry, and she grabbed him by the scruff of the neck once again and told him not to call her that way and asked him to just call her by her name. Blushing, she said that in the past, girls from her family were allowed to marry an unknown person, but since times have changed, he needs to join the family this time. Zhu Fei was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Nevertheless, he could not help but think about how good it would be to live in a family where he was completely provided for by the other party. Nevertheless, he himself understood that this was in ancient times, and no one with any abilities would become a son-in-law who was accepted into a wife's house, for this was a shame for them. Having calmed down a little, Shu Fei asked if she would kill him if he did not want to be her husband. Here an awkward silence reigned between them, and Shu Fei began to worry more and more. After a short confrontation with Juan Fu, Shengnan said that naturally she would harm him in this case, and the guy realized that he simply had no choice. Out of despair, Shu Fei began to say that he was lucky that he took her as his wife and he didn't care if he had to join her family. The girl explained that if everything had been as usual, she would have simply killed him. But since he begged her for his life and was grateful, all she could do was marry him. Huan Fu Shengnan took on a serious look and said that from now on he is her husband, and as long as he relies on her family, no one in the whole world will offend him. Very soon, Huan Fu Shengnan found some flowers and could not help but be surprised at their beauty. Watching something like this, Shu Fei wondered if she had a girl's heart, and besides picking up a sword, she was quite cute. However, suddenly, Shu Fei heard the trampling of horses and a bunch of approaching knights. Very soon, a huge division stopped in front of the main character. One of the knights immediately noticed Huan Fu Shengnan and was surprised to see her here. Immediately after this, all the soldiers went down and greeted the master. While Shu Fei was scared, the woman said that generals shouldn't be so polite. The general said that it was true that the sky has eyes and apologized for the fact that they were attacked by the Zhengbei and Hanfu army. Huan Fu Shengnan said not to worry because she was safe right now. Huan Fu Shengnan said to say thank you to her fiancé who saved her this time, otherwise she would be a corpse. When the army heard this news, they were immediately shocked. The girl confirmed this and said that her fiancé Shu Fei was next to her. The guy said hello and said his name. In the most friendly way possible, he waved his hand and said hello to everyone. However, in response to his friendliness, all the soldiers of the army bowed their heads before him and thanked him for saving the master's life. Dawn came very soon. One of the soldiers met the main character and said that his name was Huan. He was very interested in how Shu Fei conquered Huan Fu Shengnan. Without thinking twice, the guy replied that it was because of his character and strength. However, the soldier did not agree with this and said that there was no point in talking about strength and character if he could not even ride a horse. Taking this with hostility, the guy made his attempt at riding a horse. However, it was obvious that a person unprepared for this would instantly fall from the saddle. However, what Shu Fei really stopped at was the contempt from the soldier because he looked very weak and they did not understand why Huan Fu Shengnan took a liking to him. Shu Fei shouted and said that she was naturally impressed by his strength. The soldier also doubted and asked if this was true. Otherwise, his family's Huan Fu Shengnan martial arts could be ranked among the top 3 in this world. I understand why this is happening, Shu Fei realized all the consequences. I don't understand how this happened. The guy only now began to realize how influential the Huan Fu Shengnan family is. After this, the soldier leaned over to the main character and asked if he was underestimating him, and asked why not arrange a battle. At the same time, he confidently drew his sword from its sheath, while Shu Fei was in total panic. However, Huan Fu Shengnan unexpectedly intervened in the conversation and said that the guard's suspicions were correct and he had withstood as many as 3 of her blows. When the man heard, he couldn't even believe his ears. After that, all his suspicions instantly disappeared, and he apologized for what he had just said. At the same time, Shu Fei did not understand why Huan Fu Shengnan agreed with what he said and wondered if she really wanted him to become her husband. At the same time, as they approached the city, rumors began to spread through the population. Seeing the trading carriage, many began to understand that, according to rumors, this was the same carriage in which Huan Fu Shengnan's fiancé was located. Nevertheless, many people refused to believe in this because they thought that it was unbecoming for a master to marry such a laborer who could not even ride a horse and was hiding in a carriage. At the same time, others wondered if she had not entered into a marriage contract with the crown prince. Hearing such conversations, Shu Fei wondered if he should really ride a horse after all. His wife said that he could learn to ride a horse in the future and asked why he cared about what others said. At the same time, in the Eastern Palace, someone was shouting at his servants. He was angry that his subordinates could not even find information about this man. while the servant said that the marquisate was too well protected, so none of these people could meet her husband yet. However, the prince clearly did not care, and he said to find out everything about the main character, regardless of the circumstances. At the same time, Xu Fei finally found himself near his future wife's house and couldn't help but be surprised by its grandeur. Juan Fu Shengnan threw her handkerchief to the main character and said that she would be busy at what time, and at that time Han Qi would take him to his chambers. At the same time, when the marquise left on her horse, Xu Fei decided to ask the guard if the girl was always so busy, but that he was surprised. Han Qi explained that the attack on the marquis this time was most likely the work of her people, and after she entered the palace to meet for the saint, she had to go to the military camp to investigate one thing. Xu Fei was very surprised and asked how she was attacked by her own people. The guard explained that the family tree of their family was very far away and asked him to wait until she herself told about these things. Very soon, Han Qi announced that Xu Fei was the husband of the marquise, and all other employees needed to worship him and obey his orders. At the same time, Xu Fei couldn't help but be surprised by such a huge number of servants. Very soon, when night had already fallen, the maids announced that Xu Fei could come in, added, "Take off your clothes." Xu Fei couldn't be happy that he could finally be alone. However, very soon he remembered the events that happened just a couple of minutes ago. As soon as Han Qi left, the services began to look at him with hostility. However, he sat back and decided not to think about it too much. However, very soon, a certain girl in revealing clothes came into the bathroom of the main case. Coming closer and closer, she said that she was here to serve him. The blushing guy, realizing the approaching threat, said that this was very bad. Very soon, the girl took off her clothes on her own. While she was engaged in this process, she said that most likely he was tired from the whole day and his family was here to rub his shoulders. At the same time, Xu Fei was incredibly embarrassed and asked the girl to behave decently, and he would also have to talk about feudal etiquette. However, the girl clearly did not intend to hear the main character and immediately went into the bathroom, saying that she could not believe that it was so clean. The echidna maid smiled because she had already made her plan. Xu Fei, embarrassed, turned his back to the girl and told her to resist, while the girl seemed to not understand why he was so afraid because they were alone here. However, Xu Fei could not stop being shy and said that he was a seriously educated person. At some point, the girl died and took in air, which alerted the main character. Without thinking twice, she screamed with tears in her eyes that Xu Fei was going to rape her, which shocked the guy himself. As if such a situation were awaiting, many people very soon found themselves at the main character's bathroom. When you went there, absolutely everyone's mouths dropped open because they didn't expect such a setup from the main character. They began to complain about him and wondered what sins Moki had committed in order to meet such a person. One of those who came apparently asked the chief what he planned to do with him, to which the old man said to cut him down in a wooden shed and suggested waiting for the marquise, who herself would decide what to do with him. Then Xu Fei realized that he had been set up when he saw the look of that same screaming girl. Very soon, Xu Fei found himself in the barn. They threw him in there like a sack of potatoes and told him to stay inside and be obedient. I don't even ask what's really going on. They immediately closed the door, barely able to stand up. He couldn't help but be indignant that they had really set him up. Looking around and not seeing anything around him, he wondered if he would be locked here forever. Grabbing the iron rod, Xu Fei decided to see for himself what was happening on the street. I don't understand what to do, and in desperation he couldn't help but compliment those iron railings that he couldn't break. Looking behind the bars, he realized that there were also guards behind it, so there was no point in trying to escape. The guy understood that if he had known that any of this would happen, he definitely would not have become an extra son-in-law. Realizing that he could not do anything in this situation, he sat down on the pile of hay that was provided to him. Turning on his left side, he realized that in this state he could only lie down and die. However, no one expected what would happen very soon, because a bright light appeared from the main character's dungeon. But due to the fact that the guards were sleeping, no one really paid attention to it. At some point, one of them even woke up and asked his partner if he had heard anything. However, it was obvious that they did not pay any attention to this at all and went back to bed. At the same time, a bright light appeared in the sky, which no one was paying attention to. Something was falling at rapid speed straight from the sky onto some stadium. The cleaner, who was unlucky enough to be right in front of this falling thing, sang something and did his job to the music. However, he clearly didn't expect something to land right next to him. Frightened, he left his work and turned around and asked what was happening. Walking a little closer into the bushes, He saw the main character who was sleeping. The man clearly did not understand what kind of students were here who slept during classes. After that, he began to wake him up like a hero and he slowly opened his eyes. The man said that this was not a place to sleep and told him to get up as soon as possible. I'll ask them, Xu Fei didn't understand what was happening and tried to figure it out. One day, just as he realized who was standing in front of him, his eyes opened wide. Xu Fei was surprised that he saw the same uncle who works as a janitor at the school and asked if he had also crossed the world. I don't understand what's going on. The man wondered what the guy was talking about. It is clear that something is wrong. Xu Fei turned around and saw the usual school. At the same time, the man began to lament that it is more profitable for young people to study poorly and think about something strange all day long. He already put his hand on his head. Xu Fei realized that all of this was just a dream after all. After this, Xu Fei asked how long he had been sleeping here, but the man replied that he had just found him. However, very soon, he began to wonder what was the main thing in his pocket. Very soon, Xu Fei found himself in the dormitory. His friends asked if his relationship with Chu Jian had reached a new level. Nothing happened at night. However, Xu Fei was not eager to talk and said that he was in such a bloom right now, so he was going to get some sleep. The neighbors assumed that since he didn't say anything, he must have actually spent the night with her. After that, he picked up the blanket. He once again warned that he was going to bed and asked them to say what they wanted. Ultimately, the neighbors decided to leave the main character alone and began to envy him. Xu Fei himself asked to bring him something when they returned. Lying in bed, he wondered if this whole story from the transition to another world was real. And if it was real, then even more likely was the fact that he had gone through life and death several times. Nevertheless, the guy understood that the same target was the best proof of the veracity of this situation. Unable to think about this situation anymore, he looked at his phone and wondered what Chu Jian was doing now. Xu Fei decided that since he had gone through many life and death situations, he simply could not be afraid of Chu Jian's feelings anymore. Call her Xu Fei was about to introduce himself, but he was interrupted by the girl. And from the other side of the phone, sobs were heard and the girl began to say something about her grandfather. Realizing that this was serious, Xu Fei immediately got out of bed and asked what exactly happened to her grandfather. A tearful Chu Jin said that her grandfather had always been in poor health, and yesterday he was admitted to the intensive care unit with a seizure. Xu Fei asked which hospital she was in because he would come to keep her company. The girl thanked him and said that it was his kindness that she liked, but she said that right now she should forget about them all. She knows how sensitive her brother is, and said that in any case he should forget about her for now because she knows how much he's sensitive. With tears in her eyes, Chu Jian said that seeing her family would be too hard for him and thanked him. Xu Fei realized that she knew that he did not have the courage to face her family, and his sister knew much better than he thought. At the same time, through the tube, he heard that an artificially grown woman would not suit him, and it was obvious that they were talking about his grandfather. Another woman who looked a lot like Chu Jian said that they needed ginseng that was grown naturally, and her employee had to find it within a week. As soon as Xu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but look at the very ginseng that he got from the transition from another world. He realized that perhaps he would be the solution to Chu Jian's problems. At the same time, the girl sadly said that she would look after her grandfather and wait for her brother to become brave. Interrupting their conversation, Xu Fei asked if they were talking about freshly harvested ginseng. Without hesitation, Xu Fei said that he had it, and it was definitely assembled no more than a week ago. Having heard such information, Sasha immediately decided to please her mother and said that her younger brother had freshly harvested ginseng. However, the woman was clearly dissatisfied with this action of her daughter and began to ask where he could have something like that if he was from a simple family. The mother, not without reason, began to say that the guy was most likely just trying to stand out. At the same time, Xu Fei expected something like this, so he was not at all upset by this outcome. And in fact, this was the very reason why he was trying so hard to avoid her family. At the same time, the embarrassed Chu Jian said that he simply did not know him and he was very sensitive. But if he said that he would do something, it means that he really did it. On top of everything else, she boldly stated that she would also have children from her boyfriend, and she had already confessed to him more than once. Surprised by such pressure, the mother asked her daughter what he could do with her, because how is she so rich the girl can say such things? However, Chu Jian clearly had no intention of listening to anyone and said that she would ask the driver to pick up the main character. The mother did not give up and said that she would never allow people who are not her relatives to come here. At the same time, Xu Fei very soon found himself near the school. With difficulty, Xu Fei ran to the place and tried to catch his breath. The guy understood that even though his sister's family didn't want to see him, her grandfather's life was clearly more important, so he had to go. Suddenly, someone asked the guy if his name was Xu Fei. After that, some driver behind a huge limousine said that he had come for his sake and offered to sit inside. Both Xu Fei and all the passers-by could not believe something so incredible. While in the car, the protagonist's company continued on its way to the hospital. Driving along deserted roads, a certain silence and calm arose. However, very soon the driver broke all this and said that her mistress mentioned him quite often, with which Xu Fei could not but agree. The man said that not only he, but all the house servants saw his photographs, and in the end, Mrs. waiting for him to come to her house and is afraid that they will not recognize him. Blushing, Xu Fei realized that his sister had gone to great lengths for him. On the other hand, he was completely different. Very soon, the protagonist's company arrived at the hospital. Arriving at the place, Xu Fei wondered if this hospital really belonged to their family, and that even though he knew that her family was rich, he did not think that it was to that extent. Very soon, Chu Jian herself came running to greet the main character. Without thinking twice about it, Xu Fei handed her a box of ginseng, but she said that she shouldn't give it to her right then and there. With tears in her eyes, she said that she wanted him to go with her because she wanted everyone to know that it was he who saved her grandfather. Xu Fei said that he understood her mother's concerns. After all, this is wild ginseng. Chu Jin said that she never doubts the words of the main character, and if the ginseng is artificial, then the guy was simply mistaken. However, unexpectedly for the girl herself, Xu Fei hugged her. After that, he patted her on the back trying to console her. Chu Jin clearly did not expect such an initiative from the protagonist. Xu Fei said that he always wants to be close, and as long as she loves him, he will do everything for her. The girl noticed that in such a short time the guy had experienced something that she didn't know about and blushed. Xu Fei himself was very surprised because he didn't understand how it was possible that she knew that he had come to another world. Without hearing an answer from the guy, Chu Jian said that apparently this is all true and otherwise she would not have grown up so quickly. Trying to change the topic, Xu Fei was about to talk about what happened yesterday, but he was interrupted. A certain woman approached the company of the main character. It turned out that the woman was Chu Jian's mother, who told the main character to let her daughter go. I don't understand where such rudeness comes from. Xu Fei was very surprised. Stuttering, he began to introduce himself while her daughter said that Xu Fei was her boyfriend and she was graduating from university and would live with him. However, the woman said that they have the right to say whether he can be her boyfriend or not. Deciding to change the topic, Xu Fei held out the ginseng and asked him to look at it first. With all seriousness, her mother told her daughter that she would now show her how the person she valued so much could deceive her. She said that she would show this ginseng to Ding Wang. The woman explained that he is a veteran of Chinese medicine. Not a single low-quality Chinese medicine can escape his eyes. She said that if she finds out that he is deceiving them with fake medicine, she may not even think about approaching her daughter in the future. Very soon, the main character's company found itself near that same Dr. Wang. They handed him this ginseng and asked him to look at it. When the man saw this medicine, he could not help but be surprised. Without hesitation, he said that in all his years of practice he had never seen such beautiful ginseng. And the quality was quite good. He said he would immediately arrange for her grandfather to take the medicine. After Chu Jian heard this, she immediately hung on the neck of the main character and rejoiced like a child. However, her mother grabbed her daughter by the scruff of the neck. The woman said something that he saved her father did not mean anything at all and asked him to just name the price of ginseng, and they would not bargain. Chu Jian asked who even told her that he needed money for this medicine, while the woman asked if he wasn't helping her because of her appearance and their family's money. She asked if he really thought so, that she didn't see who he was at all, because he was an ordinary poor man and he was simply incapable of anything and had been trying to make his way all his life by sucking up to women. The guy said that he knows that he is not from a good family at all and is not good enough for her. However, he said that he has dignity and she has no right to trample on it. Angry, Xu Fei said that he had something to do and asked to look after her grandfather. Chu Jian was about to go after the main character, but her mother did not let her go. Very soon, someone came out of the room and informed Chu Jian's family that the chairman had woken up. Immediately after this, a face of surprise and happiness appeared on both of them. Xu Fei walked down the street and wondered if this had changed anything. The guy did not understand that now her mother, who had always been against their relationship, would not change her attitude towards him. At the same time, Gawy Yang was walking down the street with the ginseng he bought and said that since he bought it on the black market at a high price, he thought that the girl would want to be with him, and also her family mentioned their marriage. However, Xu Fei, who was in a bad mood right now, did not notice Gao Yang and collided with him head-on. Gao Yang immediately became angry and asked who he was. However, when he saw the protagonist's face, he couldn't help but turn pale. With profuse sweat on his face, he asked if he was dead. Xu Fei said with irritation that he died, he must have returned. Immediately after that, he punched him in the face. Parrot said that he came back to tell him that his sister is not worthy of a hypocrite like him. Gao Yang said that this was impossible and he simply could not be alive because he fell from the top floor and they had to get rid of the body. Xu Fei hit him again and said that he is the ghost who came back to life. If he wants to live, then he should not mess with his sister and himself. However, suddenly someone stopped these changes. As it turned out, it was Chu Jian's mother who was extremely upset that he dared to run over someone on the hospital grounds. The woman said that she was naive and deceived by such a cruel and hypocritical man like him. Very soon they stood and looked at each other, until the mother's opinion could no longer be changed. Gao Yang, with blood on his face, was about to talk about Xu Fei being a ghost, but the woman did not listen to him. After that, she turned to him and asked if he was here to deliver ginseng, to which he agreed. Gao Yang said that he heard that an auction house in Western Europe was selling freshly harvested ginseng, so he asked his butler to buy it. The mother was extremely impressed by this action from Gao Yang and said that Xu Fei was not the only one who could help. After that, she gave a check for 500,000 for ginseng, and the remaining 500 for him to stay away from her daughter and asked him to spend this money wisely. After that, she angrily handed over the money and said that this ginseng root is a real treasure. The woman said to take the money and get the hell out. Very soon, Xu Fei was in his area. He understood that sister's mother would naturally say that he was with her only for the money, and Chu Jian would not talk to him anymore, and most likely this was not that good. Suddenly, Xu Fei walked through some donation box. With a straight face, he said that he was donating 1 million to the shock of all the workers. The man asked if he really agreed to donate something like that, but the guy asked if it was really impossible to donate so much. The man said that everything was possible and he just hoped that he would be able to say his name and they would need it for advertising. Xu Fei thought and realized that most likely because of this they might start looking for him, and it makes sense to leave a name that does not exist at all in this world. Then it dawned on him, and the guy realized that the best solution would be to call himself Juan Fu Shengnan. Very soon, Xu Fei found himself back in the dormitory. His neighbors asked why he was so hennaed because he was fine when he went out and asked if it was the ginseng. His neighbors said that they heard everything he said on the phone, and they also already asked his relatives to look for him. However, Xu Fei said that there was no need to worry and her grandfather was already getting better, so they stopped communicating with her. The neighbors were about to find out what exactly happened, but they stopped in time because they realized that this was a sensitive topic. Ultimately, as good friends, they simply offered the main character a drink, to which Xu Fei agreed. After that, they finally decided to throw a party. At some point, it was deep into the night and they began to celebrate. After just a couple of hours, Xu Fei, along with the rest of his neighbors, was lying on the bed, exhausted. At that moment, some kind of bright glow appeared. This glow appeared around his body, and very soon it appeared in another place. Xu Fei was again dressed in ancient clothes and was still repeating his sister's name while sleeping. Suddenly, some kind of beetle began to climb up his face. When Xu Fei woke up and saw the new ceiling, he couldn't help but be surprised. At some point, he screamed and asked if he had returned to another world again. Xu Fei was still in prison, so he could not go anywhere. Looking around, he couldn't help but be surprised at how strange the situation was. Suddenly, the guards announced that the Marquise had returned. Then the guy remembered that he was framed and sent to prison, and if this woman finds out that he did it, then he's lying. Taking a closer look, he noticed that he was generally chained with iron chains. However, before Xu Fei had time to prepare, Juan Fu Shengnan had already entered the dungeon. Xu Fei realized that he was already finished, and that this cruel woman almost killed him because of her family traditions. He immediately bowed to her and said that it was just a misunderstanding, and asked if she would believe him if he said that this was what the maid wanted from him. Realizing that the woman was not listening to him and was just slowly drawing out her sword, Xu Fei became more and more frightened and said that it was not worth it. With tears in his eyes, he asks why they can't talk and asked me to be so impulsive. However, it was obvious that Juan Fu Shengnan was not listening and made a sharp swing with her sword. From such a strong blow, the main character could not help but turn pale. Foam appeared at his mouth because he believed that he was already dead. However, very soon I realized that I was still alive. He didn't understand why it didn't hurt him, and whether the sword was so fast that it didn't even hurt him. Very soon it turned out that she was aiming at the chains, and the woman began to interrogate the guards. She turned to one of her servants and asked if this was his first time running the mansion. The man said that naturally this is not so, and he has already been managing for more than 30 years. Markizov said that if more than 30 years have passed, then he should know that even if a lord makes a mistake, he still remains a lord, and asked when he was allowed to punish her people. The man said that when he heard such information, he became worried that her husband would affect her reputation. In the end, Juan Fu said that there was no need to say anything, and she believed that the maid had seduced him and would be immediately expelled from the palace. After that, she turned to the manager and said that as soon as he entered the house, the Marquis would be in his care and asked to give the keys to the inner treasury. After this, the beautiful golden key was given to the main character. The girl said that if I don't know about something, I can just ask Lao Fu, and right now, he is the main person besides her. The Marquise said that only if this person is not of imperial blood, then she will help him in any situation. Blushing, Shufei realized that now it is no wonder why girls love romantic acts so much. He realized that no one could stand such a beautiful and powerful woman. Shufei said that he understood everything, and he accepted this position. Huan Fu Shengnan said that only strangers call her Marquis, but they can call each other by name. When Shufei heard this, she still stood with a red face and couldn't accept something like that. Ultimately, the Marquis said that they should return to his room. Very soon, the protagonist's company was in his room. Without thinking twice, the woman began to undress right in front of him, and the blushing guy indignantly asked if he should go out. Huan Fu Shengnan said that there is no point in this, since they are married and she is in the army. Therefore, there is no need for her to act like a lady. Finally, she came to the table and asked to tell what happened last night. Shufei asked if she didn't already know this. After drinking water from a cup, she said that she only knew the general picture, but had never heard it told in detail. The guy was very surprised that the Marquise let him go without even knowing any special details, because he really could have pestered the maid. With a gloomy expression on her face, she asked if he really did it. Immediately after this, he started denying it all, and said that he was still a virgin. I don't understand what this word means. She asked me what it was. Not wanting to explain it, he said that in the end, he simply didn't bother her. The Marquise believed him. The guy was very touched and couldn't believe that she believed him even when you don't know what happened. Huan Fu Shengnan said that naturally she trusts him as a husband and asked if he liked the maid so much, then whether he should get a concubine. Hearing something like this smooth, the hero cheered up and asked if he really could have one. He understood that concubines are a feudal society that leads people to degradation. The Marquise said that the world believes that she is a cruel woman and does not care about her reputation, but she herself understands that a few gossips cannot shake the many centuries-old achievements of the Marquis, and she never wanted a soft, weak husband, but wanted someone who would share her heart-soul. Ultimately, she asked if he really wanted to exchange the concubine for her. Shufei blushed and realized that she was truly a righteous and intelligent woman who could only compare to the man who had been with her all her life. Shufei said that as long as he is her husband, he will not take any concubine. Approaching close to the girl's summer, he began to tell what really happened. Without thinking twice, the Marquise hit the table with all her might. Frightened, the main character Huan Fu Shengnan began to shout at everyone and wondered how they even dared to enter the Marquis' house. The Marquise understood that the great country's #1 expert was actually just a talker and said that she would take care of it. Very soon a maid came into the room and said that there was a box with magical objects in the living room and she didn't know how to handle them. The Marquise thought hard while the guy wondered if this was the beer he brought. You understand that her husband has something to do with this situation. She looked at him questioningly. Very soon, Shufei was left alone next to the box of beer. He wondered why he crossed into another world again, and it seems that every time he crosses worlds, he takes something with him in his hands. Looking at the beer, he realized that if his guesses were correct, then he could pass between two worlds, and if the two worlds intersect, then he could still carry some things. The guy realized that if he could move the basket of ginseng, he could buy 1,000,000 cans of beer. And then there were the Marquise's exotic treasures, which could be sold for a fortune. Shufei then realized that all barriers between him and Chu Jian would be broken. He laughed and said that this time he could make a fortune. Ultimately, Shufei did not wait long and called manager Lao Fu. The old man approached the main character and asked what he could do for him. The guy asked to be taken to the Marquis's warehouse. Zhu Fei said that he would take care of the Marquise's treasures and resources, to which the men agreed. The guy was already anticipating mortal treasures and was already too positive in advance. Very soon the company, the main character, reached the warehouse. He had already decided that he would take the Dragon Eye Pearl and the Blood Jade Finger, or something like that with him, since he realized that that Cow Jade Finger was sold for tens of millions last time in the news. Very soon the door to the warehouse opened, and Lao Fu asked the main character to carefully look at everything here. And by this, to look closely meant to gaze at the pure emptiness. Shufei Russia was born and asked if he had emptied the vault and was trying to frame him. The guide said that if he had a lot of strength and courage, he would not even be able to do this. I don't understand what's wrong then. Shufei asked why the goat was empty. The man explained that other rulers were rich, but their marquise was very stingy, and she invested all her money in the army, which made the Iron Horsemen the elite of the great country. However, according to the manager, the emperor still suspects the marquise, and other families pursue her at every turn. The guy squinted and realized that Juan Fu Shengnan had gained a lot of herself. After that, he asked the manager to give him notes on the house and shops and said that he wanted to see what could be done. I understand that his plan to get rich failed. Xu Fei couldn't help but be upset. Very soon, Xu Fei called the manager again in the blazing sun. The man said that the records were still being compiled, so he shouldn't rush. Xu Fei said that there is no need to rush into this. The guy said that he probably doesn't know Shani anymore and asked him to just tell me where there are a lot of such herbs. Very soon, Xu Fei found himself outside the capital. Once there, he was incredibly happy because here and there, he met rare treasures, cutting down some grass. He said that he could not believe that there was dragon grass here. Everyone there looked at the main character as if he was crazy and tried to contact the managers about this, who said to just endure it all. Xu Fei very soon collected all this stuff and said that after collecting it, you can go home. Of course, in the end, Xu Fei handed the herbs to the manager. He asked me to take it all to his bedroom later. The guy understood that he would have to cross back only with what he had at hand, and he would not be able to take it all with him unless they put it in the bedroom. The protagonist's company was still on the street and explained this situation. Lao Fu asked if he really wanted to leave only strange herbs in the Marquise's bedroom. I don't understand what's going on, Xu Fei asked again. Lao Fu said that since they were engaged, they would naturally share a bedroom together. When Xu Fei heard this, he was quite surprised. Xu Fei asked if it was not intolerable for them to sleep together before marriage, to which Lao Fu said something really unacceptable. He said that nobles in particular have stopped rules in marriage. However, the Marchioness has been on the battlefield for so long that they take people's rules seriously. Xu Fei realized that after so many years of loneliness, he still wouldn't be able to share a bed with a beautiful woman, and it would be a lie for him to say that he wasn't looking forward to it. Nevertheless, the guy understood that this was simply too unexpected. Suddenly, someone hit the main character on the head. As it turned out, it was a horse that stepped on him, and the Marquise asked if he didn't want to live in the same room with her. After that, she asked if this had anything to do with the virginity he mentioned in the morning. The embarrassed Xu Fei drew attention to himself. He said that he was simply afraid of being rude to her because, after all, he was also a man. The woman said that since this was the case, they had no problem sleeping together. Juan Fu Shengnan said that speaking about that grass, if he wants to sleep next to her, then she doesn't care all the same, and she sleeps in the open all year round. He realized that at least one of his problems had been solved. Xu Fei was not happy. Very soon, he found himself at home. Being next to the grass, Xu Fei wondered why he had such strange sensations. The guy realized that he was a man, but more like a maid whom the Marquise was caring for. Very soon, Huan Fu Shengnan came out of the shower wearing only a towel, which greatly surprised the main character. With a brief glance, Xu Fei quickly appreciated her curvy figure. He immediately realized that he had banally ideal body proportions. Blushing, Xu Fei wondered how he could resist this and whether he was going to end his virginity. Question. Ni Xu Fei asked why don't they talk first. Nevertheless, the woman pressed herself to the main one, incredibly but embarrassed. Very soon the girl found herself close to the main character. Between the main character, his so-called angels and demons fought because he could not overcome himself. At some point, Xu Fei simply closed his eyes because he could not control his emotions. With maximum embarrassment, he said that he was not ready yet and it was too unexpected. Ultimately, she asked what was wrong with him. She was going to the northern military town tomorrow morning and asked him to go to bed early. I understand that nothing like this will happen. Shufei calmed down and said that he would sleep. With tears in his eyes, he thought that he was a real man and would do nothing wrong to his wife. After that, Shufei decided to look at her. Seeing the sleeping face, he couldn't believe that she fell asleep as soon as her head woke up with such a pillow. Shufei collected his thoughts without thinking twice. Just before falling asleep, he grabbed one of the bags of medicine. Shufei calmly fell asleep and began to foretell the future. Once in his world, Shufei looked around and saw several baskets for himself. He slapped himself on the face to wake up. It's not that it's a lot of water, it's just that Shufei saw everything the same. Pressed in front of him were 2 baskets of high-grade medicine. I understand that everything went well. Shufei realized that his guess was confirmed and wealth would be waiting for him. After this, the neighbors knocked and asked if Shufei was there. One of the neighbors asked if he had really left in the morning because they had not seen him since they woke up. On top of everything else, he didn't even answer his calls, and they already thought he was crazy. Looking at his phone, Shufei realized that only those things that he had in his hand could be transferred with him. Looking at the screen of his phone, he noticed how the eldest called him. The guy changed and said that he would now tell where he went after their drinking session. He handed the baskets to his neighbor and told him to look at them and asked if he had gone into town in the middle of the night for the sake of his sister. Look at the basket. He asked if he had robbed the pharmacy and said that he hoped he didn't do anything illegal. Shufei looked softly at his comrade and began to tell everything. Well, okay, the hero asked what kind of pharmacy they should be because these are freshly collected wild herbs. I realized that Shufei took the neighbor and asked where he got it and everything else, such a huge amount. Ignoring his question, Shufei said that his family is in the export business and he would like everyone to sell them for him and asked him to simply sell them at the lowest market price. The neighbor said that in this case he simply had to know where he got them from because they were not doing anything illegal. Shufei explained that he cannot yet tell him where it comes from, but promise him that it is all legal. Hearing this explanation from the main character, the neighbor became thoughtful. Finally, he sighed and said that he trusted him because all the valuable herbs were in great demand, and since they only wanted the lowest price on the market, it could provide him and his brother with high profits. Shufei said that the profit can be shared among everyone, and he said that he is a good, friendly person who has everything in his heart. Very soon, the main character reviewed his medications while the neighbor began calling his relatives. Space Dot. He told her that Shufei did something cool and he and the 4th brother should return soon. Very soon, the rest of the neighbors came into the room and said that if he had not been there a little longer, he would have simply called the police. The 4th brother said that he already told me to drink in the dormitory. If something really happened to the main character, then it would be his fault. His friend said that he had nothing to do with it and that it was Liu Dai who became the instigator. Ultimately, the guy stopped the conflict and asked to look at what Shufei had brought. With a face of disbelief, the 2nd brother asked where Shufei got such a huge amount of goods and whether he really robbed a Chinese medicine store. The 4th brother said that it is his family's business to sell something like this, and doesn't he himself see what's going on? The 4th brother said that it is obvious that the herbs are freshly picked, and no store will have such a huge quantity. The 2nd brother asked where the main character actually got these herbs. The 1st brother said that it was his friend's family that sold such herbs, and he should know the rules. The guy explained that he could not ask for sources of such herbs. The 4th brother was surprised how they didn't ask where all this came from, because these herbs cost much more than 1,000,000 yuan. If he can consistently supply goods, then in less than a year the herbs will cost tens of millions. But if their exact goods are revealed, then he will remain with nothing. Ultimately, the 1st brother agreed with this, and he called the 2nd just to discuss matters. Anya said that this was very good news, and it saved him from his father's words, who said that he could not cope with his work. The 4th brother said that since there was no more news, he was returning to the library, and next time he asked me to drink in the dormitory. Ultimately, Shufei asked him to stay and said that he would like the fan to oversee the herb bidding process. The guy said he didn't think that he was separating him by this, so he offered him a job and thereby strengthened their friendship. Shufei said that he completely misunderstood him, singing that his hiring has nothing to do with friendship and in the end, he doesn't know anything about it and he needs someone who can help him. On top of everything else, he said that the rest of the neighbors were just children of rich families and asked if he was just going to watch them deceive him. I did it. The 4th brother said that they don't think well, so they will only give him more and will never cheat him. The rest of the neighbors said that maybe he was an excellent student. He went too far when he said something like that. He mastered the brothers. Shu Fei said that he really needs their help, and in the end, he is afraid that the outsider will be too focused on profit. The fourth brother also thought about this proposal. Ultimately, he agreed to the job and said that he would take 0.5% per month as salary. Shu Fei was offended and said that they charge at least 20% for such services. Ultimately, he said that he should hire someone else then. However, Shu Fei did not complain and hired him. The neighbor told them all to come down and eat, and they should celebrate the business that the third brother brought them. Very soon, the main character's phone received a call from Chu Jin. The girl said that she was glad that he was okay because he finally picked up the phone. The guy said it was really him. Chu Jin said that she knows what her mother did yesterday, and Yang Ming found her and said that he was missing like that. She was scared and how lucky he is okay. After that, Shu Fei asked where she could meet her for a while. At the same time, the other neighbors decided to tactfully leave the room, realizing that most likely Shu Fei would not go to lunch. The girl was surprised that Shu Fei still wanted to see her after what happened, and realized that he had really gone through something that she did not know about. The girl asked when she could marry him, because then he should no longer have any secrets from her. Shu Fei changed the topic and said to meet together and talk. The girl said that she would come to him, and it just so happened that all his roommates were there, so she would come over to meet them. Shu Fei looked at her neighbors, who had apparently listened to the conversation, and asked if she really wanted to see her. The girl asked if he was afraid that she would disgrace him too. Shu Fei said that this was not true at all, and he just wanted to go have lunch. In the end, she said to wait for her. As soon as Shu Fei finished his conversation, his neighbors immediately began to prepare for the arrival of such a girl. Seeing how hard his neighbors were trying, Shu Fei said that there was no need to be so dramatic. However, the guys, on the contrary, said that Shu Fei is too familiar with her. After all, Shu Fei sees such a beauty almost every day, but they don't. For many, Chu Jian was the one of their university and a legendary goddess. At this point, Shu Fei was shocked and couldn't say anything. Shu Fei said that they were all exaggerating too much. I told her to look at the remaining neighbor and how calm he was. At the same time, he felt his hair when the conversation turned to him. Not thinking of wasting a minute or energy, he asked the main character to lend him his perfume, which is why Shu Fei literally fell into a stupor. In the end, the protagonist's neighbors dressed up as if for a date, and two of them generally wore tailcoats. Shu Fei said that they were finally ready and he made a reservation at the restaurant downstairs. Space Dot. Some asked if he wanted to go to a Western restaurant or if he wanted to treat them all to fast food. Shu Fei said that she would be happy to eat anything, while others only tried to say that Shu Fei had a tail. Very soon, the guys began to leave the hostel. Many of the boys who saw a certain beauty wondered what she was doing here. As it turned out, Chu Jian came along with her neighbor. Many wondered why he first met such a girl. And she likes this loser. The protagonist's neighbors were happy to see another girl next to Chu Jin and even began to compete for her. The fourth brother said that that girl was a beautiful girl from the English department and she was not suitable for them. The others began to be indignant that Shu Fei was also not suitable for her sister and why he didn't have a single chance. The fourth brother has already said that he thinks that Shu Fei is really suitable for Chu Jin and just needs a chance to prove himself. The girl said that thanks to his medicine, her grandfather was healthy, and Shu Fei said that he was glad that he could help. Shu Fei also greeted the second girl, and she said that she would not have met such a stupid person like him if it were not for Chu Jian's persuasion. The girl pouted at her friend and said that they should slander the main character. The girl said that she always defends him when it comes to him. However, Shu Fei understood that he was indeed too weak before. Without thinking twice about the neighbor, we approached the main character. After that, one of them asked to introduce them. The eldest said that there was no need for this because she already knew them all. After that, she said all their names correctly. Suddenly, Chu Jian's friend saw Qian Shuo and remembered that he was second in the university rankings. The guy also noticed the girl and realized that she was third in the university rankings. When this was pointed out to her again, she could not help but get angry. Space Dot pointing to the guy. She said that she would soon be on the third one. The fourth brother said that at this rate it would take her at least another year to catch up with him, and the rest of his neighbors said to stop talking so rudely to the girl. Of course, in the end, Chu Jian simply called everyone to go eat. At the same time, in the nightclub, someone called Gawy Yang, there was a handsome man in the arms and asked what happened. His subordinate reported that Chu Jian went on a date with the main character. When he heard this information, he couldn't help but break the glass of water. With irritation, he asked what he said and if she really went to that bastard again. The man said that last time they generally reported that he fell to his death. The man said they didn't see anyone last time when he fell. After that, Gao Yang said that before that, in the hospital in front of her mother, he had disgraced himself and this was not the end. The subordinate asked his boss what they should do. He said to gather everyone and said that they would go to visit him. Very soon, the main character's company found itself in a small restaurant. They had already been given food and they began to eat. Chujin served food to the main character and said that she did not know that Xu Fei did such an act when talking about the events of the past. The neighbor asked what else she wanted to know about him, because he was going to tell everything. And another neighbor asked if she had any free friends with whom she could meet. She immediately said that she would send him the contacts of her classmates and he could run after them. The neighbor said that the protagonist's girlfriend is too kind. If he dares to bully her, they will kill him. Xu Fei once again said that he was grateful to her for liking him. Chu Jian said that she should thank God for meeting him. The other neighbors smiled sarcastically and said that they should stop. Suddenly, someone called the main character. There was a certain old man who pointed to the main character and said that it was he who deceived him. The guy standing behind him asked if he was sure about this. When Xu Fei saw this man, he did not understand anything because he saw him for the first time. The old man explained that he wanted to sell the women he dug up in the mountains for 100,000 for the treatment of his wife. I wipe away my tears. He said that he came, pretending that he wanted to buy his women. And while he was buying him, he ran away, but he could not catch up with him. The man said that his old wife did not have money to go to the doctor and she died yesterday. When passers-by heard such a story, they could not help but sympathize with the old man. At the same time, the guy who was behind the old man smiled. It was obvious that this was part of some plan. After this, passers-by began to discuss the protagonist's company. Many began to condemn him, believing that he used to be a good person. At some point, someone said that Xu Fei did this for rich Chu Jian's grandfather. Finally, unable to bear it, Xu Fei said that they could slander him, but they dare not slander his girlfriend. Many began to condemn the main character and ask if he knew what mercy was. However, the neighbors began to stand up for the main character. He asked if they all saw him steal this old man's things and if they spread such rumors based on the words that were spoken in person, who would be held responsible when the situation was reversed. One of the neighbors said that he has 100,000 on this card, and with his relationship with the main character, he can give him this money and there is no point in stealing from this old man. The fourth brother approached the old man and asked him to describe the place in detail so that they could gain access to the video camera recordings. The same guy who stood behind the old man came forward and asked how he dared to rob the worker and he was ashamed of him. Xu Fei asked why, instead of going to the police, for some reason he went to them, the student council. And Rinan said that grandfather decided not to disgrace their university, so he told him, and he had already come to decide. The crowd was obviously on the old man's side, and the old man himself said that he was a simple worker and could not do anything with the city people. Xu Fei said that he had never even met him and asked him not to put on a show. After this, the student asked where he got the ginseng from. The guy said that many people know what family Xu Fei comes from, and there is no way he would have been able to get something so valuable. And even if he went to the nearest mountain, it would take more than a day of travel and he would get it faster. The guy realized that he couldn't actually tell them where he actually got it. And he didn't even have that million to say that he bought it, and he didn't even know what to say. Xu Fei once again asked, why don't they go to the police in this case? Realizing that the main character lacked evidence, the student said that instead of admitting his guilt and leaving the university, he preferred to let the university's reputation deteriorate. Ultimately, this entire crowd sided with the old man. Suddenly, a voice said that he did not think that his university students were capable of such a thing. As it turned out, it was the student council president, Gawy Yang. The others had already begun to encourage him and say that the university should not have such students. After that, he handed the card to the old man and said that there is 100,000 yuan on this card and this is a small sign of their apology. The old man said that money would not help him get his wife back and that he was a good student, and it was a pity that he had not met him earlier. After this, Gawy Yang turned to the main character and asked him to explain why he did this. The student asked what was the point of listening to his explanation and asked to arrest him. Gawy Yang said that in the end, Xu Fei is the first person he liked, and he believed in him that he was not to blame. At the same time, the crowd still supported the old man and blamed the protagonist's girl for everything. Placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, Gawy Yang said that he had already told him that he would only bring shame to Chu Jian. At the same time, Chu Jian herself stood next to him with a gloomy face. At some point, the students noticed that the dean began to quickly run to the scene. The sweaty man immediately shook the old man's hand and said that he was the dean of the faculty and he should not worry because he had contacted his parents and he would be severely punished. Shu Fei was indignant at something like this and asked how they could make such conclusions because it was too early. The dean said that this was solely due to the fact that he was the head of his department. When Shu Fei heard this, a ringtone sounded at the same time. Shu Fei picked up the phone and answered the call. His mother said that she had just received a call from the university and that she and his father were going there. Shu Fei said that he had nothing to do with it. At the same time, the old man began to specifically shout into the phone that Shu Fei had killed his wife. Shu Fei told his mother not to worry because she misunderstood everything and everything was fine. At some point, Chu Jian snatched the main character's phone. She said hello and said that her name was Chu Jian and she was the girlfriend of the main character, as well as the heiress of the company. Shu Fei clearly did not expect something like this and only looked at the girl in embarrassment. Chu Jian said that it was really the university's mistake and a simple misunderstanding, so Shu Fei would be fine with them. In the end, Chu Jian said not to worry about such false accusations. The old man said that even if she is the heiress of the company, they cannot simply bully others. At the same time, the dean was still asking the main character how he was not ashamed of using his girlfriend and asked him to simply admit his mistake and leave. Gawy Yang said that Chu Jian never does anything that could discredit her family, which means he is to blame for the theft. Of course, she alone, Chu Jian, screamed and told everyone to shut up. The girl explained that when she had not yet investigated, everyone who slandered the main character would be held accountable. The girl claimed that her family's lawyers would pursue this until the very end. Chu Jian said that she would take care of everything. By clapping her palms twice, she seemed to be giving a sign. Suddenly, someone called the girl herself. A certain man, in a beautiful tailcoat and a mustache, said that he was incredibly happy to see her face again. Chu Jian extended her hand as a greeting and said that she was also glad to see him, but asked him to do without the Western accent. As if he deliberately rolled his eyes, he didn't expect something like that. Very soon, he approached the main character and said that he was really the person who was incredibly lucky. Of course, in the end, Chu Jian left everything to them. The man introduced himself. It turned out to be the leader of a law firm and said that he would handle the case to plaster the main character. When passers-by saw such a famous face, they could not believe it. Everyone understood that this was the same company that demanded hundreds of thousands of dollars just for consulting services. Many understood that decades ago they only served as the aristocracy and could not be hired. And this girl was truly an heiress. After this, the protagonist's neighbors said that they also hire people for hundreds of thousands of dollars per hour as a school friend, and how her boyfriend could steal 100,000 yuan worth. Realizing that Gawy Yang's plan did not follow the direction he expected, the man only became angry. Finally, the lawyer sat down in front of the old man. That same lawyer asked where his client actually stole his ginseng. He was interested in the fact that his file indicated that he had no partner at all, and no permanent job, and no opportunity to get such expensive ginseng. He frowned and asked if he could take responsibility for his words. He began to guess that this was a hoax. Many believed that since a foreigner spoke so aggressively, an ordinary worker would not be able to argue with him. He extended his cane forward and said that if he failed to answer these questions, then they would be forced to take them to court for misinformation and fraudulent activities. The old man said that he did not know what they were talking about and tried to cause all the suffering of the crowd. However, immediately after that, someone else appeared at his feet. It turned out to be police officers who said that they had come here to blackmail students and asked the old man to go with him. In desperation, the old man began to ask the student council president for help. Hearing how the protagonist's neighbors addressed him, they couldn't help but laugh because this was an obvious attempt by the student to frame the protagonist. While the old people had enough, well, that same member of the council here began to refuse any involvement in the matter. Well, he has already begun to wonder about the behavior of Sveta's member, because he must simply be jealous of the main character. He pointed to the guy and said not to believe him because he doesn't even know that about the old man and ultimately asked the main character where he got the ginseng from. Very soon, Chu Jian approached Gawy Yang and asked if he really wanted his people to continue to be disgraced. With a gloomy face, she asked if she should investigate further and asked if he had ordered the guy to do this. At the same time, the presidency of the council told its member to stop talking, and Chu Jian began to ask where and what he thought about this matter. Naturally, he said that this was a banal misunderstanding, and the main character must have been unfairly accused. The policeman said that he received instructions from them, and then both of them, along with the old man, should go to the police station to register the case. The policeman also said that those who were blackmailed would also go with them to make a statement. The lawyer bowed respectfully and said that he would also go with them. Chujian grabbed the protagonist's hand and thanked the lawyer. At the same time, the neighbors decided to go after the main character. However, the others began to reproach that same neighbor and said that it was bad to keep an eye on them. However, he asked if they really didn't want to see how Xu Fei and the eldest would love each other. Very soon evening came. Chu Jian and Xu Fei were in the park. Xu Fei turned to the girl. She interrupted him and immediately apologized with tears in her eyes. When asked why she was apologizing, the girl replied that first she had to change for her mother because she didn't know that she would tell him such things, but she saw that she would never leave him. The girl explained that she and Gawy Yang were engaged for family reasons, and she did not like him at all. Chujian said that it must be he who set him up this time, but she was the one who caused this and she will not let him near her or him. However, Xu Fei, instead of 1,000 words, simply hugged the girl and said that he would not be offended by her and that he liked her from the very first meeting. After that, the guy asked the girl to meet and she, not knowing happiness, asked to repeat it again. All of the protagonist's friends also watched this entire touching scene. However, Xu Fei said that she should refuse him like he did. The girl said that if he repeats her confession now, it means she will continue to say no. Wu Fei said that he will confess to her until she says yes. The girl said that he should confess his love when they have a date. They ultimately promised that they would never leave each other again. I did it. Very soon, Xu Fei returned back to the dormitory. There he saw a parody of his proposal. His neighbors pretended it was a real scene and said the same lines as Xu Fei. Extremely embarrassed by something like this, Xu Fei asked what they were doing. Even then they laughed and said that they didn't know that he could do that and they didn't think that he would be so romantic. The fourth neighbor said that he tried to stop them. At the same time, Chujian's neighbor asked what was so good about the main character because he forced her to use the family's power. The girl explained that he was simply better than all other men. As a result, she asked how things were going with her request. The girl explained that the main character has 2 baskets of different herbs. However, she was not going to get to the bottom of it and realized that the main character had to go through a lot and he had changed. Her neighbor also said that he wants to start a herbal business and they should work together. Her whole family has quite extensive connections. Chujian said that she would not work with her, but with her neighbor. The neighbor explained that this was indeed true, but they would sell for a low price, and her family could sell for much more, and asked if she really had no desire to help. Chujian said that this is her Xu Fei, and he treats the people around him sincerely and well, and he will not agree to her help. However, then the idea came to her that she could help him without him knowing, and would simply inflate prices on the market. The neighbor could not help but be embarrassed by this answer from the smart and best student at the university, but in the end, she simply decided not to pay attention to it. Of course, in the end, everyone asked the main character whether he would not spend the night here again today. Xu Fei realized that if they don't know, then it will be either a curtain or a curtain again. Xu Fei said that he would leave the herbs, and if he did not have time for class tomorrow, he asked them to take time off for him. And the other guys immediately assumed that since this was the case, Xu Fei would be at her sister's today, and it would be incredibly envious. However, Xu Fei simply told them to stop. Very soon it was deep night. Then Xu Fei remembered that Juan Fu Shengnan really liked the beer he brought last time. As a result, he asked for white and red wine, as well as beer. Having gone upstairs with a bunch of groceries, Xu Fei was about to go to bed. He opened his door and entered the room. I didn't even change my clothes. He fell into bed with the shopping. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he immediately fell asleep. However, very soon he heard a desperate scream as someone called it. It turned out that Lao Fu was trying to wake up the main character, not understanding what was happening. The guy asked what happened. The man explained that the Marquise was looking for him like crazy and asked if he had seen the time. Entering Juan Fu's room, Shengnan asked if she had found the main character for the manager. Pointing to the guy, the man said that it was him. He already explained that Marquise is never late for training. And today, not only was she late, but she also went around 6 months to find him. Juan Fu Shengnan told everyone to keep looking and come back because she needed to tell the main character something in private. Xu Fei started with an apology. The Marquise asked where he was because he managed to disappear without a single sound. Ultimately, Xu Fei asked if she would believe him if he said that he had returned to another world. This is such stupidity that the Marquise literally broke the table again and said that this was nonsense. Frightened, Shu Fei realized that he should change tactics. He handed OK all these wines and alcoholic drinks that he brought from home. The girl blushed because she saw not only the wine, but also everything else. Juan Fu Shengnan asked if he was really from another world, and he confirmed it. However, the girl could not believe it and said that perhaps he was simply an enemy spy. The guy asked if he would treat her if he were a spy. After making sure that the guy was not a spy, she left him as her husband. The Marquise repeated once again that no matter what happens, she will be able to protect him. Shu Fei was about to say something, but she asked if he didn't want to be her husband. Yu Fei began to look feverishly with his hands and said that he really wanted to marry her. He understood that he just really liked her and didn't understand why she said otherwise. The Marchioness said that she would keep his secret, and in the end, he would still not be able to do anything against her or the Great Kingdom. Shu Fei said that he would not do anything against her or her home, but would also make her home better. Huan Fu Shengnan said that then they made a deal and the residence would be in his hands. Shu Fei was surprised that she instantly believed him and asked if she was really so sure that he would not deceive her. The girl said that she had already repeated this, but husband and wife are one whole, and it is natural that she trusts him. After that, she said that if he deceives her, then in the end she will simply kill him. However, Shu Fei simply could not understand who Huan Fu Shengnan was. A heroine or a drunk? After that, Lao Fu came into the room, and after asking the main character what he was doing here, he said that the Marquise was in such a hurry and asked if she was shouting at him. The manager said that he doesn't know, but the whole city is on edge and the Marquise's soldiers are going to turn the city over, but still in order to find him. And now the whole city knows that he is lost. Shu Fei clearly did not expect that his wife would go to such an act for him. Lao Fu said that he has known the Marquise for years, and she can only get married once in her life. He and the Marquise met only recently, but they are already the most important person in this life for the girl. He was going to continue immediately about how important Shu Fei is, but he did not listen until the end and left the mansion. The guy wondered who couldn't admire a girl like Huan Fu Shengnan, but he understood that he already had a loved one. At the same time, a curse could be clearly heard in another mansion. It was Zhao Zhen who screamed with all his might, so that last time they find out the details, are they already under anesthesia or still only know his name? His subordinates said they knew they were guilty, but this man appeared out of nowhere and there was no trace of his past. He said that they only know that he appeared after the Marquis was sent Wi-Fi to the mountains, and then she came with him and he saved her. Someone suggested that he might be a student at the community center. However, the prince told his subordinates to stop believing this bad rumor. The man understood that there would then be a festive banquet at the Marquise's residence and, in principle, to personally meet this main character. After that, he asked whether the Ministry of Military Affairs was going to reduce the fleeing of the Northern Army. His subordinate said that the Marquise's successes were so great that even His Majesty did not even mention a salary cut. This subordinate also said that the Marquis's army would probably not even be able to afford to survive the winter. He laughed and understood that if she had married him herself, none of this would have happened. At the same time, Shu Fei wondered what kind of banquet he was talking about. The guy asked if he needed to be there, to which the Marquis said that this was a festive banquet for the army, and naturally, he should be present as her husband. After that, Shu Fei asked when it would be. Huan Fu Shengnan said that the celebration itself will be in 3 days, and also asked how Shu Fei opens this wine, because if she squeezes it even more, it will simply crack. Shu Fei said that he had never been to a banquet before and was afraid that he would embarrass her. Huan Fu Shengnan said that everything is fine, because this is a holiday for the army itself, and no one will find fault with it. Opening one of the bottles, she couldn't help but praise slyly. It was closed. After drinking the wine, she praised one of the brands and said that it was a crystal bottle so clear that it must have cost a fortune. Shu Fei said that in their world it is not very expensive, but he has a hard time explaining it all. The Marquis said that if they were truly rich, they wouldn't have to worry about the income of soldiers who don't even have warm clothes. Shu Fei asked if they really lost the war, as he heard everything was completely different, and if so, why are they paying? The Marquis said that they really won, but instead of raising their wages, they cut them even more. At some point, Shu Fei noticed that Marquise was already tired and said that she should stop drinking. Huan Fu Shengnan said that according to the main character, she was too inept, while the guy denied it and said that she just drank too much. The girl, even half asleep, said that she did not want to beg these hypocrites from the war ministry, but she could not allow the soldiers to suffer like that, Xu Fei put her behind the bed and thought. He said that although he did not love her, he would still enjoy the benefits of this world so he could help her. As a result, Xu Fei asked to call Lao Fu. Very soon the man was in the Marquise's room. Lao Fu asked what the protagonist's intentions were when he had all the records of the house for so many years in his hands. Xu Fei finally asked how much the army needed in winter. Lao Fu said that 100,000 is needed just for winter clothes. Therefore, I asked what could be bought with these 100,000. Lao Fu was confused, but said that buying a set of warm clothes costs one tael. Then Xu Fei began to estimate how many soldiers the girl had and realized that there were more than 30 million. After this, he approached Lao Fu and asked when the money was needed. Lao Fu said that they are needed in a maximum of 10 days. Ultimately, Xu Fei asked the man if he knew any way to make money quickly. Lao Fu got scared and asked if he really wanted to earn 100,000 in 10 days. Xu Fei said that he should help after all. Lao Fu said that if he didn't find a way, they could borrow the Minister of the Interior from his son. Lao Fu said that he is known as a rich tiger with millions in his hands. After this, the guy asked why the girl didn't borrow it from him. Lao Fu said that all of them were not at enmity, and the Marquises did not like that family and did not want to bow to him. In the end, the Marquis's reputation rose, and there was no way to make peace, so it would be better if he asked him. Ultimately, Xu Fei decided to give it a try. Lao Fu immediately headed towards the exit and said that they had prepared a carriage for him. The girl began to wake up. But just as she was waking up, a soldier approached. He said that he had just heard that the Marquis had gone to borrow money from the Minister of the Interior to raise it for the army. The Marquis instantly turned pale and asked who said to go with me. The soldier said that perhaps he was just too eager to prove himself. Juan Fu Shengnan said that it was too late to chase him. The soldier tried to say that if he borrowed money, her reputation would suffer, but she told him to stop. She yelled at him and said that his subordinate was talking too much. At the same time, Xu Fei arrived at the prince's eastern palace. Obviously, I don't expect this. In principle, he actually asked to go to bed, and the hero went to the family of the Minister of the Interior to borrow money. The assistant said that this is indeed true, and the protagonist's carriage is now in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, selling. Zhao Jin laughed because he realized that it was very good that he had broken the rules of the royal family. Very soon, Lao Fu told the main character that they had arrived. Looking out from the window, Xu Fei looked around. Seeing the beauty of everything that was happening, he realized that this was really up to a noble person. At the same time, all the people passing by could only discuss the main character. Xu Fei walked up to Lao Fu and asked if he was still on my side. He took a deep breath and said that he understood everything. Entering the house, Xu Fei said that he needed to get to Mr. Qian. Suddenly, a shrill laugh appeared from another corner of the building. The son of the Minister of the Interior said that, as expected, Xu Fei couldn't even hide all this from him. The guy said that he did not expect that his reputation would help a stranger identify him. The son of the Minister of the Interior said that he was only conveying his invitation and that he was also interested in helping the Marquis. So he asked to go up and talk with him. Very soon, Xu Fei was nearby drinking tea. Xu Fei asked if he would agree to lend him 100,000 taels. The man said that he himself would like to offer them help in the amount of 100,000. Suddenly, Xu Fei leaned back and thought deeply. I don't understand what's going on. The man looked at him in a stupor. He eventually asked his thoughts on the matter. Xu Fei closed one eye and said that he was afraid that if he took the money, he would let the army down. The interior minister's son said that he didn't quite understand what Xu Fei meant. Xu Fei noticed that he was lending him money without any conditions and did not say when it would be returned. He said that he was a marquis, so it was his family that would have to cover the debt. The minister's son said that there was no need to communicate with him so rudely. Taking the cup in his hands and taking a sip, her boyfriend realized that he could limit the army's supplies with his own hands because he was very ambitious. In the end, the minister's son laughed and clapped his hands and told the moths to come in. The main character was surprised and asked if he was really going to silence him if he couldn't come to an agreement. After that, girls in veils approached him and said that since they were here, they would serve him. As a result, they surrounded the embarrassed guy, who had nowhere to turn his eyes from this attention. The minister's son explained that the Huang Fu family, although powerful, was on the verge of collapse. He told the guy to always make plans for his own good. Getting up from the table, he began to say that since they are influential and his family is rich, then a better alliance could not be imagined. He said that if he took 100,000 taels as the marquis of the Han Fu family, then he would give him 10,000 for his own needs. On top of everything else, he said that he could have fun with these beauties. The man explained that this is all for the benefit of the Huang Fu family, and he clearly does not want to see his wife isolated and helpless. The main character could not help but agree that this was an excellent offer. Ultimately, the minister's son told me to relax in his flower pavilion today and encouraged him in every possible way. However, Xu Fei stopped the man. The guy said something that he said about not having to think about it means that there will be no union with his family at all. The minister's son asked the guy to think about those 100,000. Ultimately, Xu Fei, on the contrary, offered to bet that he would earn 100,000 by the end of this month. I realized that the betting game was starting. The minister's son said that he was not against it at all and simply asked. The guy explained that he would be setting up a pavilion of 100 flowers. There, the minister's son himself began to wonder whether Xu Fei could deliver something equivalent to this. Xu Fei said that if he loses, he will do what the master wanted. The minister's son was happy about this, and the guy concluded. Very soon, Xu Fei returned home. There he was already met by soldiers and his wife. They were clearly tense. Entering the mansion, Xu Fei was surprised that his wife had already woken up and said that he thought she was still sleeping. Shengnan asked the guy if he really went to Qianrenjie. Scratching the back of his head, the main character said that this was indeed the case and he was negotiating to help the army. The girl said that this was not his problem at all. She yelled at him and asked if he really knew who Qianrenjie was and what right he had to borrow money from him. The manager told the main character to quickly admit his mistake. Not understanding what was wrong, he asked what he had done wrong. Having broken another table, the marquis screamed who allowed him to go to that one. One of the soldiers finally told the main character that Shengnan ordered Xu Fei to kneel and be punished. Without hearing these words directly, the guy asked if they were really sure of this. Not intending to answer the guy's question, they forced him to his knees and bent his back. The main character was incredibly stunned and even upset to some extent. Lao Fu told the guy that if the marquis was guilty, then he should kneel down and be punished. With a serious expression on his face, the guy asked the marquise if she was really sure that she wanted him to kneel in front of her. Shengnan was silent for a while. Having collected her thoughts, she clenched her fists and said to forget about it because he will repent in prison. Xu Fei freed himself from the hands of the soldiers. With a disappointed expression on his face, he said that he understood everything and headed to the prison. Very soon, the situation was resolved, and there was complete silence. Han Ti asked his mistress what had already happened. The girl replied that he simply called her Marquise, and not by name. Han Ti explained that if she had not scolded him, his grandfather would have simply kicked the guy out. Here, Lao Fu intervened in the conversation and announced that the guy did not borrow money from the Qian family at all. He also said that the main character refused a bribe in the form of a beautiful woman and a lot of money. Then it was Shengnan's turn to lose her temper, and she asked why no one told her about this earlier. Then a report came from a soldier. He explained that rumors were spreading around the city that Xu Fei had made a bet with the Qian family that he could earn 100,000 taels in 10 days. Both Shengnan and Han Xi were incredibly surprised. Once again in prison, the main character had time to think about Shengnan's character again. He couldn't help but complain that she was just an ordinary feudal marquise. The prince said that it was impossible to collect 100,000 taels in 10 days. Even if before that, it will be necessary to sell all the Huang Fu stores. The interlocutor answered the gentleman that Fei turned out to be an ordinary loser. The ruler turned around and looked at Qian. He said proudly that he was great. Qian said that he did everything for the sake of the crown prince, who is considering the possibility of him entering a good position. The ruler looked at the interlocutor and said that the Qian family is very ambitious. The subordinate bowed to the prince and said that he was doing everything to help him. The ruler laughed. The prince turned around and told his subordinate that he deserved a high position. Qian thanked the ruler. A woman opened the door to the barn late in the evening. The main character was there. Xu asked the marquise if she wanted him to kneel and accept the punishment. The woman approached the main character and said that she could protect him, but not to the detriment of the family's reputation. Xu jumped up displeased and asked the girl, when did he ruin the reputation of her family? The marquise reminded the guy that he had made a bet with Qian that he could earn 100,000 taels in 10 days. The interlocutor told the guy that she wanted to help him. Xu explained that if he made a bet, he would win. At the same time, the marquise does not believe a single word he says. The woman asked the main character, how can she believe him? Zhu stood up and seriously suggested to his interlocutor that she get a divorce. The woman angrily replied that she did not agree to the divorce. They will only break up with a guy if one of them dies. Su very calmly explained to his interlocutor that he had already decided everything a long time ago. The marquise became very angry. She hit the wall with all her might and stones flew. The woman angrily shouted at the guy that this was a bad idea. A frightened old man sat near the broken wall. The old man asked the woman in fear if the main character was still here. She demanded in response from the old man that he keep an eye on the guy. Zhu stood in fear near the wall. He kept saying that he needed a divorce. The old man continued to call the main character by name. He said that he did not expect this from the marquise. The woman sat in the estate and carefully looked at the documents. The servant asked the marquise if she really wanted to sell all her stores. The woman looked sadly at her interlocutor and said that she must help her husband. Su told the old man named Lao Fu that he was already cheating him for the second time. The interlocutor explained to the guy that this was all a misunderstanding. The main character pointed out to the old man that this was not the first time he had cheated him. Lao explained to the guy that he understood him. The main character explained to his interlocutor that he would need his help tomorrow morning to implement the bet. The guy jumped to his feet. He said in a confident voice that all of China was waiting for him to lose, but he must earn 100,000 in 10 days. Main character approached a hole in the wall. He told the old man to bring him a razor. The main character, together with his companion, approached the gates of the mansion of the Marquis of Zhenbei. The guard bowed to the guy and greeted him. The guy greeted the guard back. The guard asked the old man in surprise, what happened to his hair? Lao told the guard in a sad voice not to tell him anything. The old man explained that the main character gave him a haircut and said that it would suit him. The main character asked the old man if he remembered the techniques he taught him. Lao replied that he remembered everything. To concentrate, the main character quickly started counting down. Xu waved his arms and shouted that in 10 days they would earn thousands of taels. The old man stood in a fighting pose. The main character told him with a smile that it worked out great. Lao asked the guy what he was going to do. Main character asked, does the Huang Fu family have an auction house? The old man said that in recent years, the Qian family's business has grown greatly and their auction house has been closed for a couple of years. Xu turned to the old man and said that they needed another 120 taels, which he spoke about yesterday. The guy told the old man that he should give him money. Lao responded dissatisfied that he had fallen into slavery. Xu promised the old man that he would return the money to him in 10 days. The interlocutor asked the guy what he would use the money for. The main character looked cheerfully at the old man and said that he would make an advertisement. The servant told the woman that all the stores were registered in her name. The marquise replied that even if all this was sold, there would not be enough money. The servant fearfully asked the mistress, what will happen when all the stores are sold for the sake of some unknown person? The marquise angrily told her subordinate that he was trying to interfere in the affairs of her family. The servant tried to justify himself and asked for forgiveness. Passers-by on the street watched as pieces of paper flew around. The woman looked at them carefully. The marquise noticed a huge number of white leaves carried by the wind. She couldn't understand who could afford to throw away so much paper. The warrior grabbed a piece of paper and noticed that it was a message from the Huang Fu auction house. Advertisements announced various magical items that would be up for auction. Clients can use such things to make paintings and communicate with each other over a long distance. The servant told the woman to stop her husband. Shu is trying to deceive everyone and there will be bad consequences. Some stranger came up from the side and said that in front of them was the Marquise of Zhenbei. People began to ask the woman, is everything that is written on the advertising paper true? They wanted to know if the Huang Fu auction house really possessed such divine items. The servant very persistently explained to his interlocutors that this was all a mistake. The warrior was very dissatisfied. He asked, who is causing the chaos here? Prince Zhao Chen appeared. He told the people in a joyful voice that the Huang Fu family actually had magical items. People on the street around. Everyone began to kneel. They greeted the prince. The marquise bowed and greeted the prince. Zhao told the woman not to be polite. Zhao turned to the people and told them to go back and wait. They will see what divine things the Huang Fu family will show them at the auction. People around began to thank the prince. One of the passers-by said that he would be looking forward to the auction. Jiang told the woman that he would bring everyone in the capital with him to support her auction. The marquise looked ahead in fear. She did not know what to answer the ruler. The prince prepared to leave. He looked to the side and said goodbye to the woman. The servant fearfully asked the woman to help him stop Suya. The mistress told the subordinate that they would return home. The woman said that they would not disturb the guy. The bed is not over yet. They'll see what comes of it. The servant thought angrily about the main character. Yu sat in the house and was busy writing advertising leaflets. Lao told the guy that they had already distributed everything that was written earlier. The guy didn't sleep the whole night. The exhausted protagonist thought that if he did not sleep, then he would not move to another world. The old man told the main character that he had already spent all the money he had. Zhu stretched his arms to the side. He said that he would sleep and everything would be fine. The guy opened the door and said that he was going to bed. The old man asked the guy if he was going to run away. Zhu shouted to the old man that he would see everything after he returned. After that, the guy laid down on the bed. While falling asleep, the main character told the old man not to allow anyone to approach him in the next 2 days. Luo fearfully told the guy that he was not sure that they would succeed. He had already given him everything. Lao opened the door and noticed that the main character had disappeared. He couldn't understand where the guy had gone. In the morning, the main character woke up at home. Someone called him on the phone. Shu replied to his friend that he had been busy for a couple of days. The guy told the main character to check his bank card. The first part of the money for the herbs has already been credited to him. Xu asked a friend to get him a pair of powerful walkie-talkies. The interlocutor replied that he would help. The main character was walking down the street. He decided to find housing for himself in order to ease the transition to another world. Xu began shouting to passers-by on the street that soon they would all see his magical things. He promised to get 100,000 taels in 10 days. The girl frightenedly shouted at the guy and said that he was crazy. The main character ran joyfully on the street and shouted about 100,000 taels. A girl with blue hair was sitting in her room. She looked thoughtfully at the flower pot in front of her. Jia came into the room. She asked her friend Chu what happened to her and why she had bags under her eyes. The girl stretched out on the table and said in a sad voice that for the last 2 days, Shu Fei had been living in a hotel near the school. Jia asked the girl dissatisfied, "Has the guy really cheated on her?" Chu glanced at her interlocutor and said that Zhu had to have reasons. Chu said thoughtfully that if the main character wanted adult things, he would have come to her. Jia hit her friend on the head with her hand and said that she thinks a lot about the guy. The door opened and a woman came in. She told the girl that Shu Fei was looking for her. I was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the main character was below. The girl ran to the exit. She told her friend that she couldn't go out to lunch with her. Chu smiled slyly at the girl and said that she would treat her next time. Jia thought that, for her friend, love was much more important than friendship. Jia became worried. She couldn't understand why she immediately thought of this guy. Someone sneezed on the street. The guy thought to himself excitedly that someone remembered about him. The girl was running down the street. She wanted to find the main character. Passers-by were looking at her around her. Chu ran up and noticed a friend on the street. She called the main character by name. The girl ran up to the guy and wrapped her arms around him. He was holding a box in his hands. The main character tearfully told his girlfriend that he missed her very much. He brought her a gift. Xu handed the girl a box. Chu told her friend in fear that this was the first gift he had given her. The girl opened the box. There was decoration inside. The girlfriend asked the guy to put this jewelry on her. The main character prepared to put the gifted jewelry on the back of his girlfriend. At this time, the guy's phone suddenly rang. The girl turned and told her friend to answer the phone. The main character received a call from his mother. She said that she arrived with her father and was heading to his university. Xu reminded the woman that he told her that he would return next week. The mother answered her son slyly that she and her father wanted to see his girlfriend to make sure that she was real. Xu answered his mother that he had recently been together with his girlfriend. The woman dissatisfiedly answered her son that he did not want to introduce her to his girlfriend. The woman told the guy that they were already getting on the bus. Xu asked his mother with fear, "Didn't they come by train?" As a result, the main character promised his parents that he would meet them with his girlfriend. The guy opened the door and went into the president's office. He turned to him. The president said in a dissatisfied voice that he blackmailed the guy, but nothing happened. The guest told the manager that his family was prestigious. Chu Qian acted very offensively. The president was sitting on the sofa. He said that the girl liked Shu Fei very much. The leader said that he would become the heir of the Gao family and get engaged to the Chu girl. But right now, he can't do anything yet. Subordinate asked the president what they will do next. The manager replied that Shu's parents had arrived. The president jumped to his feet. He recalled that the main character humiliated him. Now he wanted to humiliate Shu's parents. The guy explained that they couldn't do anything to the main character while he was here. The president grabbed the phone. He said that Chu's presence is what he wants for him. Gao called Aunt Zia. He told her that he would like to talk to her. The main character stood with his girlfriend and waited for the bus to arrive. Chu greeted the parents of the main character. The woman said in surprise that Chu was very beautiful and Chu had to beg her to date him. Chu picked up her bag to help the woman. The mother said that her son should carry the bag. The girl walked hand in hand with the woman. She said that the son can take the bag from his father. The man told the main character that he has a wonderful girlfriend. At this time, another car drove up from the side. Passengers watched people on the street. Gao told his aunt to look outside carefully. The woman angrily said that the main character took a check for $1 million from her. The guy is still pestering Chu Qian. The main character, accompanied by his parents and girlfriend, arrived at the restaurant. The woman said admiringly that she liked restaurants in big cities. The woman told the boy and girl that Uncle Shu would treat them to a good dinner. The waiter told the customers that their room had been booked and paid for. The client was surprised. She asked the waiter why they take prepayment in this restaurant. The man explained to the woman that there are many similar restaurants. The mother said that they wanted to treat Chu and she should not pay for them. The girl told the woman not to worry and to eat healthy. The mother told her son that he was a student and could not earn much. She promised that she would later give him some money for living expenses. The man asked the girl if she was the heiress of the Zia family. The man fell silent. He looked with great interest at the girl at the table. Chu smiled and told her interlocutors that she was indeed the heiress of the Zia family. The woman said with a smile that Zia's company is shown on the news every day, and it is hard to believe that an ordinary shoe guy can marry a rich girl. The girl explained that if her aunt and uncle did not consider this a suitable option, then she would refuse the inheritance. The main character told his girlfriend not to take his mother's words seriously. The woman said with a smile to the guy that she and her husband would be happy with any status of their son. Chu turned to the side and noticed that her mother had arrived. She asked what she was doing here. Shu greeted his aunt. The main character's mother looked to the side with excitement. She didn't say anything. The guy's father was also very surprised. He silently studied the woman who had come. The guest was very unhappy because the main character called her aunt. The daughter ran up to her mother and shouted that the main character's parents were here. The woman pushed the girl away from her. The guest said angrily that she came here today to see what kind of parents could raise such a shameful son. The woman told her interlocutor that she could sit down and they would talk about it at dinner. The guest told the main character's mother that if it weren't for the first meeting, they would not be here. The interlocutor explained that their family could afford to pay for food. The guest asked the waiter, how much did the clients spend on food here? The daughter shouted to her mother to go home and talk about everything. The woman continued to ask the waiter strictly about the money. The guests around looked with great excitement and waited for what the waiter would tell. The worker reported that customers spent a total of more than 23,000 yuan. The woman was very surprised by the large amount. She asked the girl, is she really the heiress of the Xia company? Chu confirmed the words of her interlocutor. The guest angrily told the woman that her son was not worthy to be with her daughter. They were on different levels. The woman looked at her interlocutor very angrily and did not answer anything. The wife told her husband to go to the bank and withdraw money. They will return all money spent on food. The girl said in a frightened voice that she only wanted to treat the man and woman to good food. The main character told his girlfriend that his parents would understand her correctly. Xu told his parents that his neighbor would take them. The mother told her son that she would always help him. The woman angrily told the protagonist's surprised mother that her son had taken $1 million from her. At the same time, the guy continues to pester her daughter. The daughter asked her mother with fear, who brought her here? The woman reminded the girl that the main character had already taken her money. Chu looked sternly and carefully at her mother and said that Gawy Yang brought her here. The girl picked up the phone. Her mother told her that now it was time to deal with the main character. Chu called her subordinates. She sternly said that the investment in the new project of the Gao family must be withdrawn. The woman angrily shouted to her daughter that this was a very good project and she would lose a lot. The girl was holding the phone in her hands. She told strictly that she is the heir to the Xia company. People around her looked attentively. The main character looked at his girlfriend very excitedly. He didn't tell her anything. The woman very angrily told her daughter that she was really very blinded. The mother prepared to leave. She told her daughter that they would talk to her at home. The woman realized that the girl was behaving the way she raised her. Chu bowed to the main character's parents and asked forgiveness for her mother. The woman sternly asked the girl, "Did the main character really take $1 million from her family?" The daughter answered the interlocutor that she would sort everything out. She asked the main character for forgiveness. After that, her mother called her. Exu looked at his girlfriend and said that he couldn't blame her for anything. She must go. Chu headed towards the exit. She told the main character that he could call her. Mother asked the main character if what she said was true. The guy answered her that it was all true. The mother nervously asked the guy if he really took $1 million. Su fell silent. He didn't answer the woman. At that time, his father called him. The man told the guy that they would give him everything he owed from the $1 million. The guy said he would take care of everything. The girl likes him and doesn't want to leave her. The mother asked her son, "Does he really want to live like this all the time?" She pointed out to him the relationship in her friend's family. Shu replied to the woman that he really liked the girl. The mother demanded that her son stop communicating with his girlfriend and give everything he owes her. The main character said that now everything will be different. The woman asked her husband for a bank card. The woman handed her son a bank card. It was intended for his wedding. The mother told her son not to take advantage of people and to do everything with a clear conscience. Xu looked at his mother. At that time, the doors opened and two guys appeared from there. They greeted their friend's parents. The guy said with a smile that he is the protagonist's neighbor and his name is Yang Ming. The mother answered the guy that the main character talked a lot about them. Another guy in a green sweater came in. The woman said his name is Qian Shu. Tian told the main character that the girl asked them to come and keep him and his parents company. The main character thought that it was difficult for him to be with a girl when her family looked down on him. Xu explained to his friend that he wanted to earn some money, but now he has a goal. Cayenne looked at the main character with interest. He asked what he wanted. The main character happily said that he wants to build a business empire at the Xia company level. The friend looked at the main character and after a long pause said that he would help him. The main character was waiting for his friend to call him a dreamer. Xiazhen answered his interlocutor that people should always dream. It was late evening. The city glowed in lights. The main character was at home. Su lay on the bed and clutched his clothes to himself. He was thinking about something of his own. The guy thought to himself that he spent the afternoon at the university with his parents, but they were still worried. His mother hasn't called him since she returned home. Qianshu bought all the items that were needed for the auction. The main character clutched his backpack to himself. He decided that he would first win the argument in another world and then return here. The main character opened his eyes. He realized that he had successfully moved to a parallel world. Zhu suddenly jumped up on the bed with a backpack in his hands. He said joyfully to himself that he was back. Su put the backpack on his back and said in a tired voice that he wanted to sleep. An old man ran into the room. He opened the door sharply and said in a joyful voice that his master had finally returned. The main character said dissatisfied to Lao that he almost sent him back. The old man was very happy. He told the guy with excitement that he had finally returned. Zhu said cheerfully to the old man that he was afraid that he might run away. Lao answered the guy that he was devoted to him. The old man asked his master if he succeeded. The main character opened his backpack. He said joyfully to Lao that he would show him everything now. A servant came to the marquise's house. He told her that he had sold all the documents to the store, but they needed another 3,000 taels. The woman told the interlocutor that they could sell her dragon halberd for 3,000. The guy from the Chamber of Commerce wanted to buy it. The servant reminded the lady that this was her favorite weapon. The marquise said in response to her strictly subordinate that he should act. The servant looked at the mistress for a long time. He realized that he would have to carry out her instructions. The servant bowed to his mistress and said that he would do everything. He prepared to leave. The servant ran into the palace. As he walked, he joyfully shouted to the prince about the dragon halberd. The servant rushed down the corridor. He said excitedly that the dragon halberd was being carried to Wan Yun's Chamber of Commerce. The prince asked his interlocutor whether the marquise's family had really sold their property and halberd. The servant joyfully told the master that the main character had not gone out these days. Sheng Nun sold her family's property to raise money for her boyfriend. Jiang told the prince that when the marquise's house passes, the king of war will have fewer advantages. The ruler laughed evilly. He said that the main character is really a loser. There was a master and a servant in the Chamber of Commerce. They looked closely at the weapons. Yun Tian said that it is a pity that the marquise is selling her favorite weapon. The servant said that the woman is devoted to her husband. The servant asked the young master, "Do they need help?" Yun replied to the servant that no one in the Huang Fu family would oppose the plots against them. The servant informed the master that it was not in their interest to support the fading Huang Fu family. Yun reminded the interlocutor that they are a chamber of commerce. The servant asked the master if the main character creates a lot of problems in the city. Yun thought about it. He said that Xu Fei is an interesting guy. The young gentleman came up and opened the shutters in the window. It was very exciting for him. The old man was amazed. He extended his hands to the guy and said that such divine things exist. Lao asked the guy, "Is he really immortal?" The main character reminded the interlocutor that he doubted him. The old man fell to his knees and said that he was mistaken. The guy answered the servant that they were preparing for the auction. "We need to invite all influential people in the capital." The old man was delighted. The main character said cheerfully that all the guests should see his magic. Many people gathered near the Huang Fu auction house. They were all getting ready to go inside. Her servant stood near the marquise. People and auction guests crowded around. Zhao looked at the marquise and said that he did not expect to see her here. The woman told the prince that the guy was inside and she was outside greeting the guests. The ruler told the woman that the Huang Fu family was great before her. The marquise calmly answered the ruler that the Huang Fu family would remain the same. The servant asked the prince to come inside. The woman remained outside. The main character glanced furtively at the guests. He said there were a lot of foreigners around. Lao told the guy that it had not been so busy at the auction house for a very long time. The main character said that everyone in the capital wants to see the Huang Fu family disgrace themselves, but he will not allow this. The servant told the lady that a lot of people had come from the capital. The marquise thought to herself displeasedly that a bunch of dregs had arrived to them. A message appeared that the king had arrived. The marquise bowed and greeted her uncle. The ruler came up and looked at the woman. He greeted her. The king told the woman that her boyfriend was not fit for royalty. In the city, everyone is talking about the collapse of the Huang Fu family. The king handed the woman money. It was 100,000 taels. They would help cover the immediate needs of the Zhenbei army. The marquise wanted to say something to her uncle. The ruler said seriously that the crown prince was very smart. He added that the woman could have been more flexible towards him. The marquise said that she could not serve the prince and protect the country at the same time. The king told the woman that her family could remain neutral, but her trusting husband was in a hurry. The marquise told the king in a submissive voice that he should not condemn her husband. The king told the woman that she was exactly the same as her father. He added that the Huang Fu family was unworthy of the capital. The servant told the guy that they were almost ready for the auction and the marquise would be impressed. Zhu replied to the servant that he did not do it for her. The main character said that it does not matter at all what emotions the marquise will have. He doesn't want to stay with her. The old man excitedly told the guy that the marquise was devoted to him. Zhu said that the woman did not listen to him and did not believe him. The main character said that he is immortal and does not belong to this world. His home is in another world. The guests in the hall were unhappy. They demanded that something divine be shown to them. People in the audience shouted that the royal family was deceiving them. Jiang told the prince that the Huang Fu family would have a hard time. The marquise jumped up and asked who was making noise in her auction house. She demanded that the dissatisfied name their names. The people in the hall fell silent. They got scared, calmed down, and didn't shout anything anymore. One of the rulers present said that the marquise was a marquise. The fourth prince, named Zhao Yu, said that the capital aristocracy would not contact the marquise if it offended the prince. The girl confirmed that if the prince could enlist the support of a woman, he would become the strongest contender for the throne. The girl on the balcony asked the prince, "Isn't His Highness surprised?" Zhao said judiciously that if the marquise knew how to be more flexible, then the Huang Fu family would not be here today. The prince reached out and took the treat from the vase. He wanted to talk about the situation for his brothers. The ruler told his interlocutor that it is good to destroy what cannot be obtained. The girl answered the ruler that he had really analyzed the situation in the capital. Zhao said in a serious voice that he would like to see Xu Fei from the Huang Fu family. The servant told the marquise that she could give 100,000 to her husband. The woman recalled that the guy was betting on a profit of 100,000 taels. The marquise and the rest of the participants looked at the auction with great attention. The main character entered the stage. He said they would get straight to the point about things. Xu commanded and the first magical object was brought onto the stage. The guy explained that this thing can illuminate without fire and glow very brightly. The main character prepared to tear the cover off the object. People around were surprised. There was a flashlight on the tray. The guests looked at him in surprise. They didn't understand what they were seeing. The main character happily told the audience that they saw a lantern in front of them. People around were surprised. They looked at the object and did not know how it could do the lighting. Zhu took the flashlight in his hands. One of the guests looked carefully at the stage and said that this was a thing that had never been seen before. The marquise said that she was ready to bet 5,000 taels on the lantern. People in the hall were amused because she was buying her own things. The servant angrily shouted to the guests, "Which of them speaks ill of the woman?" Jiang slyly told the prince that the Marchioness was participating in her own auction. The main character showed the servant that it was time to begin. The old man thought that the guy was showing him strange hand gestures. Lao ordered the servants to turn off the lights, close the windows, and hang the curtains. The servants extinguished all the candles of the people in the hall. They couldn't understand what was happening. The prince was scared. He looked around and asked in fear, "What does this mean?" One of the guests shouted that the king needed to be protected. Everyone in the room was worried. The warrior sat in the hall and looked ahead with excitement. At that time, a bright beam of light fell on him. The lantern shone brightly into the hall. One of the guests said that there was a strong light in front of them without a candle flame. The main character was holding a flashlight in his hands. He explained to the guests not to panic. Jiang said that he sees a divine thing in front of him. The people in the hall were amazed. The prince was wondering what else the main character would surprise them with. The ruler from the hall suddenly said loudly that he was betting 8,000 on the lantern. The servant told the prince that there might be glowing stones inside the object. The ruler replied that stones never shine so brightly. The ruler looked at the flashlight. He said that such a luminous stone would be very difficult to find. The main character told the guests that they still suspected that it could be some kind of trick. Sue pointed to the old man to show the effect of the flashlight in the front rows. Lao carried the object on a tray. The prince could not believe that this was a divine object in front of them, and not some kind of trick. The ruler told Zhang that they had made a dangerous enemy. The old man carried a flashlight between the rows. People took it and turned it on. Someone said that it was definitely not a glowing stone. One of the guests shone the light upward and said that the flashlight was working without a fire. Shu was very happy when he looked at the surprised faces of the guests. The old man with a tray in his hands told the marquise that she should not look at the object. The servant got angry. He angrily asked the old man, "What did he say?" The woman agreed with Lao's words. The marquise looked at the main character and said that he still blames her. People around were chatting happily. Some of them said that Xu Fei is incredible. The old man asked Mr. Yun to look at the flashlight. The ruler took the flashlight in his hand and said that this thing deserves to be called a divine object. The warrior indicated that he should try to light the lantern. The guy told the gentleman that he would do so. People in the hall looked with admiration at the glowing lantern under the ceiling. Someone said that the Yun family should take this item for themselves. The main character asked the old man, "What does this mean?" Lao replied that any person who lights a lantern will buy it for any amount. The main character answered the old man that he understood everything. Lao told the guy that he didn't remember how many years had passed since he was in the auction house. The guests looked at the glowing lantern as if spellbound. The servant told the marquise that it was only 8,000 taels. "This is far from 100,000, the woman answered. Her interlocutor, that this was just the first item. The prince slammed his fist on the table and angrily said that the guy from the Chamber of Commerce had come here to cause trouble. Jiang replied to the ruler that it was better not to interfere with the Wan Yun Chamber of Commerce. Jiang told the ruler that this was just curiosity and not a desire to help the royal family. The prince said that he came here to see how the guy could disgrace himself. Now Shu is the center of attention. The main character told the guests that he would show them the second divine object. With its help, you can turn everything into a picture. Xu asked the guest in the front row to come closer. He gave him the photograph. It had the full look of an auction house. The guests were very amazed. They looked at the picture very carefully. People joyfully said that even a great artist would not have made such a picture. Zhu said from the stage that everyone who came to the auction house would receive one of these paintings. People were very amazed. The main character called the old man. He responded. The warrior said that Zhu is very stupid. He gave away a valuable thing just like that. The ruler replied that the guy was not stupid, but very smart. The prince was very admired by the main character. The girl asked the ruler why he said that. The ruler said that all people in the world strive for fame and wealth. 1,000 taels per image is a small profit. The prince said that the protagonist makes a name for himself at a small price. The girl said that the Huang Fu family has such a person and it will make them feel better. Xu told the guests that they were moving on to the next divine object, which turns everything into a picture. At this time, a divine lantern appeared above the people. They all looked at him. The auction participants were talking excitedly among themselves. The main character took a picture of them at that time. The guy showed the guests a camera from which a finished photograph emerged. The guests were amazed because the picture appeared from the object very quickly. Someone shouted that he was ready to pay 50,000 for the device. The main character told the guests that there was a second divine object in front of them. The interlocutor asked the prince if he really didn't like it. The ruler replied that the paintings were very pretentious for him. The ruler said that he would like to see the expression on the face of his brother, the prince. Yang told his master that he would find out where the main character got these things from. The ruler answered the subordinate to do what he says. The main character stood at the counter and banged with a hammer. The bid reached 130,000. The participants were talking among themselves. One of them suggested that they stop fighting for this divine item. The ruler put the glass on the table. The guy bowed to everyone for their kindness and thanked them. The main character hit the table with a hammer. He congratulated Mr. Yoon. Jang thought to himself excitedly that the two items had already exceeded their dispute by 100,000. He lost his flowering pavilion because of a guy. The main character joyfully looked at the guests and said that the time had come for a real sensation. The guests were waiting for an object with which they could communicate at a distance. The king joyfully said that he was ready to buy this thing if it was really real. The ruler asked his sister to lend him money. The interlocutor answered the prince that he called her sister. One of the guests said excitedly that the Yoon family lit the lantern again. The warrior said excitedly to the gentleman that he had not seen anything yet. Yoon explained to the other party that the past two divine items were fantastic, but they were much less valuable than the last item. The marquise looked at the guy with excitement. She decided that he was truly immortal. The servant asked the woman how useful this thing is. The marquise replied that no one could defeat an army that could see the enemy at any moment and control the battlefield. The warrior thought to himself that if the Genbei army had such an item, they would have won a bunch of wars. The woman said that now they would be shown an object that could transmit messages 100 miles. The king said that such an item should belong to him. The main character prepared to tear the cover off the object. Everyone around was very worried. Sue froze during a short pause. The marquise looked at him with excitement. There was a radio station on the table. The guy told the guests that the last divine object was in front of them. The main character raised the antenna on the device. He turned to his communication interlocutors and asked if they could hear him. People in the hall heard the answer over the radio station. The interlocutors said that they had arrived in the city of Shuzhen and were continuing to move north. The warrior excitedly said that to get 80 miles from here, you need to saddle a horse and ride for a couple of days. The main character told the audience that a feminine object can communicate 800 miles. The people in the hall were very amazed. They were surprised at the words 800 miles away. Someone shouted that such an item would be very useful for the army. The main character thought to himself that he even took a battery for the radio. After that, the guy noticed something important in the hall. People saw that the prince's sky lantern lit up and the king's lantern next to it. The guests around saw glowing lanterns of various families under the ceiling. Zhu looked up in fascination. The servant told the guy that 13 sky lanterns had never happened before. Zhu asked the old man if he wanted to leave with him. The main character said that he would give 100,000 takyls for his free life. The old man looked at the main character in surprise. He asked again, "Does the guy really want them to leave together?" Xu told the servant not to rush into answering. They haven't finished the auction yet. The main character pointed his hand at the walkie-talkie. He said that this divine item was worth 300,000. The marquise sternly told the guests that the Huang Fu family would not sell it. The people around were amazed. Yoon silently closed and lowered his eyes. He did not understand what the woman was doing. The main character asked the woman what she said. The marquise jumped on stage and told the guy that she would explain everything to him later. The main character got angry. He shouted to the woman that she had no right to do this. At this time, the warrior ran up and hit the main character with his hand with all his might. Shu fell off the stage. The woman picked him up. People did not understand what the marquise was doing. The guests could not understand why the woman no longer wanted to sell anything. Someone asked, "Is 13 sky lanterns really a joke to them?" The marquise said again that they would not sell anything. Lao told the guests that the auction was over and they should return. The servant said they were ready to leave. He asked where they could pick up their divine items. The old man said that he would take young Master Yun to his items. One of the guests said that everything was finished and it was not even worth wasting time on buying a painting. At this time, the woman sat down the unconscious protagonist. The king approached. He told the marquise that he was mistaken about her husband. The marquise bowed to the ruler and told him to take care of himself. The woman told her subordinate to take the last item back to the northern army and leave it there under the care of the soldiers. Zhu was sitting unconscious at this time. The marquise said that she would take the guy to the house. The woman greeted the prince. The ruler approached and addressed Mr. Xu. The ruler said that he would like to personally meet the main character. The main character was in the marquise's house. He lay there until the morning. Xu opened his eyes and looked ahead. The guy sat up on the bed. He remembered about the auction. The woman turned around and explained to the guy that Huang Qi knocked him out on her orders. The main character looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that he remembered this. The woman asked the guy if he knew what would happen if he sold the third item. Xu asked the marquise, "Does she mean the radio station?" The main character said that he was just making money. He could sell the radio station for at least 600,000 taels. Xu couldn't get the money, and the woman stole his radio. The woman angrily told the guy that there was no need to blame her family. Xu asked his interlocutor in fear, what did she want to do? The marquise said that this time it was her fault. She promises that this is the last time. Xu asked angrily, will he be punished this time according to the family law, or will he be sent to prison again? The woman told the guy that if he couldn't solve the bet, then she would help him. They can be together as husband and wife. The main character told the woman that the radio station was his gift. She can keep the proceeds from the auction. It is in exchange for his freedom. The woman was very angry. She sharply pulled out her sword and pointed it at the guy. Zhu stood and looked in fear at the weapon that was pointed at him. The marquise sternly told the main character that they could not just get a divorce. Xu calmly looked at the woman and said that she could kill him now. The woman calmed down. She fell silent and looked down in front of her. The marquise headed towards the exit. She told the guy that he could do whatever he wanted. They will not get divorced. Near the exit, a woman told the main character that she would return the money to him for the auction. Zhu stood in the center of the room. Gradually, he calmed down. The guy was afraid that the woman would kill him. The main character came out and looked around. He decided to find a way out of this place. Zhu stood on the street and shielded himself from the scorching sun with his hand. He looked into the sky. The main character thought to himself excitedly that the second day had already come, and he still had not returned to his world. Xu used to always go to another world while sleeping, but this time for some reason he didn't cross over. A servant appeared from the side. The guy asked the old man what happened. Lao told the guy that he went into his room but he wasn't there. The old man said that Qian was waiting for the main character in the main hall. Xu said joyfully that the guest should give him his pavilion. Qian sat inside the pavilion and drank tea. He looked at the main character with interest. Xu apologized to Qian for the long wait. The guest with a smile told his interlocutor that he surprised him and opened his eyes. He admires him. Xu told his guest that he was very kind. Qian handed the main character the land deed of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The main character took the document in his hands. He told his interlocutor that he was very polite. The guest looked sternly at the guy and said that he had a question for him. Xu told his interlocutor that he wanted to ask him about the origin of divine objects. The main character told the guest that it was all because of the Juan Fu family. He promised that he would tell him everything later. He doesn't want his wife to know about it. Xu said that he absolutely does not know why the marquise did this. Zhang bowed to the main character, thanked him, and said goodbye to him. Xu answered his interlocutor to take care of himself. The main character looked at the document in his hands. He said that he could leave the marquise's house and he would have something to live on. The old man said that the Flower Pavilion is a famous brothel. In their country, it brings in great profit every day. The main character said that you need to go and have a look. Lao shouted to the guy that he didn't need to go to the brothel yet. The servant in the carriage asked the young master if the Marquis was really plotting something against them. Zhang replied that the guy was deceiving them. They can forget about it for now and have a holiday. Royal Highness still has plans. The guard near the entrance said that the Marquis was not allowed to visit the brothel. Zhu happily said that after this his wife would definitely kick him out. The old man asked the main character, where will he live in the capital if his wife throws him out? Xu answered his interlocutor that he would stay to live here. After that, the guy thought about it. At that time, a carriage with a horse appeared. It was controlled by a warrior with a sword. The warrior stopped and looked with great suspicion at the people near the brothel. The old man said that Prince Zhao Yu's carriage was standing next to them. The main character asked, "What kind of prince is this?" Zhu said that he was going to the pavilion. The old man grabbed the guy's hand. He warned that the prince would kill him. The prince looked out of the carriage. He said that he would not dare to kill the marquise's husband. The old man fell to his knees. He greeted the ruler. Lao pulled the guy down by his clothes. The main character asked, "Should he also kneel?" The ruler told the main character that he was not obliged to kneel before him. Zhu told the guest that he could find the marquise inside. The main character turned around and prepared to leave. He wanted to leave the capital. At this time, the prince stopped him. The ruler told the guy that he was looking for him, not the marquise. Zhao wanted to go with the main character to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The prince told the Lao butler not to worry. The main character will go with him. Xu calmly climbed into the carriage. The prince ordered his servant to go ahead. The old man looked with surprise after the departing carriage. He did not understand what the prince wanted. The main character asked the ruler if he wanted to meet with him about divine objects. Zhao replied that Qian had already asked him about this. The prince told the protagonist that they both have similar goals. The prince looked at the main character and said that he was a little bolder than Jiang. Zhao told the guy that he had misunderstood him. Zhu looked joyfully at his interlocutor and said that he was interested in divine objects from Juan Fu. The prince told the guy that he did not want to know the origin of the objects. He invited the main character to become friends. Xu asked the prince whether he wanted him to follow him or whether he needed the support of the marquise. Zhao said with a smile that he was the crown prince. If he wants the support of the marquise, he will not live long. The ruler handed the box to the main character and said that it was a gift for him. Zhu said with a smile that he was going to go to the flower pavilion, but he was still too young for that. Zhao answered the guy that the foundation pill was not poison. The main character was very surprised when he heard about the foundation pill. The servant told his prince that they had already arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The main character and his companion got out of the carriage. The prince told the guy that he was not a martial artist. Zhu explained that he didn't know about such things as the foundation pill. The ruler asked the guy, "Does he really not know about martial arts masters?" The prince activated his magic skill. A bright glow appeared around the hand. The guy looked at it with excitement. Zhao swung his hand and directed it towards the heavy statue next to him. The huge stone statue moved to the side of the prince very easily. Zhao pointed to the side and told the main character that he could try too. The main character approached the statue and tried to move it very slowly with his hand. It didn't work out for him. The prince told the guy about hardening the body and cleaning bones for a warrior. Zhao explained that there are 4 levels of martial arts in the world. Each level has 3 layers. The prince handed the guy a pill. He said that after accepting it, the main character will be able to move into the first layer of body tempering. The main character took the box in his hands. He asked if he could move the stone lion statue. The prince confirmed to the guy that he could do it. Zhu thanked his new acquaintance. The prince said, with a grin, that young Master Zhu was really interesting. He is much more interesting than the others. The ruler looked at the building. He said that the 100 Flowers house is really good, but Qian Renjie took all the flowers. The main character looked around in surprise. There was no one inside the building. Zhu said in a frightened voice that there was nothing left. The prince answered the guy that he would bring him what he needed. The ruler told the guy that it would be very easy to come to an agreement with Qian. The main character joyfully thanked his new acquaintance. The marquise drove up from the side. She told the ruler that he should not be bothered by her husband's problems. The woman jumped off the horse. She told the main character that she would help him return the flowers and women. Xu looked at the marquise with great excitement. He didn't expect to see her here. The woman reminded the main character that in the capital, no one would bully him. The main character asked his wife if she was angry that he came to the brothel. The marquise told the main character that all the princes and courtiers come here. Xu realized that the woman did not care what he did. The woman shouted to the brothel workers that they could all drink and have fun. The marquise threatened that if anyone stayed overnight with her husband, she would destroy everyone. The workers fell to their knees and told the mistress that they were listening to her. The main character was very surprised. The woman prepared to climb onto the horse. She told the main character to go early in the evening for dinner. The main character saw with interest how the marquise rode away very quickly on a horse. The prince happily said that today was truly unexpected. The main character invited the ruler to marry the marquise. The main character ordered the brothel workers to live as before. He added that in a couple of days the House of 100 Flowers will open. Zhu said that this will no longer be a brothel. The House of 100 Flowers will start selling its items. At this time, a pogrom was taking place in Jian's house. Someone asked the Marquis in fear, what was he doing? Jiang sat scared on the floor. He asked the attacker how he dared to break into the residence of the court minister. The bodies of soldiers were lying around. A servant approached. He told the young master that mercenaries are much more expensive than 100 flower building. Jiang was very angry. Another person came in. The servant bowed to the master. Jiang was surprised when he saw his father in front of him. Zhang Jin was the Minister of Internal Affairs. He told his son that now the whole capital knows that he gave up the building to the husband of the Marquise. This guy was considered a loser before the auction. The man asked the guy if he knew what kind of person the Marquise of Zhenbei was. The guy got worried. He didn't know what to answer the man. The father explained to his son that he had made a laughingstock of himself. The minister demanded that the guy do in the future everything he tells him and not do anything unnecessary. The man told his son that the Marquise is not as simple as he thinks. They can't destroy the Huang Fu family. The guy answered the man that he understood everything. Jiang thought dissatisfied to himself that the woman is younger than him, but she is more successful thanks to the reputation of several generations of the Huang Fu family. Workers arrived at the House of 100 Flowers. One of them said that they would finish everything in 3 days. The main character asked the workers if they understood what they needed to do. Zhu asked the prince in surprise why he was still here. The servant stood near the carriage. The prince told the main character that he would take care of him and send him back to the Marquis. At this time, hired killers appeared. One of them said that the swordsman must be dealt with first. Armed fighters from above rushed to hit the servant near the horse. Assassins rushed with weapons to quickly hit the guard near the horse. The fighter jumped sharply to the side and up. The mercenaries couldn't even catch him. The attackers were very surprised. They could not understand how their opponent could evade so quickly. The guard jumped up sharply and stood with his feet on the heads of his opponents. One of the attackers shouted angrily at his opponent so that he would not tease them. They looked up. The mercenaries glanced to the side. They realized that their opponent was missing. The warrior was standing behind them at that time. The guard angrily said that he didn't even need to draw his sword. After that, he turned around and hit his opponents from behind with a powerful blow. The attackers did not have time to react. They were carried forward by a powerful movement. The guard, with a professional movement, hit the mercenaries into the wall with acceleration. The main character asked the prince, "What is this noise on the street?" Zhao replied that it was the noise of a passing animal. The guard greeted the prince as he stepped outside. Everything around was already quiet. The prince told his servant that they would send the protagonist back to his home. The attackers remained near the wall. The main character was in the Marquise's house late at night. The prince drove him there. The old man met the main character. He said that the Marquise had prepared dinner for him. Xu thought to himself that he must find a way to distance himself from his wife. The guy came into the house and said that he was back. The main character saw a woman in a beautiful outfit. The Marquise stood near the set table. She told the guy that she prepared all the food for him with her own hands. Xu asked the woman what kind of outfit she was wearing. The Marquise said that she does not have time to wear such beautiful clothes, since she is constantly in business and at war. The woman began to pour food into the plate. She said that she was trying to be more like her wife. She invited the guy to have meals together. The main character started talking about divorce. His wife replied that she had prepared the soup for him with her own hands. Xu explained to his interlocutor that he wants to get a divorce because he already has a person he likes. The Marquise was very angry with her boyfriend. She crushed and broke the plate. The woman told the guy that he could eat by himself. The main character thought to himself that he had told the truth to his interlocutor. In the evening, Prince Zhao Yu played Go on the board at home. The interlocutor asked the ruler why he had such a high opinion of the main character. He even gave him a foundation pill. Zhao took a white pebble in his hand. He confirmed that the Huang Fu family was indeed on the verge of collapse. The ruler said that the main character could change the fate of the Huang Fu family. The interlocutor told the prince that even in this case, the foundation pill was very expensive. The guest said that there are only a couple of masters in the world who make such medicine. Only 2 pills can be produced per year. The ruler explained that if he gave the pill to a person from the Huang Fu family, he would receive his devotion. The ruler said in a thoughtful voice that he considers the main character his friend. Zhu completely ignores his status, and he gets along well with him. The ruler told his interlocutor that they had grown up together and that he was like a brother to him. The prince told his guest that now they were not getting along as well as before. The ruler jumped to his feet. He said that he hates following rules. If it weren't for his mother's family, he wouldn't have participated in the capital chaos. The interlocutor asked the prince whether he would really fight for the throne. The ruler turned around and asked the guest who told him that. The old man asked the main character why he didn't eat anything. The boy answered the butler in a dissatisfied voice that he had no appetite. Lao told the guy that he should rest. Today, the marquis will remain in the military camp. The servant handed the guy 2 baskets of herbs. The main character slyly asked his interlocutor if he had collected the herbs especially for him. Lao answered the guy that he did all this on the orders of the marquis. The old man brought the box to the guy and said that the marquis had given it to him. The box was filled with various valuables. The old man explained to the guy that the marquis had transferred her family's property to him. This would help him collect 100,000 taels. When the main character went to the inner vault, the marquis decided that he might need jewelry. The main character thought to himself that the woman really trusted him. The old man told the guy in a confident voice that the marquis was truly devoted to him. Su told the interlocutor to take these 100,000 and take away all the property of the Juan Fu family that was sold. The butler answered the guy that he would do everything that way. The main character said that he would not be in the city. He demanded that the old man not allow anyone to see him. Lao asked the guy, how many days will he be gone? He reminded that his majesty would soon return, and the marquis's feast would begin. Su replied to his interlocutor that he did not need to be reminded of anything. The guy promised the servant that he would not harm anyone. Xu lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He didn't know if he could return now. The main character concentrated. He tried to sleep so he could return. The guy woke up in his room. His phone was ringing. The interlocutor told Xu that he had not been in touch for a very long time. The main character asked how long he had been out of touch. Jiang replied to his friend that he had not been in touch for a whole day. He wanted to come to him. The main character held the box in his hands. He told a friend that he was in a hotel near the university and would arrive soon. Xu thought to himself excitedly that he spent 2 days in another world and 1 day now here. The main character realized that time flows differently in the 2 worlds. His body experiences twice the stress. The main character excitedly thought to himself that he could start aging much earlier. At the last moment, Xu remembered the foundation pill. She had to help him. The main character was in the hospital. He lay unconscious on the bed. Xu lay with his eyes closed. He had an oxygen mask on his face. Through his sleep, the guy heard the girl's screams. Chu called him. She was nearby. The main character looked ahead. He still didn't have the strength to speak. Chu frightenedly shook her friend. She demanded that the guy wake up. A doctor was sitting nearby at that time. The main character sat up on the bed. He happily called the girl. Chu told the guy not to rush to get up. Shu asked the girl why he was in the hospital. The girlfriend reminded the main character that he fell in the hotel room covered in blood. The main character remembered in fear that he had swallowed the foundation pill. After that, he lost consciousness. The doctor came up and told the girl not to worry. Chu looked at him with interest. The doctor said that the main character's body was fine and better than before. The doctor said that the stains in the hotel had been analyzed. It was impurities in the body, not blood. This is a rare occurrence in medicine. A friend asked the doctor if the guy's health had become much better. Xu looked at his hands. He felt the flow in his body. He was relaxed and comfortable. The girlfriend hugged the main character. She was very glad that he was doing well. Chu told the guy in a joyful voice that she would peel the apples for him. Zhu thanked his girlfriend. At the Gao family villa, the father came to his son. The man wanted to chat with the guy. Gao Shengping's father looked sternly at his son and said that he had been letting him down lately. The son wanted to tell his father something important about the main character. The father reminded the guy that he had to win the girl's heart and marry her. Then the company would be in their hands. The guy thought about it. He realized that there was no way he could marry the girl. The father sternly told his son that this was his last chance. If there is no success, he will go to study abroad. The guy was scared. He knew that if he left, he would not be able to claim the inheritance. The father told his son that he could leave. The son bowed and told the father that he would do so. The man was looking out the window at that time. The guy was angry. He realized that the main character was to blame for everything. Su was in the hospital. The girl peeled apples for him. Chu wanted to explain to the guy about the past incident with her mother. The main character answered the girl that he did not blame her mother. The girl looked at her friend and told him not to worry. She won't have problems with her mother. The guy asked about his parents. Chu answered her friend that his parents had gone home. Also, the main character got away from the university and he doesn't need to worry. Chu continued to peel the apple. She told the guy that she gave 2 baskets of herbs and a box to her friend Qian Shu. The main character told his girlfriend that she was very caring. He also wanted to tell her something about his things. Chu handed the peeled apple to her friend. She told him that she was just calming him down. She won't ask him anything anymore. The man was in the Gao family villa. He was busy reading a book. A woman named Chen Ning asked her husband if he was putting too much pressure on Gawy Yang. The father said that their family is different from other families. They are stronger than the others, since they strictly selected heirs. The woman asked why they have so many illegitimate children. The man replied that the son could be illegitimate, but the main thing is that he be strong. The wife told her husband that it was a punishment for her to be married to him. The man asked the woman, doesn't she like it when she enjoys fame, wealth, and respect? At this time, some noise was heard from the side. The man and woman turned to the side. The mother at the door sternly asked her son, what is he doing here? The guy replied that his father's philosophy was completely correct. He can't fail. Gao thought angrily to himself that he must definitely become Gao's heir and marry the girl at any cost. The guy shouted to the woman that she should help him. The mother answered her son that he might quarrel with his brother. She recalled that she has 2 sons. At this time, another person appeared along the corridor. Gao was thinking about his own things at that time. The guy came up and demanded from his mother that she help his brother. Gao turned around excitedly. He looked at his brother angrily and with interest. Gao Chen told his mother to help the guy and everything would be fine. The interlocutor joyfully asked his brother, is he really okay with it? Chen told his younger brother that in this way he could actually realize his own inability in order to completely disgrace himself. Gao stepped aside. He was very dejected and depressed. His brother walked further down the corridor and laughed to himself. The main character entered the men's dormitory. The effect of the pill made his body feel light. The main character stood in front of the stairs. He decided to overcome it in one leap. Xu accelerated and ran up the stairs very quickly. The student nearby was surprised when he saw that the main character quickly jumped up. The main character, after a big jump, calmly continued on foot. He was surprised. The student asked the guy if he wanted to join a sports club. Xu thanked his interlocutor. The main character walked along the corridor. He thought to himself that he had become stronger thanks to the foundation pill. The main character went into the room with his friends. They greeted him. Jiang said that his 2 friends went to deal with the herbs he brought. The student said that Chu approached him about opening a company. The main character asked his friend if he had already planned everything. Jiang was holding a stack of documents in his hands. He said the plan to start the company went smoothly, thanks to the herbal sales. The main character was very joyful. Jiang at this time handed him a stack of documents. The main character told his friend that he trusted him. Jiang responded dissatisfied to his interlocutor that he could no longer work with him. The main character excitedly asked his friend, why is he angry? Jiang explained that opening a company to start a business is a serious matter, but Zhu has a devil-may-care attitude towards it. Su looked after his friend with great excitement and confusion. The main character was sitting at the table and looking at the documents. He thought that after he had the opportunity to travel between worlds, money became nothing to him. Xu read the documents. He noticed that his friend had thought through every detail of the company. Jiang sat on the playground and looked carefully ahead. The student was thoughtful. At this time, a girl came out from the side and noticed him. The student couldn't understand why the straightforward guy was sitting alone. She looked at herself in the mirror. The girl thought. She realized that she didn't have to clean herself up for this student. Student asked Jian why he is not with the main character today. The student turned around and told the girl that she had come here specifically to see him. The interlocutor answered him that she could not bypass him, but now she is leaving. Jiang extended his hand and grabbed the girl. He didn't want to let her go. The student asked the guy in fear, what is he doing? Jiang told the girl that he was in a bad mood and wanted to talk. Interlocutor asked the guy why he wanted to talk to her. Jiang told her, it's sad that everyone else is busy. Jiang told the girl that he was not offended at all by the fact that she was sitting next to him. The student closed her eyes. She felt that her heart was beating very fast. The girl looked at her interlocutor and asked what happened. The student looked at the guy with great attention. Jiang named the name of the main character. The girl answered her interlocutor, that this was her biggest problem. She asked the student why he and his friends became attached to this coward. Jiang replied that the main character is not a coward. Jiang said that the main character has obligations. He can find an approach in controversial situations. The girl asked her friend why he was sad because of the main character. Jiang said that he wanted to help Shu start his business, but it was too hasty. Jiang said that now the main character has a chance to catch up with Xia's company and be in a relationship with Chu's girlfriend. The student told the guy that he was talking nonsense. She reminded him how big the company is. Jiang replied that the company's capitalization was 13.5 billion. The company's assets include real estate. The student extended her hand to her interlocutor and placed her forehead on it. She said he had a fever. Jiang answered his interlocutor in a thoughtful voice that everything was fine with him. The guy sat and looked ahead at the stadium. He said that people can create miracles. Jiang told his interlocutor that a miracle could happen to the main character. Student asked what miracle he was talking about. Shu Fei sat thoughtfully in the room. It's been 2 days already. He has not been able to move to another world for several days, which means that now the frequency of the transition is changing. How can he take anything from there if he moves once a year? Qian Shu entered the room. He asked the boy if he was awake. Shu Fei immediately turned his head towards Qian Shu. He answered his brother that he had not slept for a long time. The guy explained to Shu Fei that he didn't call because he was afraid that he would wake up. Shu Fei apologized to him for being too frivolous and should not have blamed everything on him. The little brother leaned over the boy and asked him if he had read everything. Shu Fei replied that he read it 3 times. He told his brother that he was right because he was betting on his plans for the future, and he should think about what would happen next. Qianshu told Shu Fei that in this case he would take a break from the university and arrange everything. The boy was very surprised. Streams of sweat flowed down his cheeks, but his brother asked him not to worry. The only reason to go to university is to get a good job. If he takes a year off, it will be good if they succeed, but if they fail, he will simply have to go back to school. Shu Fei asked the guy if he was sure about this, and he said that he would do the same. But the brother said that this was not necessary. He has his own affairs to attend to, so let him provide company while he looks after his own affairs. Zhu Fei thought to himself that Qian Shu really decided to help him. The boy believed him. He told his brother that there was a clause in the plan that in the future they would process the herbs themselves. Shu Fei replied that if this happened, then the partnership with the elder and the younger would have to be terminated. Qian Shu looked at the boy carefully and said that it was better not to cooperate with them. The profit from raw materials is too small. And for the future development of the company, it will definitely require independent processing of herbs. It's only a matter of time before they stop working with them. Shu Fei said that by clarifying this in advance, it is easier to avoid conflicts in the future. The brother thought that it would be difficult to reach him. Shu Fei laughed and asked to talk about this when those two returned. And here in front of us is the huge, spacious family villa of the Xia family. A car drove up to the gate. A boy came out with his mother. He told his aunt that he and his mother had come to see her. Auntie was already at the gate and met Mrs. Gao and Gawy Yang. She asked them to go inside. The woman asked why Sister Zia called her Mrs. Gao. Xia laughed and apologized to Sister Gao. In the past few years, Sheng Ping has become the head of the Gao family, and their Gawy Yang is still his deputy. Sister Xia asked the boys to sit down. The guy asked if Grandfather Xia had not already recognized Chu as the heir. Is your aunt worried about this? The aunt replied that the Xia family, it is not just Chu Qian and her. Chu Qian will have problems managing the entire company. The 2 younger Chu brothers have sons, and it is quite possible that the old man will have a new heir. Madame Gao suddenly laughed. Why is his sister laughing at him? The woman explained that her sister had misunderstood her. She laughed because his daughter Chu Qian is so young and just needs help. As they know, she loves her little son. Recently, she transferred her shares and resources of her Chen family to Gawy Yang. Auntie wondered if she really gave all her resources to Gawy Yang. Lady Gao replied that she was still afraid that Gawy Yang would not be able to compete with his brother, so she also wanted to help him. She thinks she knows why she's here. Sister Zia began to speculate and asked if it was because of marriage. The woman exclaimed that her sister was incredibly smart. Moreover, they are childhood friends. Lady Gao turned to Sister Xia and said that they had come to discuss the engagement ceremony. Gawy Yang told his aunt that he had thought through everything that would happen after the wedding. Looking his aunt straight in the eyes, he began to explain. He said that he would become the heir to the Gao family, and he and Chu would have 2 boys, One they would call Gao, and his surname was Xia. And my aunt was seriously scared and very surprised. She asked if this was true. The boy answered his aunt that she should believe that he has real feelings for her daughter. She needs him too. Mrs. Gao said that now is a time when their families need each other, and they see their children growing up, so there's no need to worry. Aunt closed her eyes and bowed her head, and quietly said that this was really good. She was very fascinated by her son at first sight, but does Gao Yang know something? Chu Chen only thinks about that poor guy. Her daughter resists her engagement to Gao Yang. Aunt explained that old man Zia cares about her, so she can't force her. Gao Yang closed his eyes and asked his aunt not to worry about it, after which he opened them and looked at his aunt. The guy explained that as long as their two families agreed, he could force her to agree. The aunt exclaimed that there was no need to harm her daughter. Gao Yang replied that he would not and would not allow anyone to harm Chu even if he was beaten. The boy decided to use that poor guy Xu Fei. His gaze was very insidious. Aunt became very worried and asked what he meant. Gao Yang explained that Xu Fei was Su Qian's weak point. If he forces Chu to marry him, then everything will be fine. The boy asked his aunt not to accuse him of aggressiveness under any circumstances, but the aunt looked into his eyes and said that she had long wanted to teach this poor guy a lesson. After this conversation, for some reason, everyone felt much lighter in their souls. Let's go back to the men's dormitory. One of the guys told the third brother that he was great, he will have a great business. It's a very precise plan, and the two of them are just amazing. If they start a company, could they let him be the vice president? This is very prestigious. Xu Fei responded with an apology that he had been talking about the plan since the two of them first arrived. If he processes the herbs himself, he will not supply herbs to them for processing in the future. The guy replied that this makes sense. It's more profitable for him to do the processing, so don't let him worry. The second one said he was right. He worries too much. Don't let him be such a weakling. Xu Fei looked at the guys, as usual, thinking about something of his own. He didn't want to argue with them. Qian Shu, listening to the conversation, simply lowered his head down and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything. A different world is before us. Houses of the Marquise. There was a full moon outside. The moon illuminated everything around. The girl sat alone on the balcony looking somewhere into the distance into the starry, bright sky. Apparently, she remembered what happened to her. First, trauma along the way. The boy approached the girl and told Shannon that he had brought her favorite wine again. The lady said he was trying to find a way to help her raise money for her army. As expected from the Juan Fu family, so many people raised lanterns into the open sky. The old man approached the lady and explained to her that Xu Fei was not in the room. The girl replied that she understood everything. She continued to sit by the window looking at the starry sky and thinking about where Xu Fei was and what he was doing now. Meanwhile, inside the office building, Xu Fei asked if their company would be here. They only discussed the plan yesterday, and today they have already found an office. Qian Shu said that it was thanks to Sister Chu that they were able to rent an office so quickly with all the formalities in place. The guy handed the keys to Xu Fei. The boy asked him why there were so many keys. Qian Shu replied that he had to go somewhere on business again. The older sister rented 2 apartments with them near the university. He asked to call him when he needed anything. Xu Fei became upset and asked if he really told his sister about his affairs. The guy replied that only 2 idiots in the dorm believed that his herbs were found in the mountains. Xu Fei began to explain to Qian Shu that the herbs were indeed from the mountains, but the guy asked not to tell him fairy tales. The boy said that the main thing is that he wants to create a company and be with Chu, which he is already tired of. Qian Shu asked the boy what he was talking about. He explained that he had a goal to make their company as big as Jia's. Meanwhile, events are taking place in the women's dormitory. The girls had music playing in their rooms. One of them said, turning to the other, that the drying of clothes was completed. The second replied that she saw her for the first time on the balcony. She said that she heard that Xu Fei went into business. The girl replied that yes, but why did her boyfriend suddenly start bothering her? The girl replied that he was not bothering her, she was just asking. But the friend did not let up and began to insist that Jiaxue wanted to ask about Qian Shu. Then Jiaxue could not resist and told her that it knew everything. She asked her to speak immediately. The girl explained that Qian Shu went to help Xu Fei open his business. Jiaxue said that she only found out today that he was taking a break from his studies. A friend began to reassure her. It so happened that they were doing an internship this semester. She wanted to offer her something, but the girl replied that there was no way. She is still a student, so she cannot work under Qian Shu. She has a stake in their company. She invited her to become vice president in charge of personnel and recruiting. Jiaxue replied that then she could help them. This is all for the sake of seeing Qianshu. At this time, someone rang the bell. Then he opened the door and entered the room. Shu Fei closed the door behind him and was glad that he had finally finished. It's time for him to get to work. And so the boy took and opened his computer. He went about his business. He entered sugar production methods into the Google search bar. Then he began to process the information. He redid a lot of work and breathed a sigh of relief after finally printing everything out. The boy thought that this was what would help him in this world. He was seriously tired. He doesn't know whether he will go to another world today, but he really wants to sleep. Shu Fei finally lay down on his bed and thought that it was very comfortable. When the boy fell asleep, he again began to be transported to another world. He opened his eyes and sighed with relief. Shu Fei realized that he had indeed returned. He was glad that he had time to prepare for this. The old man again called the boy master. He exclaimed that his master had finally returned and explained that there would be a celebratory dinner tomorrow. Luckily, he made it to him. Shu Fei replied that he would also like to ask him, after winning the battle so long ago, why he was only now organizing a celebration. The old man replied that he didn't know, but His Majesty the Emperor was cultivating and was a little late, which is why it was so late. The boy was surprised that the emperor was cultivating. What about the country? Didn't any of the officials of the dynasty protest? The man replied that he would tell more about this later. First, Zhu Fei needs to try on his outfit for tomorrow's dinner to see if it fits. When the boy got dressed, he exclaimed that this outfit was not very good. But the old man replied that this was not the case. This is a slave's clothing. After which, he immediately went to get the gentleman's clothes and brought him an outfit. He asked Shu Fei what kind of papers they were. The boy replied that he could not simply leave the building that he won from Qian Renze unattended. This is exactly the business that he will be engaged in. The old man was surprised. He asked if the gentleman would sell rare treasures, but the boy gave him a mischievous look and replied that this was a small business. He hugged the old man and explained that they would do a real business for the masses of people. Shu Fei asked. What about the property he asked to buy? The old man replied that he was able to buy out 5 of the 10 stores. In the end, the marquis sold everything at a cheap price, but it wouldn't be possible to buy back that way. Shu Fei said that he needed to start a business, individual painting with a beautiful woman. Only 20 taels for one. The old man asked the gentleman what he was doing. The boy laughed and replied that this idea would bring them a lot of profit. The man replied that it was cool, except that they had already started doing this. The boy gave him a confused look and asked if this was the Yun Chamber of Commerce. The old man said that he understood him correctly. Shu Fei replied that this Chamber of Commerce is not simple. One of the servants came up and told the master that young Master Yun wanted to see him. Shu Fei exclaimed that if you remember the devil, he will appear. The old man said that if they were engaged in the same business, then it was better not to meet with this person. But Shu Fei asked to be invited to the main hall. Meanwhile, Marquise was at the Janbei army training site. She pulled the bowstring to shoot the arrow right at the target. She got ready and, taking a closer look, shot an arrow right at the top 10. The guys who watched her said that Marquise was really good at riding and shooting. They watched the second arrow hit the second one, splitting it in half. The guys opened their mouths, very surprised. It was absolutely amazing. How she could hit an arrow with an arrow is simply incredible. Marquise is truly magnificent. All you could hear was shouts of how wonderful she was. One of the minions told the Marchioness that the Yun Chamber of Commerce asked them to return the dragon halberd to her. The other guy couldn't understand why it was returned, what the Chamber of Commerce even does. Young Master Yun said that their previous lack of assistance was due to the current situation. Now he wants to do business with Mr. Shu, so as a sign of gratitude, he sends them a dragon halberd. He said so. They asked the Marchioness that now that her husband had returned her weapon, when would she allow them to meet him? They heard that Mr. Shu had also raised their winter salaries. The girl replied that she agreed and would somehow bring him to their camp. She mounted her horse and exclaimed that she was returning home, and she told the guy that he could continue his training. He looked after her in surprise. And here in front of us is the house of the Marquise of Zhenbei. Mr. Yun told Shu Fei that he had not seen him for a long time. He became even more energetic. The boy replied that he wanted to get down to business and asked if he had come for photo paper. The guy replied that he didn't know that the paper used for that item was called photo paper. Did Mr. Zhu know that he was coming? Shu Fei replied that he won't lie. He was going to start his own painting business. But now that he is here, Yoon asked if Mr. Shu was interested in mutually beneficial cooperation. The boy replied that it was cunning. He will be engaged in this business in the capital and will provide photographic paper outside the capital in the amount of 40% of the price of the painting. Zhu Fei asked Mr. Yoon not to complicate the situation because they are not in the market. The guy closed his eyes and asked how many divine objects and photo paper he could put in the Yunheim chamber. Zhu Fei replied that 30 cameras and 10,000 sheets of photographic paper. Yoon immediately glanced at the boy. The old man was also surprised by such a large number. The boy asked Old Man Lao to bring everything he said here. The old man immediately obeyed and went to get what he needed. Zhu Fei showed a divine item that can quickly make a picture, and it is called a camera. Old Man Lao said that this would be enough for 200 portraits. The rest he will deliver to him one by one. Yoon thanked the old man and said that he hoped they would have a long and strong cooperation. Yoon wanted to say one more thing to Mr. Shu outside of his official duties. He heard that the prince was planning to team up with him. His sister is a young woman of 28 years old, and she can play the piano, play chess, calligraphy, and painting a little. When the boy looked at the photo, he found it very cute. She is 28 years old, but she looks 16. The boy replied to Mr. Yoon that he really appreciated his kindness. He is 16 years old and has no plans to get married yet. Then Yoon asked if he really didn't like girls older than him. Zhu Fei replied that this was not the case. He tried to explain that the Marchioness would never agree to a divorce. Yoon replied that currently young Master Shu is weak and has no external support. But if they are the Yoon Chamber of Commerce, then a voice came from behind them. The girl asked what he meant about the Yoon Chamber of Commerce. The Marquise appeared on the threshold. She would like to know what young Master Yoon is going to do. Yoon closed his eyes and greeted the Marquise. The girl looked at him displeased and chuckled. She asked again what the Yoon Chamber of Commerce wanted to do. The guy replied that given the current situation of her home, it was fair to say that it was really a good idea to hold on to Mr. Fei like that. The Marquise got angry and asked how dare he tell her about this or whether he was tired of living. Then Mr. Yoon apologized for what he said, once again asking to forgive him. Yoon said that he had heard that the Iron Horsemen of the Red Army of Zhenbei were invincible, but they did not have enough horses. He would like to help them. The Marquise replied that a horse with dragon blood was difficult to find. She has 30,000 horsemen under her command. How many horses can he give her? Mr. Yoon told the girl that he was afraid that now he would not be able to afford so much. However, he just made a great deal with her husband and money is no object. Within 3 years, he would have 30,000 dragon blood horses for the Northern Army. Zhu Fei realized that Yoon planned to exchange 40% of his proceeds for horses. The Marquise asked to give her 100 horses, and she would forgive him for what he just said. Yoon replied that they would be delivered to the northern camp of the city within 3 days. The girl said that without consulting Zhu Fei, she asked for another 30,000 for the dragon blood horses. She will also find a way to pay him back. What if he wants to take the second lady of the Yoon Chamber of Commerce as a concubine? Then he can do it too. Zhu Fei was very surprised by what she was saying and asked her to stop. Did anyone tell her that she was better suited for the battlefield than the capital? The Marquise asked what this meant. The boy replied that it was nothing. He just thought that everything that happened today was possible and was expected by him. The driver was traveling with the master and told him that it was known about the Marquise of Zhenbei that she was unreasonable. So why is he trying to win her over to his side? Yoon replied that they used the 40% of the profit they had agreed with him in exchange for the horses, and 30,000 horses of dragon blood is a significant amount. After such a move, Zhenbei's army will be stronger than before. The imperial court will definitely be more wary of the Juan Fu family. Military requirements will be even more stringent. At this time, the Zhenbei army will be more dependent on them, the Yoon Chamber of Commerce, and they will be supported by the Zhenbei army. The driver replied that this was very wise. But why didn't he pay attention to the Huang Fu family before? Yoon replied that it was because this young Mr. Shu appeared. With him, the family will flourish and become one of the best. The driver asked if Mr. Zhu was really that talented. Yoon replied that in the future he could open their eyes even more. Of course, it is good that 3 generations of the Huang Fu family remained faithful and shed blood in wars, but without Mr. Zhu, the Huang Fu family would decline. The driver said that young Mr. Shu would restore justice. Yoon asked what he meant about justice. Then he laughed, talking about the Huang Fu family. He asked the cab driver if the Yoon family was great, and the guys moved on. In front of us is the house of Prince Zhao Yu. He sat on the ground looking at some bug. The man said that in this form His Highness looks like a city boy. The second replied that he scared him away. The guy said that 100 dragon blood horses were sent to the Zhenbei military camp, and the Yunhai Chamber of Commerce may become closer to the Huang Fu family in the future. The prince wondered, the Huang Fu family is powerful, and the Yun Chamber of Commerce is very rich. These two families, destined to decline, are now united. But the more they cooperate, the more His Majesty becomes afraid. The prince replied that if the emperor had been afraid, then two families would have already been destroyed. The man said that this step would not only bring profit, but also protect the Yun family. It seems he underestimated the young master. The prince replied that Yun Tianyi and Xu Fei would stage a real coup in the capital. The man did not understand what Zhao Yu meant. These princes are rivals. Xiao Zhen watches what is happening, but the struggle for the throne is actually a three-way one, with mutual costs and balances. Without the power to upset their balance, he simply has no chance. After listening to him, the man in the hat replied that he understood everything now. He is looking forward to tomorrow's holiday. Let's move to the Marquise's house. Yu Fei asked if he should go tomorrow. The Marquise replied that at first he should not have. The emperor sent a letter that he wanted to see him, and not only him. In the past few days, the most influential people in the capital have come to this house one after another, and he only met Yun Tianyi. The rest are naturally waiting to meet him at the festive banquet. Xu Fei replied that he was so tired that he was unable to talk to them. The Marquise said that if he feels bad, he doesn't have to go. Nobody will blame him. The boy told the girl that he needed to discuss one more thing with her. He needs a group of reliable people to run his business. The Marquise replied that he could trust the soldiers in the house, but he would have to wait until his grandfather returned. Xu Fei explained to the girl that the soldiers were a little out of shape. The Marquise replied that there were many disabled and wounded soldiers in the Zhenbei army. It is a pity that their northern army is under so much mistrust, and that the provision for wounded soldiers is much worse than in other armies. The military is paid so little that they do not have enough to feed their families, but they don't want to hire them. Finding a solution for disabled soldiers has always been her biggest challenge. Xu Fei thought for a moment and answered the girl that they deserve trust and hope. Bending down in front of the Marquise, the boy asked to give them to him. He will hire them and pay them twice as much, a kind of first step towards improving the treatment of their soldiers. Whether they are disabled, old, or infirm, they are capable of earning their own living if they want, and they help. When asked if his words were true, Xu Fei replied that yes. Meanwhile, the Xia family heiress was thinking about Xu Fei. Maybe it's because he's running a business that he's so busy. How she wanted to go and help him. The girl said that she missed him very much. Then someone knocked on her room. It was her mother. She said she finally saw her daughter. She doesn't even answer her mother's calls for that guy. The girl replied that she said they all needed to calm down a little. The mother went too far last time. The woman said that she had made a mistake last time and there was no need to make a scene. And mom knows that she has her own opinion. She is worried that she is being deceived by this Xu Fei, but in her eyes she is still a child. The girl answered her mother that it was necessary to give Xu Fei some time and he would prove himself. The mother asked not to talk about it anymore. Her grandfather has a family dinner on Friday night. She must appear before her grandfather. After all, she is the heiress of the Xia family. The girl asked if her grandfather had said that she could concentrate on her studies and not go to family dinners. The mother replied that for the sake of grandfather and her, there will be many of their friends there. Does she understand this? The girl bowed her head down and told her mother that she would come. At this time, it was already night. The full moon was shining in the sky. In front of us is the Marquise's house. Xu Fei looked at her and said that they were not married yet, but were already sleeping together. The Marquise answered the boy that this was not the first time. She began to lie down on the bed and asked why he had become so squeamish. Where did he get these things from and why did he disappear? She will not ask. Just don't let him harm the Huang Fu family. The boy promised her to do everything possible to help the family, but he also wants to clear something up for her. Before he came here, he had a girlfriend who he really likes. After these words, the Marquise immediately jumped out of bed. The boy did not expect such a reaction. She stood over the boy. Xu Fei couldn't understand what she was going to do. He blushed and looked fearfully into her eyes. Xu Fei called her by name. The Marquise, without thinking twice, clung to the boy's lips. She began to kiss him passionately. Xu Fei blushed, and when the girl pulled back, he called her by name and waited for an explanation. She said that this was her answer. She can tolerate him liking others. He can take a concubine. He will be hers and they will never divorce. The Marquise turned away from him and continued speaking. If he ever talks about breaking up again, she'll make him dinner. The boy looked in her direction in surprise. Then he suddenly laughed. Xu Fei asked the girl who taught her this, if she kills him, she will suffer. And then the morning of the second day came. Bright sunny sky and light fresh breeze. Xu Fei noticed that it was so early in the morning, and Marquise was training. The girl called him to her. She said she noticed last night that his breathing was long and continuous. Has he already entered the initial stage of body hardening? The boy replied yes. Prince Zhao Yu gave him a pill. The Marquise said that this was normal. If after that he wants to return the pill, then she will give it to him. Xu Fei replied that it was good, but he could not understand it. The Marchioness said that he was the only prince who returned to the capital after the uprising. More than 10 years ago, his grandfather, King Zhenxi, rebelled, and his mother died in the palace. Zhao is a cool relative of the emperor. He was saved from death and sent to cold places. But for some reason, he was returned to the capital several years ago and made a prince. Xu Fei was surprised that he was returned even when he rebelled. The Marchioness explained that the other princes were naturally wary of him. But in the years since his return, he has done everything that a prince should not do. But after some investigation, it turned out that he was not friends with influential officials. He was not an influential person and was not friends with influential people. He didn't do anything in secret. Xu Fei wondered why he gave him this pill. The Marquise replied that she would not let him be offended and took his hand. The boy asked the girl why she was touching him. The Marquise replied that she wanted to look at his muscles and bones. Since he took the foundation pill, she became curious. Xu Fei asked if it could be that he is one of the few martial arts geniuses. The Marquise replied that he was too self-confident and he had a good body. The girl said that it was too early for him to go into battle. First, he needs to learn useful life-saving skills. The boy looked into her eyes and agreed. He asked how he should train. The Marquise explained that she would infuse him with true flame qi, and he would practice the battle song of fire with her. She fears it will take him several years to master his true qi in practice. Xu Fei asked if it would harm her. The girl replied that this was simply the direction of his true energy and it would not do anything to her. The boy thought that this was some kind of amazing feeling. He closed his eyes. His body became hotter and hotter. The Marquise spent all her strength and sighed heavily. She said that she had already done almost everything, after which she said that now he can get up calmly. Thin streams of yellow color came out of the guy's eyes, like lightning. He was completely wrapped in these lightning bolts. Xu Fei asked the girl if this was true qi. Is he now also a martial artist like her? Marquise explained that the foundation pill saved him a lot of time. She led him to a stone slab and asked him to try to break it now. The boy was surprised that she was so fat. The girl explained that in order to feel true qi, it is necessary to collect it inside to strengthen the body. Release outside to attack the enemy. You need to collect your true qi in the palm of your hand. The boy clenched his fist and concentrated on hitting the stone slab. She shattered into pieces. Xu Fei realized that he was not sleeping. He actually broke such a slab with one blow. The Marquise thought that this was not bad and that in the future he would have to practice more. The boy said that everyone says that her martial arts skills are among the top 3 in the world. He asked what she could do. The girl thought about how she could describe it all. She lit up with a bright fiery light and began to break the stone, lifting it up. The boy was surprised how she lifted the stones with her true qi. This flow of truth is so powerful and overwhelming. The Marquise replied that she did not train specifically. It was all the result of fighting in battle. Those who practice martial arts call her realm a martial saint. She again broke the stones into small pieces. Xu Fei thought that she was already among the top 3 in the world, and this must be the strongest realm. He exclaimed that it was amazing that the stones crumbled into dust. The Marquise called him to go and eat. Xu Fei thought about how he didn't know about her strength, but he was talking about divorce. Meanwhile, Prince Zhao Zhen told his servant that one prince was traveling and he, as the crown prince, was looking after the country, but 8 years later his father still did not trust him. The man replied to his majesty that it was for his consideration. If he is too kind to the war king stationed on the border, it's all the Juan Fu family's fault for not surrendering to him, His Highness. Then Prince Yun appeared on the threshold. Zhao Zhen noticed that he had returned. Zhou Tingyun, an official from the Eastern Palace, came to see him. He greeted His Highness the Prince. Yun explained that before leaving, he said that if the Huang Fu family could not be subdued, then they should not be targeted. The Zhenbei army without the Huang Fu family is just scattered sand. The servant answered the prince that he was still young. The prince must capture the Huang Fu family. If the war king rebels, the Huang Fu family will protect his majesty. Zhao Zhen asked permission to think some more. In the imperial room, General Zhu Shiqin told His Majesty that the Huang Fu family had won a great victory over the northern barbarians. We need to reward them with the title of prince, Prime Minister Yu. So Bai did not agree with him. The general exclaimed that the prime minister did not care about them. 3 generations of the Huang Fu family have protected their mountains and rivers, and he is still pressing on them. The emperor of Dian, Zhao Henyang, joined the conversation. He said that everything was fine, but when it came to the Marquise of Zhenbei's reward, the two of them were already arguing. This is another headache. The emperor said that they were both right. He heard that the Marchioness and her husband loved each other very much. He also heard that this man is very good at business. So let them ask the Marquise's husband to join the Ministry of Finance as a reward. The general was again indignant, because Marquise Zhenbei's husband has no merit. How can she be rewarded? The Prime Minister told His Majesty that he was wise. The Emperor said that the issue of rewarding the Huang Fu family had been resolved and the two of them could leave. The men replied that everything would be done. Suddenly, someone called out to the Emperor. He asked if Zhao Feng had seen it. The guy replied that the Huang Fu family is really on a knife's edge, and even with great military successes, its decline is inevitable. The emperor asked if he knew which of the two was truly doing his best for the Huang Fu family. Zhao Feng replied that Prime Minister Wu Mobai does not care about the Huang Fu family. His alignment and mind are aimed at the benefit of the people. The emperor exclaimed that he was pleased with his success on this journey. Meanwhile, before us is a camp in southern Xinjiang. The servant approached the war king of the southern side, Tuoba Zhang. He told His Highness that tomorrow there would be a holiday for the Zhenbei army. Tuoba Zhang asked to inform Li Ying and Wu Ge to be ready, subdue the Huang Fu family after the celebration. In front of us is the residence of the Marquise of Zhenbei. Xu Fei held the edict of the emperor himself in front of him. He asked the Marquise why the emperor suddenly appointed him Minister of the Interior. The girl replied that this is a very good option for the current situation of the Huang Fu family. The boy asked when he would raise money for the army. He needs to be involved in peace talks between the two countries and lead relief efforts. The Marquise said that the Minister of the Interior is not a minor official. If he has merit, he can do whatever he wants. Xu Fei replied that it must be because of her achievements. They could have given the title of prince, but not this. The Marquise said that it did not matter whether he was given the title of prince or not. All achievements are attributed in the Huang Fu family. His Majesty will certainly call him tomorrow, so she advises him to rest and prepare for tomorrow's feast. A huge, beautiful royal palace is located in the area. The Marquise was spinning in a dance. The men sitting at the tables laughed and shouted in delight how wonderful it was. Xu Fei asked the girl to stop putting food on him and eat with him. It seems to him that they are all watching them. The girl replied that they were watching because she was the Marchioness. In the capital, she is the Marchioness of Zhenbei. In front of him, she is simply his wife. This naturally serves him. Prince Zhao Zhen raised his eyebrows to his nose and asked what this kid was capable of that the Marquise would treat him like that. The guy replied to his brother that he must not have communicated with Mr. Zhu. He is a wonderful person. The prince said that it would be better for him if he stayed away from the Huang Fu family. The boy closed his eyes, lowered his head, and replied that he had taken note of his words. He continued to sit calmly at the table. The others were wary. The emperor asked the Marquise to sit down with him and drink a little together. The girl stood up from the table and bowed before the emperor. She immediately obeyed him. The servant spoke of what was expected of the victorious Marquise of Zhenbei. The guys were jealous that she had the opportunity to sit next to the emperor. Xu Fei, in turn, held onto a glass of delicious red wine. The emperor asked the girl if she would be angry because he forced her to sit separately from her husband. The Marquise replied that she simply wouldn't dare. The emperor said that as soon as he returned, he heard that the bravest and strongest woman had found a husband. He was interested to know what kind of man the Marquise could fall in love with. The girl replied that she was confident in this man and would never leave him. Young Master Zhu placed his glass on the table. Prince Zhao Jin told Xu Fei, raising his glass, that he would like to drink for the guy who opened his eyes to his wonderful creations. The prince rose to his feet and, glass in hand, told Xu Fei that he wanted to raise a toast to him. The boy also stood near the table and thanked the prince, looking into his eyes. Zhao Jun said that he was interested in knowing where Mr. Shu got the divine items sold at the Huang Fu auction house the other day. This question seemed to hit the boy on the head. Streams of sweat ran down his face. Then the prince's brother intervened in the conversation. He asked him if this question was too harsh. After all, divine items are the basis of Mr. Aju. So how can he tell this? He thinks the prince is too rude? Zhao Zhen replied that he was harsh, but didn't his brother remember his words? The guy said that he remembered. He has a very good memory, but apparently my brother forgot something. The Minister of War told His Highness that he had misunderstood. It was he who asked to inquire about this issue. The Minister of Home Affairs added that, after all, Mr. Shu's origins are a mystery. He also has such divine objects. They experience everything. Xu Fei could not understand why all this fuss was about the festive dinner. The employees decided that the husband of the Huang Fu family was indeed a mysterious person. They cannot solve this mystery and where he got these items from. The presence of such a person of unknown origin in the imperial court is a big problem. The Marquise asked the emperor what he was talking about. She told His Majesty that she was afraid that today she would have to be impolite in front of him. The emperor replied that it did not matter, because it was her holiday. The girl thanked His Majesty and bowed before him. The Marquise cast a contemptuous glance at the others. She stood up to explain to them, and she said that her husband had lost his memory and did not remember where he was from. He only remembers how to make some items, and they call these objects divine. Xu Fei was surprised by this turn of events. The guys around were surprised that the guy had lost his memory. The Marquise asked if they thought she was lying. Any lie before His Majesty is a crime. She asked Feng Zhang if he was accusing her of cheating. The man replied that he didn't dare and he didn't say that. He fell to his knees in front of the girl, bending down. The Marquise asked how he dared interrogate her husband at her holiday. The emperor said that he trusted the Marquis of Zhenbei and he also trusted the minister Xu Fei. And no more discussions. The others exclaimed that His Majesty was wise. The emperor said that he saw love for Xu Fei in the Marquise's eyes. Today, he personally gives permission for the marriage, and the wedding will be organized according to the imperial family. The highest official wanted to say something, but the emperor stopped him and said that there were no objections. The Marquise was raised by him, as were his children. The men replied that His Majesty had shown such kindness to the Huang Fu family. Anyone who wants to touch Marquise will have to think twice. Meanwhile, on the street in the capital after the celebration, a horse-drawn carriage was moving along the road. Commander Li Yang noticed that it was the Huang Fu family's carriage. He gave orders to look after her. They will do what they were told. Xu Fei told Marquise that she had shouldered all the pressure just now at the holiday party. She knows that he does not have amnesia. The girl replied that she had already missed several times and would always believe him. He saved her life, was able to collect winter clothes for the Northern Army, and left the store to Huang Fu. He also took care of the wounded and disabled. She remembers all this, but as for who he is and where he came from, suddenly the girl was warned about an enemy attack. She reacted with lightning speed and grabbed the arrow that was flying straight at her. Xu Fei said that they probably came for him, so it was better for her to stay in the carriage and he would go and meet them. The people who hunted them said that today they would put an end to the life of the Marquise. The girl gave orders to Huang Ti to protect Xu Fei. The guy immediately agreed and took the weapon in his hands. One of the rebels ran up to the Marquise and began to attack her using edged weapons. The girl immediately took out her spear and began to repel the enemy's attack. The man exclaimed that even if she was in the martial saint realm, she still underestimated him by throwing her arrow by hand. The guy put his weapon out in time and the arrow hit the cold metal. But he did not expect that her arrow would be stronger than his weapon. She simply broke his sword. Then it pierced right through the chest, exiting through the back. Everything around lit up with a bright red flame. The second rebel heard a sound nearby. He didn't expect the girl to be next to him. The Marquise suddenly came up from behind and struck him with a strong blow with her hand. The guy fell on the stones, breaking them with his body. He hit his head and coughed up blood. The Marquise exclaimed that they were crazy for wanting to kill her. What kind of joke is this? Commander Li Yang said that this was expected from one of the top 3 martial artists. He gave the order to everyone to retreat, and he himself decided to take care of the market. The Marquise told the mask that when she was returning after the victory, he was among those who ambushed her and wanted to kill her. If it weren't for her husband, she would have been killed at that time. The man replied that it was very offensive. But this time she won't run away from him. and so he accelerated, raising his weapon upward. Commander Li Yang exclaimed that he would personally kill her today. The girl skillfully dodged the attack, after which she flew up as high as possible. The man was on the ground preparing for another blow. He pushed her back with his strength. The guys noticed that the commander was as strong as the Marquise, the guy called his mistress. He held a dragon halberd in his hands, and he got up to speed and threw it towards the girl. She flew up to the Marquise with lightning speed, and the girl immediately grabbed the halberd with one hand. She grabbed the weapon tightly and pointed it towards the enemy. She asked the man if he told her that she had run away, and she added that he dreamed all this. The Marquise made a circle with her halberd. Commander Li Yang realized that things were bad and grabbed his weapon and rose up. The girl realized that he was trying to leave. She took the halberd in her hands and followed him into the sky. One of the commander's men told the Marquise's defender that there were very few of them here. The guy asked what it was. They asked him not to underestimate them, and they raised their swords over the guy's head. None of them will pass. The guy exclaimed that he will not allow them to capture the Marquise. The opponents noticed that he had a high cultivation level. The Marquise was lured out, so they can kill Xu Fei now. The guy noticed that the first thing they did was not target the Marquise, but Xu Fei. This is also good. He silently asked the boy not to blame him for this. He's not good enough for the Marchioness. At this time, a big man with a powerful weapon in his hands appeared behind him. Meanwhile, the Marquise was already catching up with her escaped opponent. He didn't expect her to catch up with him so quickly, and he prepared to repel the attack. The girl raised the halberd as high above her head as possible, preparing to attack. The man raised his sharp sword in an attempt to defend himself. He stood firmly on his feet. Commander Li Yang realized that if he missed the blow, his bones would simply break. After all, the Marquise was very strong. The girl asked what else he was hiding. The man suddenly coughed. He was already next to her. The Marquise began to attack the commander. He blocked with his sharp sword. His blows always killed his opponents, but why didn't it work for her? The girl realized that he had an illusion that he could defeat her. Because he is in the same martial saint realm as him, she pushed the man away with her strength. He must be Li Yang, the commander of the enemy troops, the warlord, the sword king who is behind him. He is called the second most powerful person in the world. The man held his sword while sitting on the ground. Her strength was too swift against him. A bright stream of light swirled around them. The girl was in a yellow glow of rays. Commander Li Yang began to cough. A huge explosion occurred next to him. The Marquise asked to ask that wounded guy, will he have the courage to fight her to the death? The guy replied that she really deserves her title. The girl asked if he thought they were still targeting him this time. Then it seemed to dawn on her. She remembered Xu Fei. The Marquise was informed that an attempt had been made on the boy's life, and nothing was known about his life yet. The prince's brother asked who did it. Is it really Toba Zheng? He was told that most likely yes. It's not fun when the king of war gets his way. Mr. Xu cannot be killed so easily. The guy was squatting with his head down. He told the lady that he was able to protect Xu Fei. Suddenly, there was some kind of explosion. It was like glass was shattering around. The boy opened his eyes. There was a bright, fiery flash in them. He shouted the girl's name. He repeated the same thing all the time, calling on the Marquise. When the boy woke up, he saw his dorm room in front of him. He was scared to death, but he is blessed. He never thought he could recover from something like this. This is the first time he stood up like that and hasn't been hurt since that hit. He was scared to death. Little brother looked into Xu Fei's room and asked if he had returned. He added that he had just visited his girlfriend. The guy explained that she said she really missed him. He asked if the boy brought the goods this time. Brother Qian was asked to eat more. Brother Xu was also treated to laughing and smiling. The brother showed him how much money they had on the card. Xu Fei replied that only after eating and looking at the map did he believe that this was not a dream. The brother replied that everything would be fine with them and asked him not to worry. As long as there are enough goods, the rate of accumulation of wealth will exceed all his expectations. They may not talk about it anymore. The boy took out his phone and Chu Chen called him. The girl exclaimed that she was proud of him. She will have a gala dinner. Her mother asked her to go see him. She would like to join them this evening to visit their office. The mother told her daughter that she was talking to that brat again, but the girl asked to stop saying that. Didn't she say that she wanted to give her brother a chance and get to know him better? Hearing this, Xu Fei's face changed. Chu Qin began to explain that this was her mother. She wanted to continue but said that they would talk about it later. The boy thought that his sister was studying hard. They will still have the opportunity. He also wants to be with her all the time. The girl called the boy by name, but the mother asked her daughter to hang up quickly. Su Fei thought that he should not go through such dangerous things like today again. Tianshu walked up to the boy and told him that he wanted to ask something. He stared at him and, looking into his eyes, asked what happened to his vision. Shu Fei understood what the guy was talking about. He can see everything perfectly even without glasses. Is this really due to the increase in cultivation level? He never thought his vision would ever improve. It's hard to say. If he were a normal person, he would die today. I wonder how Marquise is doing now. While the guy was thinking, some girl came up and exclaimed that she had finally found the two of them. She slammed her hand on the table and asked why they both weren't answering her calls. Chen Shu replied that their cell phones were on silent. Shu Fei said that he heard that Sister Chu was going to the festival. The girl exclaimed that this was not all she wanted to say. Does he know that Chu Qian is engaged to Gawy Yang? Shu Fei did not expect this turn of events. How could Chu Qian get engaged to Gawy Yang? People around said when they saw the daughter of the Xia family, the Gao family and the Xia family were incredible. She is very beautiful. The mother turned to her daughter, but she rudely asked what she wanted from her. The daughter was wondering why they had to go out that way. The mother explained that she was the queen of the party, which is why they went out that way. Gao Yang saw the girl and called her his princess. Looking into her eyes, he exclaimed that he had been waiting for her for a very long time. People around said that they looked very good together. They were welcomed to their engagement party. All the influential people of the city gathered here. The guests couldn't stop talking about what a beautiful woman she was. Mother told Chu Qian that she did this for her. Beads of sweat ran down the girl's face. She was very upset and angry with her mother. She looked at her mother with a contemptuous, angry look. Chu Qian could not accept her mother's choice. She asked if she thought she would obey her. The opinions of others are important to her. The guy told Chu Qian that he only invited nobles and their children. He just pretends that they are together. But he can do it, of course. He knows that she can't just be convinced. Meanwhile, Shu Fei was asked why he was running so fast. He is the one who should hurry up and find his sister Chu. It's in a different area and he's running in the wrong direction. Tianxu exclaimed that she was not so easy to conquer. He advised the boy to run faster, but then someone blocked the two of them. There were many people in black suits and glasses. They must take it quickly, if of course they can get through this wall. Chu Qian looked at her new fiancé with contempt. The guy said that he had already told her that her family would be her weakness. Moreover, he knows that she will not disgrace herself and will not break her promise in front of everyone. But what if he continues to humiliate and bother her boyfriend? He can't wait for them to get married and have a son. She is afraid that her position among these people will change because of her Shu Fei. He said that he could help her. She is the heiress of the Xia company. He told the girl that he and she would get married and have a child. He will transfer the shares of Xia company to this child. He would let her live with that trash Shu Fei for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Tianshu and Shu Fei stood in front of people wearing black suits and sunglasses. Tianshu asked them to go first, and he would try to delay these guys. The girl exclaimed, turning to the botanist that she would help him, but the guy asked her to take Shu Fei and get out of here. The girl got angry and exclaimed that she was going to hit him, but the guy replied that this would not help her in any way and that they should leave quickly. The girl called him stupid and said that if he was #1 on the list of the best students, it didn't mean anything. She will soon become the first. Shu Fei asked the guys to calm down quickly, but they both turned to him and asked him to close his mouth. They asked him to leave here quickly. One of the opponents had already tried to strike Qianshu. The boy dodged this blow in time. His reaction was lightning fast. When the guy was about to attack Qianshu again, Shu Fei came to his defense. With one deft movement, he made a move against his opponent. Qianshu and the girl were simply shocked by what was happening. They opened their mouths looking at him. The boy asked to talk about it later. And now he urgently needs to get to his sister. The night city was illuminated by lanterns. There were many light bulbs burning in the houses. Everything in the palace shone with bright light. Gao Yang told Chu Ken that he was giving her a helping hand and helping her, and she was helping him. If he behaves well, the engagement banquet will end faster. Gao Yang added that everyone was waiting for them. He asked the guys to excuse him as he was a little shy. Therefore, there was a slight delay. Their engagement party is finally open. Suddenly, someone burst into the room and asked if he was worthy to marry her. The guys did not expect such a turn of events, and all opened their eyes wide. Shu Fei pierced the guy with a menacing look and apologized for being late. Meanwhile, the girl followed Qianshu. She asked him to wait for her and asked if he could hear her. What exactly is going on here? She didn't know that Xu Fei was a martial arts practitioner. The guy replied that he was also very interested in it. But what happened now is not included in any framework. They need to get out of here quickly. Meanwhile, Gao Yang asked the boy how he did it. Xu Fei replied that he was a little late. When Xu Fei sorted everything out, the girl rushed to meet him. She hugged him and told him that she knew he would be okay. The boy was a little angry. His blood was pulsating. He was angry that she got engaged to this scoundrel. The girl hugged the boy and exclaimed that she was very glad to see him here. Gao Yang saw this and thought it was some kind of joke. He asked someone to remove this piece of garbage from here. He asked Xu Fei what he was looking at, and he asked his people to quickly get him out of here. Meanwhile, some man was saying that young people in their time are becoming more and more capable. They have their own ideas. It's time for his old bones to move aside. The man in the wheelchair asked Zia Hao to come see him quickly. The guy asked, seeing his father in front of him, what brought him here? Beads of sweat ran down his face. He asked his father to let him explain everything. But my father asked me to stop talking nonsense. Did he really think that he could make an alliance with the Gao family? The father continued to explain that one day he would lose his company because of him and his wife. It was the first time he saw his granddaughter in this state. The old man can't even retire because of what they do. He forced her to get engaged to that boy from the Gao family. This shouldn't happen. He put his hand forward and said that he couldn't lose the company because of the two of them. The old man exclaimed that it was because of the two of them that Chu Qian was suffering. He looked him sternly in the eyes and added that she was suffering because of his holy head. The old man raised his hand with a sword above the guy's head and said that he dared to lie to him. The old man hit him with a sword and called him a liar. The guy immediately screamed in pain. The man asked the guy what she was doing here, and he glanced at the woman. The girl's mother was very surprised and told her father that it was all for Chu Qian's sake. Then the man looked menacingly into her eyes and said that he was not touching her because she was her mother. She and her husband will no longer control even a small share of the company. Gao Yang was very scared. He couldn't understand what was happening. He can't even stand still. This strange old man is the creator of Zia Corporation. He exudes an aura of greatness. The old man called the guy useless, and how can he still want to marry his little granddaughter? He asked Andrew, since he was here, to tell them more about it. Another old man approached them and immediately obeyed his master. Xu Fei, looking at him, recognized him as someone. Gao Yang recognized this man as a lawyer for grave verdict. Chu Qian looked at the boy with contempt. Now let's see what he says. The man was holding some kind of flash drive in front of him. He asked the guys to listen to this first. Gao Yang became even more frightened. He asked what he had there. He knows that he doesn't want to embarrass himself and break his word in front of everyone. He doesn't want him to bother him with his boyfriend and embarrass him. He'll let him go when they get married and have a child. The guy responded by asking if he would then transfer all the shares of the company to his son. In this way, they will help each other. People around heard Gao Yang's voice on the flash drive. The man said that they heard everything, and now everyone knows what happened. Gao Yang blackmailed Chu Qian, and not only her, the boy was dumbfounded by what was happening. The guests began to say that they could not believe that the Gao family had such a son. How dare he use such a vile method? They thought that this couple really loved each other. Gao Shengping doesn't even keep an eye on his son. This is considered a crime. The man approached Gao Yang and said that he was threatening his clinic. He will now protect her. The man snapped 2 fingers, after which 2 guys approached them. The girl showed her ID and said he was engaging in intimidation with the intent to harm the physical safety of another person. Looking at the boy, she added that they should arrest him immediately. They apologized and said that they would take Mr. Gao Yang to the station to give evidence. They are going to take him away immediately. The guy was seriously scared that he might be arrested. Looking at his hands and stretching them forward, he realized that his brilliant plan had failed. He looked at Chu Qian in surprise at this woman. Gao Yang started shouting at Chu Qian. He called her a pathetic creature. He exclaimed that Chu Qian and Xu Fei had teamed up to frame him. This is not his voice. He said that these people had been in cahoots for a long time. He did all this just for the sake of the Gao family. The guy kept saying that they faked this recording. Then his brother intervened in the conversation. He asked the guy to calm down in time. When a losing loser barks about his innocence, it makes him even worse. He asked if the guy would continue to disgrace the Gao family and called him trash. Gao Yang was shocked that his brother would say such a thing to him. He looked at him with a contemptuous look. The brother continued to say that he brought a lot of shame. He didn't stop loading the guy up, and he asked him if he thought he had any choice now. There was a woman standing behind the boy. She got angry and asked how he could say that since he was his brother. The guy replied that his brother had disgraced his family. She herself should understand this. He is old enough to bear the consequences himself. Has she forgotten what a father is like when he is angry? When he finds out about this, he clearly will not approve. Let him think carefully about what he has done. Let him forgive the younger scum. Chu Tian looked after him and said that she was glad that she would never see him again. The guy said that the law would punish him. The guy told the gentleman that he was sorry that his father raised his brother so poorly. He doesn't have time to make amends personally. The old man replied that he would forget it, but if this happens again, let him not blame the old man for what he does. The guy agreed with him and asked the old man not to worry. He assured that this would not happen again. The guy told Chu Tian that after a few years, he saw her during this time and she became even more beautiful. His brother crossed her path and will be held accountable for it. She now has no fiancé, but he has no desire like his loser brother to marry a monster like her. Xu Fei, hearing this phrase, asked the guy who he called a monster. Looking into his eyes, he asked to immediately apologize to his sister. The girl did not expect such impudence from Xu Fei. The guy looked sternly into his eyes. He told Xu Fei that with his level, he was not bad for an ascended martial artist. The guy continued to say that he has no power. Xu Fei was very surprised by what this man said. He continued to say that at first glance, Xu Fei seemed like an ordinary guy to him, but that was not the case at all. And now she and her mother are leaving. Xu Fei couldn't understand how this guy knew about him. He said he was an ascended martial artist. The boy looked into the old man's eyes. They were very wise and knowledgeable. The man called him an ascended martial artist. It can't be just words. Xu Fei decided to ask the Marquise about this ascended martial artist. This is very interesting and worth paying attention to. The old man chuckled and approached the boy. He said that his name was Xu, but he liked him. Even if he helped him, he is no different from Gawy Yang. Looking into his eyes, he added that the old man would not torment him with his conversations. Since he's here, he has something to say. He's not going to stay here long. His granddaughter Chu Tian has been dating a guy for a long time. Therefore, Chu Tian and Xu Fei should get engaged. The girl was very surprised and asked what her grandfather was saying. He approached the boy and asked him and the whole family to give him a guarantee. Xu Fei realized that his grandfather was serious. He exhaled and looked into his eyes. After that, I asked my grandfather not to worry, and he promised not to disappoint his granddaughter. He will always help her. Grandfather looked at him menacingly and asked what he was saying. He must protect her. He doesn't know what his granddaughter sees in him. Chu Tian asked her grandfather to stop torturing Xu Fei. Her grandfather didn't notice that he said something wrong. He asked the girl if she wanted to go for a walk with him, and he asked her not to be angry. He could take her for a ride in his stroller. Xu Fei noticed that grandfather changed his mood very sharply. He coughed and then told his granddaughter that her boyfriend has some very strange smile. He talks very little. But the boy, on the contrary, noticed that the old man was talking too much. Grandfather continued to say that looking at them, he thinks they will soon have many children. The girl got angry and asked what he was saying. Her grandfather must be joking. He replied that the old man did not have long to live and they could not even listen to him. Therefore, they must listen to him without fail. The old man explained to Xu Fei that he must understand that even though Chu Tian has not yet learned, she is nothing but the heiress of the Xia Corporation. The old man raised his finger up and said to them that he had a request. They should have a boy with the surname Xia, and Xu Fei will not manage Xia Company. The boy clenched his fists and calmly replied that he understood everything, after which he looked at the old man and exclaimed that they promised him this. The old man sighed with relief. Those around were simply dumbfounded. The old man asked the two not to stand there, but to go and serve the guests. The guys immediately agreed. The old man gave one last word to Xu Fei to leave the two alone. Then they turned to the boy and said that after all, they were family. The old man explained that the main thing is that they understand his power and are afraid of him. Xu Fei replied to the old man that he understood everything. The man finally told the boy that he could come back, and he added that Chu Tian really liked him. After everything, the guys began to tell their friend about what happened. The girl exclaimed that she was infuriated by all this. She didn't know that guy was such a scoundrel. Chanshu told the girl that she eats a lot when she is angry. The girl asked him to leave. Chanshu asked if they would be attacked now. Chu Tian said that she was sorry that everything happened like this. She found security who will protect them. No one can harm them even if Xu Fei is not around. The boy laughed, a little embarrassed. He smiled sweetly at the girl in response. Shu said that this time Gao Yang would not be able to get away. They have made enemies. This is the Gao family. Now he must protect Chu Qian. The consequences are really too severe. The boy, looking into the eyes of his friends, exclaimed that if he could not protect her, he would never forgive himself. He was confident in his words, because he loved this girl and was ready to protect her all his life. Meanwhile, it was already dark night outside, but the stars made it much brighter. Gao Yang's brother told his father that his younger brother would be in prison for a while. The father answered the guy that his brother's affairs were controlled by the law. There was despair and contempt for his son in his eyes. After all, he brought so much shame to the family. There's really no need to go back and ask him to be released from prison. The father asked his son to talk about what brought him here. He realized it wasn't because of his brother. The guy looked at his father and chuckled, releasing air. He lowered his head and started talking. Now that the younger one is gone, he said that he will finally deal with the Xia family. The father replied that the old man from the Xia family was still alive. He sat at the table leafing through his diary. The father continued to say that for him it was like hitting a stone with an egg. The son asked why he was so afraid of the old man. He also has a granddaughter. Her grandfather stands behind her. She herself is nothing of herself. It was only thanks to old man Xia that their company became so powerful. The son said that he didn't think this old man had much time left. And then he had a big idea. His eyes became wild with his thoughts. He thought about how he could capture this Chu Qian girl. It would be better if the boy didn't say that. Immediately, an ominous aura enveloped the entire office. The father lit up with a dark haze that enveloped him completely. It was as if he was in another space. He was shrouded in a dark veil. His gaze completely changed and was directed straight into his son's eyes. The guy sighed and told his father, apologizing that he just said it without thinking. But the father tilted his head down and said that he was really right and could try. But he asked him to remember that he, like his brother, is responsible for the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, the guys clinked glasses full of juice together. They decided to have a drink. The girl exclaimed that she did not think that they would get engaged so quickly. It was because of Gao Yang that such a miracle happened. Looking at the full moon, the girl said that time was passing so quickly. At first, she thought that Chu Qian was crazy. She didn't think they would actually be together. Still, fate is an incredible thing. Chu Qian suddenly felt ill, and Xu Fei told her that she needed to sleep urgently. He forgot that she gets drunk when she just tries it. Why does she talk when she's feeling sick? The girl replied that she loved him too. At this time, their friend Qian Shu was already lying face down on the table. How could it come to this? No wonder the old man said that young people in their time are very active. They constantly cause problems, the old man said. They were too hot-tempered. The man with the mustache asked the guest if he had seen that letter. That guy is really a martial artist, or is it just a rumor? The man replied that it was indeed true. It was impossible to mistake the purity of true qi. He explained to the old man that his granddaughter was also unusual. The old man chuckled contentedly in response. He told his interlocutor that this guy is a little secretive. If it weren't for his granddaughter, no one would have known that he was a martial artist. The old man advised his friend to open his own tea shop. Perhaps he is not secretive, but this was simply their first meeting. Perhaps their child will have natural abilities as a martial artist. The man sitting opposite Chu Qian's grandfather said that this guy they were talking about was good. He advised the old man not to look for any trick in him. The old man took a breath after listening to him. The interlocutor continued to say that we still need to keep an eye on the Gao family. He told the old man that he was right. He advised me to take care of my granddaughter and that boy, after which the old man began to say goodbye to his interlocutor. He said that he needed to leave already. When the interlocutor began to leave for the exit, the old man said that it was time to warn them, after which he sighed heavily and said goodbye to his interlocutor. He thought that he had very little time left. He's too old for all this. Meanwhile, Xu Fei, his friend, and the others headed to the designated point. When they arrived at their destination, they noticed that it was not bad at all, but just right for four. There was a lot of space. Tianshu told his friend that now that he was back, he could tell him about the company's progress to date. The boy asked to shorten their conversation. He might be a little more serious. Then the guy began to tell me that they were already renting a small room. They are now engaged in 2 areas: Chinese medicine and jewelry. The boy imagined the entire set of this expensive product in front of him and thought about it. Wu Fei listened carefully and then chuckled. He asked his friend what he should do. Tianshu was now much more serious. As his friend asked, he paused and knitted his eyebrows towards his nose. He started talking about the recipe. Xu Fei listened to him carefully. He put his hand to his chin and began to listen further, after which he said that there should be no problems with the jewelry. As for the recipes, there are some problems. He will be able to find the recipes within a few days, but a friend asked him to look. Meanwhile, Chu Qian was looking out the window and waving her hand at him. The guy said that then we need to start these two businesses. Qianshu said that this raises the question of whether he needs help. After all, it is dangerous for him to walk alone this time. Xu Fei replied that it was always dangerous. He was almost killed. He is not afraid of some hooligans. Tianshu wondered, but then remembered how his friend dealt with those guys. He asked not to worry because he was once attacked by a terrible fanged beast and he dealt with it. Tianshu asked if he was talking about ghouls or something else. Has he heard of the silver sword drug? The boy replied that he had not heard. Then his friend took out a suitcase and asked to look. Xu Fei's eyes widened. When he saw the contents, he knew what it was. The boy exclaimed that this was Jen's drug. As he already said, this is a copy of a silver sword and inside is an antidote for poison. Qianshu continued to say that if you drink a lot of it, you will become very tired and lose strength. If he needs to make one, he can't yet, but Chu Qian's sister's company can do it. The boy laughed and exclaimed that they needed to start doing their own thing. Xu Fei asked what the difference was between the Jiao drug and the silver sword. The friend replied that they cannot be compared. After all, a silver sword is 6 times more effective and can knock him down if he smells it. But they better not mess with it, so they agreed. Xu Fei approached the cafe where his girlfriend, or rather bride, was sitting. He greeted her and exclaimed that it looked great. He thinks it's very tasty. After which the girl invited her fiancé to try it. Suddenly their gaze turned to each other. Xu Fei thought that it was all over and there was nothing he could do about it. The boy asked his sister why she was here. Chu Qian explained to her that her boyfriend was working and she was worried about him. The girl explained to the boy that he works a lot, so she worries about him. But Xu Fei answered his sister that she works much more than him. He also tells him about this. Then she asked why work should be more important than him. Xu Fei didn't seem to understand what she was talking about. Chu Qian said that some people spend their entire lives building a career. Some people think that she should be with him and leave the family, while others think that she should become the head of the Xia family. But she thinks that she should raise their son and help him. He wanted to say what would happen to her company in this case. Doesn't having a great company and working hard mean getting the life you want? Chu Qian explained to the boy that, unlike others, she did not want to manage Xia company. She wants to be with him because she loves him. Xu Fei sighed and smiled. He hugged his bride and thought about how he would become very rich. He said to himself that he loved her. Suddenly there was some kind of flash. It was like lightning struck the boy. He opened his eyes and found himself no longer where he had been before. Xu Fei realized that he had returned to another world again. It was a little cold here. Where is he now? And why did he appear on the street and not in another place? Why did he even move now? What is he doing here, and where are his things? Looking at the bag lying on the asphalt, he sighed with relief and realized that everything was fine. If he loses this, then he would have come back here in vain. It was hard for him to breathe from the cold. The boy noticed a horse's hooves in front of him. He hoped the marquise was safe. It's hard to sleep on this long night. He thought he was the only one who slept on a night like this. The prince asked Brother Shu why he was not sleeping. He looked at him in surprise. The guy asked Brother Shu what he was doing here, looking at him questioningly. Xu Fei also looked at the guy in surprise. He asked Zhao Yu what he was doing here. The guy replied that yesterday they said that there was an attack on him. He looked at the boy and asked if he had damaged anything. Xu Fei looked at him questioningly. It was as if he couldn't understand what was going on. After thinking a little, the boy answered Zhao Yu that, as for the assassination attempt, he was not sure who did it. He asked if Zhao Yu knew who could have done this. Then the guy answered him that he actually wanted to find out who did it, but it was all in vain. There is no news in the city about who is behind this. Xu Fei thanked the guy for telling him about this. Xiao Yu told the boy that in the end, because of his marriage to the marquise, he was almost killed. Even His Majesty was furious. Xu Fei thanked him for his care and kindness. After all, with the Marchioness he had nothing to worry about. The boy thought that Prince Zhao Yu knew something. The emperor had a good heart. The attackers definitely wanted to see the fallen marquise. But since he is alive, their plan unexpectedly fell through. Zhao Yu wanted to ask Brother Shu if there were any new divine objects near him. He doesn't know if these items have the same value as the previous ones. The guy risked asking permission to look at these items. Xian Shu, Eastern General of the Xingfu family's Northern Army. He is glad to meet His Majesty. The guy dared to ask who was traveling with them in the carriage. It was just in time. The carriage moved along the road drawn by a horse. It was driven by a cab driver. Zhu Fei replied to the man who met them on the way that the Marquis of Zhenbei was here. The boy asked him to get closer to the point. The man then explained that the Marquis could not find him and why he was there. It's so late and he's here. Zhu Fei asked him not to be so polite. He was just wandering down the street. The man asked to take all his things and be careful, as they are very valuable. Don't let anyone see what's inside. It looks like the Northern Army is helping with patrols today. It seems that the Marquis is actively looking for Brother Shu. Zhu Fei told His Highness that he simply goes out and makes items often. Everyone in the mansion knows where to talk to him. After all, he must make a living from his craft. The guy explained that these things are very important to his Juan Fu family. He asked to meet again sometime. The guy glanced at His Highness. He said that the man was giving him too much and looked down in embarrassment, but he was told that Zhu Fei was doing everything for the sake of the Huang Fu family. The guy laughed and asked if he really thinks too much. The boy has a feeling that this person is a little different from the one they last met. If before he seemed like an eccentric, now he is. And so the carriage rushed further along the road. They laughed and said it was a lot of fun. Meanwhile, bright flames rose to the sky. People were screaming around. Many called for help. Plumes of smoke enveloped everything around. The fire did not stop. People were lying on the ground. One of the guys was bleeding from his mouth, and the fire did not stop rising higher and higher. Streams of scarlet blood flowed from the man's mouth. He constantly asked who he was. He was told that he would soon die, but she would tell him who he was. A girl appeared in the fiery flames. It was the Marquise. The girl asked why they dared to touch her husband. Thus, the Huang Fu family was attacked. They knew what they were getting into, and they acted so vilely. The girl was very creepy in her anger. She said that she just wanted the world to know, so that the world knows what price must be paid for offending her husband. People around did not stop screaming. The flames rose higher and higher, burning everything around. Zhu Fei realized that the Marquise had gone to settle scores at the Wu Pavilion. Isn't this a sacred place of martial arts in Jianghu? Will she be in danger? Then he was informed that they had sent news that she had killed all the masters. The fire then engulfed most of the martial arts pavilion, by which time she should have returned. The boy laughed and thought about what he should do now with the Marquise. 3 days have passed here already. 3 days passed before he was here, and he was attacked by someone whom the emperor even fears a little. Someone coughed and sighed very loudly. Various exclamations were heard. The guy held a weapon in his hands and rushed towards the enemy. They merged in a formidable duel. Everything around was glowing with a bright purple light. An explosion occurred when powerful force was used. Stones scattered around. Huge rocks crumbled from the swords of these strong opponents. The fight continued. The man was holding a weapon in his hands. He was seriously angry. He exclaimed that they could not kill the Marchioness. What he didn't expect from his people, couldn't they even kill her unarmed husband? The girl lowered her head down. She replied that she was weak and could not complete such a simple task. The man was stern and looked at her, listening to what she was now explaining to him. He took hold of his weapon, looking at the girl. She continued talking. She said that the Marquise is the strongest woman of the emperor. The guy thought again, and looking straight ahead, exclaimed that she should be with him. He finally decided that only this girl would definitely be in his harem. It was night outside, the stars illuminated everything around, and the house was light and cozy. Meanwhile, the Marquise was sitting at the table. She ate her dinner calmly, lost in thought. She glanced at Zhu Fei, who was sitting opposite her, and told the boy that he looked very angry. She asked him if it was because the food was inedible. Zhu Fei said that after all, this is not just some people, this is a martial arts pavilion. He asked Marquise if everything was okay with her. The girl looked into her husband's eyes and said that he should not worry about her enemies. She put her chopsticks on the table and told her beloved husband that it was time for him to tell where he was disappearing. Zhu Fei looked at her carefully and began to listen. She folded her hands in front of her and smiled. The Marquise said that she had already said that if he did not want to tell her, then she would not ask. It's just that if they are together with him as husband and wife, she will worry if he disappears every time. The boy closed his eyes and thought. He opened his eyes and looked carefully at the girl. He said that he would also like to talk to her about this topic. The Marquise immediately glanced at her husband, listening to what he wanted to tell her. The boy asked her to agree that none of them would be angry. Then the girl asked him to tell him quickly. Xu Fei collected his thoughts, trying to start a conversation. He looked away and then looked into her eyes. The boy said that he did not belong to this world in a certain sense. The marquise changed her look. Xu Fei asked what was wrong with her face. She wasn't even surprised. I wasn't even surprised that he was not from this world. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He continued to say that he didn't know why, but he was brought into this world. The girl listened to him carefully. She continued to watch without saying anything. The boy again asked what was wrong with her and why she was not surprised. The marquise replied that she told him that she would no longer doubt him and his words. She had long suspected that he was very special, so she tried to protect him with all her might. His explanation is indeed ambiguous, but it is not incomprehensible. All he had to say was why he was disappearing. He disappeared for a couple of days and she was very worried. The boy thought that he knew her too well, not only as a heroic woman, but also as a reasonable and long-suffering woman. The marquise still wanted to say something. These are all divine objects. She glanced at his bag and asked if he was bringing them from his world. Yu Fei closed his eyes and smiled and replied that yes, he just decided to take a few things. I thought to myself that this was a little difficult. The girl asked whether the woman he always said he loved was from the same other world or not. The boy thought again and cast his honest gaze at her. He replied that yes, the woman he loved most in his life was there. A huge, strong stone shattered into small pieces. It was in the girl's hand. The marquise simply split it into small fragments. She was that strong. Xu Fei was very surprised at the strength of this girl. His eyes increased several times in size. He exclaimed that he thought they agreed not to get angry. He asked the marquise to calm down. A thin, bright moon shone in the sky. The stars also illuminated everything around. A broken stone lay on the floor. The girl was a little sad. She looked down, thinking about everything that Xu Fei had just told her. The marquise asked if only he could move between worlds, or if someone else could too. Xu Fei replied that he did not know. There shouldn't be anyone else, the girl exclaimed. That so be it. But then she will never appear here. Why be jealous of someone who you can say does not exist in this world? But never again does she ask not to talk about her and love in front of her, because she is jealous of him. The marquise said that it was already quite late and her husband was probably tired. She has some things to take care of, so she asked him to rest for a while. It was actually quite late outside. The time was approaching midnight. The old man greeted his master and bowed before him. He said that he thought something was wrong with the marquise. He asked if they had quarreled with her again. He was gone for so long she was worried, so she could be rude to him. The boy answered the old man that she was not to blame for anything. It was all his fault. Shane just said that time is to blame. The old man was surprised by the boy's answer. And then a bright sunny day arrived. Xu Fei looked at his servant and asked what he just said. The man replied that the marquise asked not to disturb her. She sent soldiers to help him. Xu Fei asked him to go see what could be done. He thought about how unexpectedly quickly she sent help to him. The servant told his master that he wanted to remind him that he needed to hide the production from everyone. The boy asked not to say another word about it. Nobody except two women knows this. While they were talking, a rider on a horse galloped up to them. He stopped his horse and turned to the boy. He asked Mr. Xu Fei to come with him while saluting him. Xu Fei said that he thought Huang Qi would come, but the guy replied that the marquise sent him instead. He asked why she didn't send him. Xu Fei waited for an answer. The guy explained that he didn't know. He was simply following the marquise's order. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting in a chair, twisting small flags in her hands. She gazed ahead, thinking about something. Her gaze was serious and strange. She thought about what Xu Fei's purpose might be. The man approached the marquise and told the lady that he did not understand. He is her guard and is responsible for her safety. The guy exclaimed that betrayal is unacceptable. The girl asked, in what sense it was unacceptable? He's a security guard, and she doesn't think he's good enough for the job. The marquise explained that he allowed the carriage in which her husband was to be destroyed. How long has he been with her? Why doesn't she know what he really is like? The guy looked into her eyes with fear. She said that she knew that he could have stopped it. If she had not been confident in him, she would not have gone alone. The guy continued to look into her eyes with fear. He called her by name. A sharp weapon flew towards him, circling in the air. It was already close to the guy. He was one hair's breadth away from death. The guy's eyes became twice as big, but the weapon flew past him, very close, almost hitting him. The marquise asked him to leave and explained that she did not kill him because he had to die on the battlefield. Therefore, she asked him to return to fight further along with the others. She pointed to the exit and asked the boy to leave. He immediately obeyed and went to the exit. The girl was very strict and serious. The guy was seriously scared. Sitting on the chair, she sighed with relief. The Marquise thought again, then turned to her servant. She asked him how many other people were in their army with him. The servant replied that the Marquise had done everything she had to do, and Huang Qi was loyal to the Huang Fu family. Their army is full of people who believe in her and are very grateful to her. For now, she is determined to win, and their army is determined to win. It's not that Huang Qi is against Xu Fei, he just has different thoughts about him. He is loyal to the Huang Fu family. The Marquise said that then he needed to find a wife. He will no longer be responsible for her protection. The servant replied that there should be no one near her except Xu Fei. The Marquise said that they would need to start a new war. The man advised the girl to look at how her marriage affects the army. She replied that she would look later. Meanwhile, people in the store could be heard talking about how beautiful it was. Is it really glass? Xu Fei told his uncle that he was a really cool master. In the workshop, there are only masters of their craft. The boy decided to make a pleasant surprise and distribute 5 taels of silver to everyone in the workshop as a bonus. All collected glass should be sent to the pavilion of 100 flowers. When the old man heard about the 5 taels, he immediately approached the boy. He told Mr. Xu Fei that this was too much. He already pays them 2 taels a month. But the guy replied that if people do everything correctly and well, why not pay them extra? We need people to work. The boy gave his grandfather a serious look. He explained that the district's military expenditures had been high in the last few years due to the Marquise army in the north. The Huang Fu family achieved the glory, peace, and prosperity that the world enjoys today is all thanks to him. He gave his sons to Zhenbei's army. Xu Fei said that he promised the Marquise that he would help her take care of him, and he really deserves it. Therefore, they should help them. Xu Fei held the crystal in his hands and said that good times were just beginning for the Zhenbei army. The boy's servants had tears in their eyes. They didn't expect such kindness from him. The boy grinned contentedly and lowered his gaze. He tried to do everything he could for the army. He asked his servants to return to work quickly and not to shirk. Meanwhile, it was already night outside. A thin, bright moon illuminated the sky. The Marquise sat by the window and looked at the sky. Xu Fei told the girl that he had already returned. The girl didn't even look at him. She simply said hello without taking her eyes off the sky. The boy had never seen her like this before. He blushed slightly looking at the girl. He stared at her lips. Then he looked at his chest, becoming even more embarrassed. The Marquise noticed that he was looking at her differently. He glanced at the table. Xu Fei was very surprised. There were a lot of delicious dishes in front of him. He asked if she did all this. The Marquise said that he did not have to wait until she had eaten. He could eat with her or go to rest. Xu Fei replied that he just wanted to try everything. He thought about how he almost got caught looking at the charms. At the table, he tried not to bother himself. And don't think about how beautiful she is. He also has a girlfriend, Chu Qian. I wanted to say something to the boy. She said that every time he returned, she would cook for him. Even when he comes once every few days, Xu Fei was surprised by this. The Marquise said that she understands that he loves another girl, but she cannot live without him. She also added that she heard something about him from the guys from the workshop. The girl thanked the boy sincerely for his help, looking into his eyes. He was surprised by the Marquise's kindness, but it was nice to hear. He grinned contentedly. He also turned to the girl. Xu Fei explained that, as he had already told her, he was her husband and it was his duty to help her. No need to thank him for this. Meanwhile, one of the servants brought baskets of flowers for Xu Fei. He explained to the gentleman that he had prepared all the herbs he needed. The boy thanked him for his help. He noted that Lao did a good job. Then someone called Mr. Xu. The guy approached him and bowed before him. He told the boy that the treasures that he asked him to bring were already here, and their cost was 30,000 taels. Xu Fei immediately turned to him and said that he also did a great job. The boy thought that it was good that he had helpers. These treasures will last him a long time. Xu Fei hugged the 2 guys and said that they had done him a great favor. The boy said that he owed them and asked what they wanted to get from him. Xu Fei chuckled contentedly and thought that he was starting to feel much more confident. Meanwhile, the street was again bright and light from the many stars in the sky. Xu Fei looked at his servant and asked about the flashlight. The old man explained that he was too old and had many needs. A candle was burning in front of them. The boy said, hugging the old man, that besides this, he could sell it for a good amount. Xu Fei approached Yugong and said that he had many more things. Maybe he wants some of them too. The guy looked into his eyes and answered thoughtfully. He decided to dare to ask him for a weapon. The boy thought that Yu Geng was an outspoken person. He had a good opinion of him, so he agreed. Breathing out a sigh of relief, the boy exclaimed that he would do everything for them. He asked to be given some rest and sent them out of his room. A bright sunny day has arrived. The sky was light and bright above the huge high-rise buildings. Xu Fei coughed loudly. Streams of sweat ran down his face. When he woke up, he realized that he had taken too many things with him. He was among a pile of boxes, and bags. His friend Qian Shu approached him. He asked the boy what happened to him. He flew into his room. Xu Fei responded by waving his hand at him. A friend wondered if he actually slept on it. The boy looked at the items that were in the boxes and bags. There were so many of them. Tianshu said that he was able to bring it all alone. How long did it take him? Xu Fei held the back of his head. His neck was very sore after sleeping on the boxes. Tianshu said that even if they can make a huge profit now, it is not a clean and stable income like the Xia family. These are two different things. The boy called him too meticulous. Tianshu said that he would find someone who could help him. Their friend walked in, opening the door wide. She clutched a package to her chest. She opened her eyes and asked the guys what they were doing here. Xu Fei gave her a frightened look. Sweat ran down his face. Tianshu was also a little angry. He, like his friend, suddenly began to sweat. He slammed his hand on the table. I didn't expect the girl's visit at that moment. The friend began to explain to Qianshu that she had brought him something. But before she could finish speaking, the guy pounced on her and asked what she was doing here. He came close to her and looking into her eyes exclaimed that he asked her not to come here. The girl was upset and looked into his eyes and blushed. She got scared and fell silent. Tiansu exclaimed that he told her not to come here ever again. Xu Fei did not expect this from his friend. He was surprised and called them by name. Jia Shi burst into tears and asked the boy why he hated her so much. Jia Shuka threw the package she was holding onto the floor. The box immediately opened. The girl, with tears in her eyes, began to run towards the exit and called the guy a scoundrel. Xu Fei told Chen Shu that she just brought him a snack. It's not so bad, especially if it doesn't bother him, of course. The friend exhaled heavily and answered the boy that he did not understand. She didn't just bring food. He should know how a person can change in front of money. Qianshu held his head and said that no one else would come here again. Yu Fei was upset. Is it really possible to do this to your sister? It's completely abnormal. But his friend replied, looking off into the distance, that it didn't matter. Meanwhile, the girl was already sobbing in one of the high-rise buildings that rose up to the sky. She cried and called Qianshu a scoundrel. She couldn't understand why he made her angry. The girl exclaimed that this scoundrel did not even consider her his friend. She buried her head in her friend's chest and said that she would never talk to him again. No way in the world will it happen. The friend replied that, that's right, why should she talk to him? Jia Shui sobbed and asked why he was doing this to her. Yu Fei generally looked and simply remained silent. Chu Qian immediately perked up and asked what she just said. She grabbed her friend's hands and happily asked if she really wanted to say that Xu Fei had returned. The friend's eyes continued to shine and were full of tears. She was red and tear-stained. The girl did not stop crying. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Chu Qian told Ju that she was very important to her and wanted to help her. She can stay with her and not go to Xu Fei. The girl said that she was her best friend and did not even support her. Does she really want to leave her alone? She didn't stop crying. The friend replied that she had problems. Chu Qian said that she would think about it. After thinking a little, the girl exclaimed, raising her hand up, that she would stay and support her. Chu Qian hugged her friend to calm her down. She suddenly chuckled. The girl who stood in the doorway told Jiu that the guy who introduced himself was Qian Shu. Chu Qian was very surprised. Did he really come to her? After these words, the friend turned to Chu Qian. The girl asked what she wanted. Jia Shu replied that now it would be better for her to go to Xu Fei. She lowered her head, blushing slightly. Chu Qian, listening to what her friend was saying, smiled and chuckled gently. She answered her friend that she knew and would immediately go to her beloved. It was a bright sunny day outside. The sky was blue and beautiful. Chu Tian's parents were standing on the street, with many guys in black suits behind them. The woman said, turning to her husband, that he should arrive soon. A car was speeding along a bright asphalt street, who parked not far from the people standing on the street. Father Chu Qian said to his wife that he had arrived. The wheels braked sharply in front of a huge light building. Bodyguards stood near the car. It was completely blacked out. The driver told the guy sitting in the back seat that they were already there. The man answered with a short word, yeah, and chuckled as he got out of the car. The guy said to him that the second brother had finally returned after such a long stay abroad. Chu Qian's mother looked the man straight in the eyes. She was a little worried. Her husband told the boy that a lot of time had passed and called him brother. He thought that he had not been here for so long because the old man had sent him. The man looked at the guy's eyes. He asked if the purpose of sending second brother abroad was not to explore the international market. He is now responsible for all business units in other countries. He asked his brother not to play games with him. The man said that he knew what the old man said. He does not agree that Chu Qian is the heiress of the companies. The woman told the second brother that this had long been decided and asked him not to complicate his father's life. The guy was angry and cunning. What she means by keep it simple. He cannot control his little niece and decide for her. He'll just find her and talk to her. The parents were very wary and angry. The girl's father asked his brother what he wanted from her. Then the man replied that he could not decide who she would marry. Even if it's for him, he won't be able to do anything. What difference does it make to him what he talks to her about? The father became very angry and asked him to repeat it again if he dared. The man was very angry. He was filled with rage for his daughter. But the guy didn't say anything else, only that they had already talked and he could leave. Over the years, he went everywhere to expand his influence. The guy asked him better not to make him angry. Bodyguards surrounded him, preventing anyone from getting closer. All the girl's parents could hear was laughter, very impudent and unpleasant. The boss was asked to calm down, but he covered everyone's mouths and continued to laugh brazenly. Chu Qian's mother began to whine softly. She covered her mouth with her hand and blushed slightly. The husband turned in her direction and clenched his fists. He was also angry and scared. He started shouting at his wife. The man did not unclench his fist or teeth. He asked her not to cry. He told her to find a good husband for Chu Qian, but the woman continued to sob, tears flowing in several streams down her red cheeks. If only the Gao family would support them. The second brother would not be as brave as he is now. The man tried to pull himself together, then unclenched his fist and took a breath. He said that this was also his fault. If only they had something that could hold the Xia family. Chu Xian has too much responsibility. Now everyone knows that Chu Qian is engaged. Can they still trust her? Their father appeared in front of them. He exclaimed that his words were unpleasant to hear. How can he even say such a thing? If his wife hadn't been there, he would have simply beaten him right there in front of everyone. The woman exclaimed to the old man to take care of Chu Qian. After all, his second son wants to capture her. The old man immediately began to cough, covering his mouth with his hand. He didn't just cough. Drops of blood sprayed from his mouth. The old man replied that he could not do anything. Looking at them, he said that their second son could do this and cause a lot of problems. The man took his wife by the shoulder and asked her not to worry. Father wants Chu Qian and Xu Fei to go through this themselves. He can no longer return everything back and choose someone else. The old man chuckled, looking into the distance. He said that his son had become very smart. He noticed that his abilities were not enough to manage Xia Company. He was very sorry to disappoint his father. A couple of clouds appeared in the sky. There was still a lot of time until evening. Everyone was minding their own business. The man was leafing through a notebook, not missing a single piece of paper. He was very serious. With an intelligent, piercing gaze, he looked at this notebook. Suddenly, his son approached him. He turned to his father looking at him. The boy asked if his father called him. He waited for an answer from the man. His father looked at him with a very stern look. He was serious. The man explained that he wanted to talk to him about the humiliation of old man Xia. The son replied that Chu Qian was too vulnerable. It is her identity that is the subject of controversy. The father, looking at his son, asked if anyone knew that he started this gossip. But the son, exhaling, answered his father that this was quite obvious. He had just told Xia Donglai what the old man said at the banquet. The father said that this was not bad, but it was too early for such a move. It would have been better to use it after old man Xia died. The son thought about his father's words. He replied that he thought all relatives should sooner or later know the truth. They woke up the sleeping dragon. Now they will see what he will do with Chu Qian. The father chuckled after listening to his son, after which he told his son that the boy was a pretty good thinker. He wants to see if he can become the heir of the Gao family in the future. The son asked what was preventing him from becoming an heir. He is not going to lose heart and will hope that his father is doing everything right. Meanwhile, Chu Qian was already heading towards her lover. She spread her arms and greeted Xu Fei. The girl exclaimed that she had not seen him for a long time. She hugged the guy and said that she missed him very much. The boy replied that he missed him too, but Now he couldn't breathe. Chu Chen asked what was wrong with him, if he was in pain. Shu Fei replied that everything was fine. The girl explained that she couldn't help herself every time she saw him. The boy, looking into her eyes, blushed and answered sincerely that he too could not resist. The girl asked Shu Fei why he was looking at her like that. The boy's eyes bulged and he began to sweat. It was as if he saw the marquise. The marquise seemed to be in front of him and beckoning him to follow her. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. Why does he see the marquise in front of him? It was like a hallucination. It was as if she was stalking him, being nearby, but it was Chu Qian. He heard her say that they wouldn't break up. Being together as husband and wife is not just words. He heard the words that she was just a wife for him. Her silhouette was in front of him. The girl repeated that, although she does not exist in this world, she is jealous of him. She apologized to him and said that she would always believe in him. The boy never stopped seeing the marquise in front of him. She looked at him with sad eyes. He lowered his head down and closed his eyes. Chu Qian immediately called out to him, not understanding what was going on. The boy looked into her eyes and said that there was something he wanted to tell her. The girl began to worry. She blushed and became a little sad. Shu Fei began to say that he actually could. But before he could finish speaking, his friend interrupted him. Tian Shu asked if it would be better to wait and take care of business first. He knows that now is not the best time to interrupt him. The two of them can talk for ages and he needs to talk to Chu, but the boy said that he needs to go and apologize to her. Tianshu replied that he would not do it here. The girl could not understand what was happening there. Chu Qian explained to Tianshu that he needed to think about how to apologize. She had never seen her friend cry in all her time, as if she didn't know her. Tianshu said that even though he was to blame, she was still to blame for some things. Chu Xian realized that this guy was even stranger than her Shu Fei. Shu Fei said that he can hear what she is saying now. Tianshu explained that she was not answering his calls, and he wanted to ask her to help him. Chu Qian listened to him and sighed heavily. She understood what her friend wanted from her. The girl explained to the boy that she could not help with this. Zhu was very angry with him. She looked out the window and tried to understand what Chu Qian was telling him. Whether he wanted to apologize, she did not understand anything. Tianshu chuckled and said that he was leaving. Shu Fei asked his friend where he was going. Chu, watching what was happening through the window, could not understand what happened, why he left, and called him a petty scoundrel. Shu Fei said that sometimes he doesn't understand him at all. Chu Tian replied that it doesn't matter. What else can be said? Talented people have strange personalities. Not being able to return to another perspective can also be an advantage. The girl asked whether Chu was really sure that she needed him. Why does she like him so much? Chu blushed a little shyly and lowered her gaze. Shu Fei became interested in Sister Ju when she had time. Does she like him because he's too smart? Chu Ken said that she didn't understand why she liked him when he treated her so badly. She began to explain that Qian Shu was lonely and too stubborn. The friend kept crying and saying that this guy is very handsome and he achieves his goals. She spoke about him with emotion and tenderness. Chu was really in love with him. Hanging her head down, she said that she didn't know what she really believed. Of course he's a big scoundrel. It's so hard for her. Shu Fei began to tell his sister that the fourth brother is a man of honor and is very devoted to everyone around him. The girl immediately thanked the boy and she replied that she was indifferent to him. She began to cry bitterly again. Chu Tian asked Sister Gio not to jump to conclusions just yet. Suddenly their gaze fell towards the man who was approaching them. It seems he's back. Shu Fei was also very surprised by this. Indeed, Qian Shu has returned. He seems to have something in his hand. The boy turned to his sister Chu, but Chu Tian, blushing, said that she had already run away. Tian Shu ran out of breath. He said that he seemed to see Li Jia Shui here. Chu Tian answered that it seemed to him and asked where he went. She needs to go for a walk with Shu Fei. The boy had already told his friend that they needed to go. He was surprised that his friend took it. Tian Shu explained that he would apologize for what he had done. The guy said that this time he would not run away. Shu Fei asked if he was serious now. Taking the mouthpiece in his hands, Tianshu replied that he was very serious. The guys appreciated this cool act. It is clear that he did not communicate with girls very much. Chu Qian noticed that the situation was very familiar, but she couldn't understand why she would do this. The guy had already taken the megaphone and wanted to speak. The girl looked at him from the balcony. He spoke her name into the bullhorn. The boy asked to forgive him. She was very surprised because it was a perfect idea. Does this sound like an apology? Even such apologies are considered romantic. He's really a romantic. The guy asked for forgiveness for offending her feelings. He exclaimed that it was his fault. Chu Tian looked at him and said that Tianshu is a good person. They watched what was happening with emotion. Tianshu told the girl that she was also to blame because he told her not to come. They work for the same company, and she knows it needs to be kept secret. Chu was seriously angry. She thought to herself that she would kill him. Tianshu said through the mouthpiece that he apologized to her. Therefore, there is no need to tell anyone. He wanted to continue, but it was as if someone had poured water on him. Xu Fei said that he felt sorry for Sister Jiu. Chu Tian supported him, but said that it was not easy for him. Tianshu was indeed completely sweating and blushing. He lowered his head and took a deep breath, after which the boy called her names through his bullhorn. He was very angry and upset. Xu Fei said that he really couldn't understand how he did it. Tashu looked out the window and began to observe. Chu Tian said that he must admit that he was wrong, because she sent him food and he yelled at her. But the girl thought that she had forgiven Tianshu after all. But suddenly the boy took the megaphone in his hands again and shouted into it so that she would not come again. And there is no need to bother him with little things. Xiu called him a scoundrel. Tianshu said that if she sneaks around again, he will throw her out himself. After which the boy took a breath. He told his friend that they did not need to waste time and began wiping the sweat from his face with a napkin. In the afternoon, there will be a meeting with a representative of one company. But the boy answered his friend that he had a date with Sister Chu this afternoon. Tianshu looked at Xu Fei and said that this is important and cannot be postponed until later. Chu Qian asked if they would be meeting a person from Shanghai Pharmaceutical. Tianshu replied that it is not only the Yu family that cooperates with the Xia family. Now that they were engaged, they began to receive more invitations to collaborate. Therefore, Zhu Shui's hysteria is very ill-timed, and he doesn't have time to prepare everything properly. Xu screamed through the window that he only took half a day off. Tianshu said that they had a lot of work to do after lunch. He invited his friend to return and work as soon as possible, and wished him good luck. Meanwhile, it was already getting light outside. The sky was lit up with scarlet haze. Tianshu poured hot tea into a cup. He greeted Miss Yu. The boy said that they were glad to meet and extended his hand to her. He greeted the girl and said that his name was Tianshu, after which he introduced the head to Xu Fei. He explained to the girl that this was an important matter for their company. Lady Yu told the boy that he was as handsome as the rumors said. She put the cup on the table and said that she would introduce herself. She is Yu Ruyue, Vice President of Shanghai Pharmaceutical Company. She was surprised to start running her own business at such a young age. Xu Fei looked into her eyes and asked when they would discuss cooperation. The girl replied that cooperation is a common thing and she didn't come here just for that. She looked into his eyes and said that, for example, she came because he interested her. Xu Fei was very surprised. She laughed and asked him not to be nervous. She just wanted to ask, I wonder if his company needs investment, and called the guy boss. Shu began to explain to Miss Yu that he and Xu Fei did not create the company for investment. The girl looked at them and asked them not to refuse right away. Did Boss Xu start his business because of Xia's company? He wanted to compare with Xia's company, but he was still too young for that. The current situation is not good for them. She looked at his friend and said that Mr. Qian is Mr. Xu's friend. She noted that this was actually good for them, but they think that only the two of them can create a huge business. Shu clenched his fist. He began to get too nervous listening to her. The boy said that he had already said everything and his decision was unshakable. Xu Fei began to calm his friend down as he began to lose his temper too much. There was smoke coming out of his ears from anger. Having curbed himself, he said that they were listening. Do they know how their engagement affects their business in Xia's company? Meanwhile, huge high-rise buildings rose towards the blue light sky. The car stopped near one of the high-rise buildings. The girl was told that they had arrived. She began to get out of the car, and she said that she had not been here for a long time. She was asked whether to ask the secretary to come. Chu Qian replied that she shouldn't do that. Now that she's back, she wants everyone to know. They knew that her grandfather had recently transferred this company to her. She didn't really want this, but she can't contradict her grandfather. And for the sake of her fiancé, she must take the first step. Meanwhile, it was a nice, fine day outside. The sun never stopped shining in the sky. Xu Fei said that in other words, he should develop his business through investment, for the sake of him and his sister. Did he understand Miss Yu correctly? The girl looked at him and replied that it was a little rude but true. When there is cooperation, there is suppression, but investment is different. It depends only on them whether they will be lucky or not. His engagement in front of all the aristocrats had such an impact on this. Xu Fei also exhaled heavily. He said that if this is so, then they agree. But Master Zia's health is getting worse and worse, and he is no longer a child. If they fail to consolidate their power in the short term, there is no guarantee that the old man will not have other ideas. Miss Yu raised her hand and said that this is why the Yu family will enter into this matter. Whether it's a business or a family, whether they're an investment company or not. The guys listened carefully to her speech. Everyone thought about it, deciding to listen to it to the end. Miss Yu explained that what she was offering them would help them a lot. When Chu Qian entered the room, the employees were surprised how they got such a young and beautiful employee in their company. They whispered that they had never seen her, if she was new and who she was. Can I ask her for her phone number? They think she is a child of some famous family. One of the guys stopped the girl. He asked if she had an appointment with anyone, after which the girl could not resist and said that she had a very beautiful smile. Another guy covered his face with his hand and asked if their employee was blind or something and didn't know who she was. The guy, frightened, asked Miss Chu for forgiveness and said that she was new. The girl asked not to blame her. She really rarely came here. She wants to ask him to inform all the senior management so that they meet with her. The employees were surprised that Miss Chu, the heiress of the Xia company, the guy with the glasses, was already covered in sweat from surprise. And he asked why report to senior management. The girl explained that she needed to talk to them. Meanwhile, Xu Fei asked, looking at Miss Yu, why invest in it and what it means? Miss Yu replied that businessmen believe that a person is akin to a project. You need to invest in it in order to get the fruits later. It will be more profitable for many of them if his sister manages the Xia company. But this is of course a very risky business. If Miss Chu cannot manage Xia company, then no one will benefit or profit. Qianshu said that if it were all that simple, the Yu family would have long ago become one of the best families, but they want to be in a neutral position to see what happens. Miss Yu replied that Mr. Qian had not lived much yet and had different views on all this. It is clear that this is not the only risk. If they win in this situation, they will receive benefits, and if not, then they will have big problems with the Xia family. The risks and benefits are not proportional. Xu Fei asked the girl why she should invest in him. She looked back into his eyes and laughed. Then she began to say what exactly she thought about it. Meanwhile, the staff, led by Miss Chu, gathered at the round table. Everyone arrived at their destination. The man turned to Madame Chu Qian and told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was the vice president of the company, Xia Wangjung. The girl knew him for a long time. He said that it seemed like the old man had finally retired, and that's why she came. The girl, looking into his eyes, replied that they had not seen each other for a long time and called him Uncle Van. She rarely appears in the office after entering her second year. Since childhood, she had never beaten her grandfather. The man told Miss Chu that this was a very dangerous step. Xia Company is not just a game. The girl began to explain that her brother had to appear right in front of everyone, like a target. That's why she's here. She doesn't want to risk her beloved brother. Wang Zheng replied that he never thought that Miss Chu would be like this. When he met her, he had a different opinion. Then she had a too cold and completely different look. Now he would like to see what kind of man changed her so much. He was quite curious. Chu Qin replied that this is the most ordinary person by his standards, but for her the best. Wang Zheng laughed and said that it was rare to hear her praise someone. The girl replied that now that she had returned to Xia's company, she would like to ask him for advice. The man said that he did not dare to contradict her, and Chu Tian began to listen carefully. The girl explained that the whole city would now know that she had returned. She is now the new head of Xia Company. The man in the wheelchair remarked that today was a very nice day. The guy standing next to his grandfather told him that Chu Qian had returned to Xia Company, and it was a resounding comeback. The old man chuckled and replied that she had returned after all, albeit thanks to that guy. He asked what the guy thought about him. The boy replied that his granddaughter's eye had picked out an ordinary guy, but with great talents. The old man raised his hand in front of him and explained that he did not have much time left. He said that he needed to find a good head of the company as soon as possible. Grandfather closed his eyes and added, "Who better to find someone who will be happy with his granddaughter?" At this time, Xu Fei was asking Miss Yu what she just told him. The boy looked into her eyes and again asked what she just said. He didn't hear. I asked her to repeat it. Miss Yu asked what she said to Mr. That was not clear enough. Shu Fei told the girl that this was very important to him. He wished she would repeat what she said. The girl called him master and sat comfortably in a chair. She looked into his eyes and then said that she thought he should become her husband. The boy exclaimed that under no circumstances, he won't even think about it. He can't understand a word she says. The girl said that she understood that he was a pure and faithful person. But what difference did it make? If he fails, he loses virtually nothing. For the sake of the Xia family, he must marry her so that his influence will sweep over. The boy replied that he agreed and promised to accept her investment. Miss Yu looked into his eyes with hope. She said that if that day ever came, she would like Mr. Shu to be followed by Mr. Qian. The Yu family will also provide all possible assistance. Su Fei asked his friend what he was doing. Didn't he know that he only liked Chu Qian? The friend replied that he knows. Yu is very famous like Chu Qian, but she made an offer that was impossible to refuse. Shu Fei replied that this was impossible. He will not change his mind on this issue. The girl laughed and invited Mr. Shu to go for a walk. He asked if she was joking because he is devoted to his woman. Tianshu said that Miss Yu was their partner, and she should not be refused under any circumstances. He advised his friend to just walk with her. They would just talk. Miss Yu asked Mr. Qian to give them the opportunity to work together. Tianshu sent Yu Fei to go for a walk and stretch his decrepit bones. Shu Fei, turning to Miss Yu, repeated to her again that no matter what happens, he will not marry her. The girl replied that she did not need his love, she just needs him to be her husband. He asked what she meant. She explained that there is already a girl in his heart that he likes. He hides many secrets that no one knows about. Shu Fei replied that it was only because of Zia's company. Miss Yu told the boy that she had been watching him for a long time, ever since he appeared in Chu Tian's life. To be honest, she's not interested in the secrets behind it. This is one of the terms of their contract. His personality is the second condition of the contract. Overall, it suits him. Shu Fei said to the girl that the possible scenario she was talking about, he cannot come to terms with the fact that he does not understand how powerful families operate. For him, husband and wife are for life. He does not regard this as some kind of project or some kind of investment. Miss Yu told the gentleman that he apparently misunderstood her. She also places great importance on marriage and the rigor of family life. If she and he do not marry, then he will be her only husband for life. She looked into his eyes and added that even if he lost everything, he would have her. She will perform all the duties of a wife, but she cannot raise children. Don't they have a reason to be with each other? The boy listened to her carefully. Miss Yu said that she was confident that she was no worse than Mrs. Chu, but without love, no one knows how long it will last. Shu Fei waved his hand as the car drove away. He told his friend who had just approached him that Miss Yu had left. Qian Shu told Shu Fei what he had to promise her, but the boy replied that there was no need to say that. Tianshu said that although he does not understand it, the Yu family seems to be more suitable for him than the Xia family. Shu Fei replied to the boy that there is nothing better than his sister Chu Qian. Tianshu said that as a subordinate, he has no right to interfere in his affairs. Well, like his brother, he wants to say it, that he likes Sister Yu better than his fiancée. He explained that with her, he didn't have to worry about him. Shu Fei looked at him with a blank expression. The guy explained that before they just wanted money, but now they are at the center of a battle of business giants. Shu Fei looked at him seriously and asked if he thought it was very dangerous. Tianshu replied that he did not need to be a businessman to think like a businessman. He explained that in this business, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. Unless he's on the verge of a storm, he asked his friend if he could go that far. As he left, he thought to himself that Shu Fei would not understand this. The guy exhaled heavily and moved on. He exclaimed that Shu Fei always felt more like a protagonist than him. Suddenly, Shu Fei received a message on his phone. It said that Chu Qian was in danger at the Xia Company headquarters. Shu Fei told a friend that he received a text message with a very strange title. Qian Shu asked if he believed it. It's very suspicious that she would be in danger in her own company. What danger could this be, and what is the point of someone writing this to him? Shu Fei was sweating with excitement. He replied that he didn't know, but it didn't seem like someone's joke. The boy decided to definitely visit his bride and went there. A black car with tinted windows was racing along the highway. It arrived at its destination. The driver told the young gentleman that they had already arrived. He asked why exactly here. The boy chuckled confidently and replied that it was because there would be a great show here. The guys began to get out of the car. The employee began to block their way and asked them to wait. He asked if they had an appointment, and again he asked me to wait 1 minute. There's no need to barge in like that. The others also began to block the way for those entering. One of them said that she had only been working for a few days, but this had already happened twice. What kind of situations are these? One of the men who broke into the room asked her on a date, but the staff continued to not let these people in. They asked them not to enter, but the guy impudently approached the door and began to pull the handle. He was unshakable in his decision. His gaze was self-confident and serious. He still opened the door and went inside. Chu Tian sat in front of him. She recognized the guy and stared straight at him. The girl turned to her uncle and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. But she added, looking into his eyes, that he should not be here. The man gave her a contemptuous look. He was very aggressive. He moved his eyebrows to his nose and asked why she dared to talk to her uncle like that. Then the girl asked him in response why his uncle dared to talk to her like that. Uncle became even more angry. He said that she had matured so much that she had become just like her grandfather. Meanwhile, a car parked in the same parking lot and a man began to go inside. Uncle continued to stick to his line. He started an insidious and cunning plan. He looked towards the car and thought. His gaze was cunning and bold. The boy decided that the more people there were, the more interesting it would be. He asked his friend, who had just arrived, if he could help make the show even more interesting. His friend chuckled, then laughed evilly. He was menacing and arrogant. The guy said that it is not so easy to kill the old man, but his granddaughter is quite possible. Chu Tian stretched out her hand and told her uncle that she would be honest with him today. Until grandfather says, this position will be hers only and he will not be able to take the position away from her. The uncle replied that she should think better before speaking. He had not been in their country for many years. He is no longer the same as he was before. He learned a lot when he was abroad. It is in such cases that getting your hands dirty with someone's blood solves most problems. The guy explained that he would take care of the company and their family. This was her last time in this position. The girl looked her uncle in the eyes and said that he forgot the rules of their company while he was abroad. How can one be a member of the Shia family and still rely on fighting? Grandpa will probably be disappointed when he finds out about this. The uncle answered his beautiful niece. He exclaimed that she was still too young. How does she think the family got this far? The only thing that matters is the result. He asked the little girl not to be afraid. Everything would pass quickly. He extended his hand to the girl and said that soon everything would be over. Meanwhile, the guy adjusted his glasses with his hand and looked at her with a contemptuous look. His gaze was too evil and insidious. He began to reach out to the girl. Extending his hand, he moved his eyebrows to his nose and said that they could not miss it. The guy exclaimed that now it would be a lot of fun. But someone was already approaching him from behind. Someone's hand fell on the shoulder of this insidious bad guy. The hand squeezed his shoulder as tightly as possible. This was unexpected for the guy. He began to scream in pain. The bodyguard did not expect this and began to scream even more. Yufei had no intention of letting go of his hand. He asked the thug not to touch this girl. He came to find out how Chu Tian was doing. He had just been informed that someone was trying to harm her. The girl was happy to see Xu Fei. His uncle asked him if he was Chu Tian's boyfriend. He saw him for the first time and won't understand how Chu Tian could like him. He explained that he was here today to save the Saya family. The guy gave the command to kill Xu Fei. He also incited his men to remove this girl too. Xu Fei did not let go of his hand from the thug's shoulder. The man screamed and asked to be released immediately. He started calling him names and asking him to get out of here. Xu Fei's gaze glowed with a blue haze. He looked at his opponent with an angry gaze. Then he asked Chu Tian if he could do this. The girl immediately replied that of course she could, and she allowed him to do what he wanted. Meanwhile, it was a clear, sunny day outside. The blue sky spread out over the high-rise buildings. One fine day there was a cry of joy in the hospital, and with a loud, clear cry he was born, a little cute child. Mom looked so kind, with a warm smile. He was ready to fight to protect that smile. But life is cruel. It was sudden. His mother died when he was in elementary school. He thought that was the biggest blow. He did not yet know that the next day his father would meet a robber who would kill him just for the sake of his phone. He doesn't know why the burglar took his father's phone and doesn't understand why his father didn't just give it back. He no longer has parents and he is in a lot of pain. He knows he has to be strong, work hard, and pull himself together, but he has no money. His mother's words always ring in his ears when he feels bad. She said that children of poor parents become richer, faster. Therefore, without thinking twice, he went to a certain place and mortgaged his house. He thought the money would give him some respite for a while. The result was a real failure. Shu Fei exclaimed that his mother lied to him. People deliberately distanced themselves from him, maybe because he has neither father nor mother. He wanted to find friends, but even after that, nothing worked. They shook him and asked him to give all the money he had. The boy got angry when he heard this from others. He immediately clenched his fist and prepared to defend himself. The boy was surprised that he spoke to him. He did not greet him at the first meeting. He thought that this way he made friends. He thought that after fighting, they became friends. What touches him most is that despite the fact that they were playing, they helped him with money like real friends. Thanks to them, he has something to live on. He has a good group of friends who have helped him. But now it is empty again, because he ran out of money again. His life forces him to wander the streets and alleys every day in the hope of finding shelter. Until one day finally came, people were shouting around that they had killed a man and that this man was crazy. One moment changed his whole life. The boy remembered every little thing that happened to him. He remembered himself as very small, but brave, even though he was very scared. The old man was holding a bloody knife. He apologized to the boy that the blood got on him. He exclaimed that he was sorry. He had not warmed up like this for a long time, and the boy didn't even scare him. He called the boy very curious, and he asked him not to worry. He promised not to touch him. The old man, looking into the boy's eyes, asked why he was looking at him so strangely. The guy thought to himself that this is what he was looking for all along. The smell of blood was wonderful to him. Then he started training to become as strong as this uncle. He was looking for a suitable teacher for himself. And finally, he gained strength. Meanwhile, Uncle Chu Qian's friend laughed and walked forward. The girl told Mr., apologizing, that he couldn't go there. She began to explain that he couldn't go in without an appointment. But the guy was very angry and bloodthirsty. He began to approach the door faster and faster. He stuck out his tongue and, opening the door, asked to let him taste the blood. And the girl employee was scared. She looked in his direction, confused. Zhu Fei, meanwhile, was already dealing with the huge big guy. This big guy flew back and landed on the guy who the employee asked not to enter. He fell right on top of him and foam began to flow out of the impudent guy's mouth. That's the end of his story. Zhu Fei noticed that he threw this big guy at some guy. The man who flew into the wall could not understand what happened to him. Zhu Fei walked around the office with his hands in his pockets. The guy who entered the room without permission groaned and began rubbing the back of his head. Now you can believe that celestial technology exists. One of the guys asked Zhu Fei if he was a cultivator, after which he cleared his throat and apologized to the boy for his ignorance. Zhu Fei thanked Sister Chu Qian and said that he did not know how to explain all this to her. Then the girl's uncle spoke to him. He said that he didn't know that Zhu Fei was a martial artist. However, there are plenty of martial arts masters and he is not the only one. He is sure that the boy is from the Tianwu Union of Martial Masters. The uncle asked the girl if she really thought that she could stay at her post with just one master. He thought it was very funny. Zhu Fei concentrated his power into his hand. He told his uncle that he did not allow him to leave. Uncle was angry and confused. Zhu Fei asked Sister Chu Qian what she thought about this. The girl looked into her uncle's eyes and started a conversation. She said that she did not need the strength of brother Zhu Fei, and she herself can protect Zia Company from him. But my uncle's struggle is of no use. Let him see what happened. If he continues to try, he will only disgrace himself. Uncle exclaimed that he would return, and the girl rushed into Zhu Fei's arms and said that she was glad that he was here. Otherwise, she would be dead now. But the boy did not relax. He said that there was one more unfinished business. Zhu Fei clenched his fist and walked towards the guy who wanted to kill them. Zhu Fei exclaimed that he felt something. He paused and sniffed. The boy said that he felt a murderous aura. He punched the glass and the glass began to fly towards that bad guy. That guy sensed such strong, true energy from a cultivator of that level, and I decided to leave immediately. Zhu Fei said that the same could be said about one more person. This person does not show hostility and has a rather kind aura. Chu Qian asked who he was talking about. And what a joke it was. Chu Qian smiled and said that her brother Shu had become so strong. The boy said that thanks to his sister he is here today. Chu Qian replied that when her brother became more serious, she should also pull herself together. Meanwhile, the guy reported to the master how things were going. The old man replied that it looks like there really is something in this guy. The boy exclaimed to the master that if this is truly a heavenly level technique, then it is simply incredible. The old man asked the guy if this was the Tianwu Union technique. He smiled and replied that the strongest technique of the alliance was the Earth class technique, which was still in the hands of the head of the alliance. The old man replied that he understood everything, but I wonder where a master like him came from then. The old man heard someone speak. The guy asked someone to come into the room and not be afraid. Someone's feet appeared on the threshold. Judging by the number of legs, there were two of them. A woman and a man entered the room. They said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old man told his subordinate that he could tell them. Then the guy said that Mr. Shu saved their daughter. The woman was very surprised how that little boy could save her. How can this even be? The guy answered the lady that she should know about martial artists. Shu Fei is not only a martial artist but also a heavenly level master. The old man said that in fact this seems to be good. Well, there will be enormous pressure on him. Like his brother, for example. The man replied that this guy was the son of an ordinary family. He is a man who loves Chu Qian and has the ability to protect her, but he is the most suitable man for her. The old man said that he heard that the Yu family from the Shanghai pharmaceutical company met Shu Fei. She wanted to recruit this boy for herself. The woman was very surprised by Shu Fei's pharmaceutical company. The old man continued to say that if Shu Fei abandoned Chu Qian and went to the Yu family, it would be a huge loss for both them and the girl. The man replied that he had been saying for a long time that there was no need to be so biased. The woman lowered her head down and closed her eyes and exclaimed that she would go and apologize to him. At this time, his servant was kneeling in front of the guy and talking about heavenly level techniques. He said he couldn't have been more wrong. His true qi not only has a special color but also protects his body. The guy thought about it and said that this was very interesting. He put his hand under his chin and closed his eyes. He thought that this kid would be Chu Qian's weak point. Now, on the contrary, he is her support and protection. The one who was kneeling exclaimed to the young master that they could handle him. He jumped up and said that a heavenly level technique could drive all martial artists crazy. The boy stood opposite him and said about the Tianwu alliance. The guy replied that it was not bad. A heavenly level technique is an opportunity, it is a big chance. The guy thought again and said that it seemed that Shu Fei was now in big trouble. The instigator told the guy that what the young master said was very true. If he can obtain this heavenly level technique, then he asks for permission to take a look at it. If he can practice, it can help him a lot. The guy replied that there was no problem and asked to contact the Tianwu alliance. Chu Qian was sitting in her chair and talking loudly to someone on the phone. Grandfather greeted Chu Qian. He asked her not to dwell on such things. The girl exclaimed that this time everything was clear. Family matters are very important to her. The Xia family became like this thanks to fighting. Is Grandpa to blame for this? Grandfather thought that she dared to lecture him when the guy himself was a martial arts master. Chu Qian said that since she took this position, she is ready for anything. Grandfather replied that this is good, now he can rest in peace. He asked to tell this boy to be very careful. The Tianwu alliance will be looking for him soon. The girl replied that she knew, but even they could not harm him. Grandfather sighed and said that everything was clear to him. Meanwhile, Shu Fei, tired and angry, walked into his room. He turned on the light and walked towards the bed. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He said that the world seemed much more complicated than he thought. He thought about the martial artist, about the Tianwu alliance. So much has happened. He will have to ask the Marchioness for advice when he returns to the other dimension. Suddenly, he froze in place. The boy's gaze changed. Wu Fei's friend knocked on his door. He said that Miss Yu came to see him. The boy got very angry and told Qian Shu that he had Chu Qian. He asked him to leave here, but then Miss Yu came to the door. She told Mr. Shu that he should try the soup she had been preparing all day. Or he thinks she's a bad cook? He should definitely try, because she tried. Tianshu said that he was leaving and wished him to stay happily with Miss Yu. The boy got angry and asked what he meant. Miss Yu told Mr. Ishu that maybe after this meeting he would change his opinion about her at least a little. Shu Fei replied to the girl that he would be frank with her and nothing would work out between them. The girl replied that despite this, she would like to try. He may not like her, but that won't stop her from loving him. Shu Fei said that this would not be loyal to his sister. He won't eat this soup. The boy added, turning to Miss Yu, that she must have hard work and can come back. The girl replied that he loves so devotedly, the more she gets to know him, the more she loves him. She asked him not to worry about work. She knows something about the Tianwu alliance. The boy immediately became interested. She explained that it wasn't very good, but they would be looking for him soon. Shu Fei asked if it was not because of the technique or what he was practicing. The girl asked him to try the soup. When he looked into the cup, he realized that it was a medicinal soup. Miss Yu explained that this soup is very expensive and it is intended for martial artists. The boy replied that it was probably for this reason that the relationship between her family and the Tianwu alliance was so deep. Miss Yu explained that the biggest problem was that the most important plant for this soup had died out. Zhu Fei realized that this was indeed a medicinal soup. Among the herbs they were selling, they found some of this plant and so they made some soup. The boy asked if she had come to talk about this plant. Miss Yu replied that the main reason was that she wanted Mr. Shu to taste her cooking. The boy asked to get down to business. What if the soup cost so much? The girl replied that there was great benefit in this. This will be the master's trump card in front of the Tianwu alliance. Xu Fei thought about it. If it could be mass-produced and transported to another world, how powerful would Zhenbei's army be? The boy thought this was a very good idea. The girl put some paper on the table. Xu Fei, looking into her eyes, asked what she put in front of him. The girl began to explain that there was no need to say anything more. She knew that he wanted the recipe. If she is deceived by him, only she will feel bad. But she hopes he will not do this. She will do whatever Mr. Shu says. The boy put his hand on the back of his head and said that she would haunt him to death. The girl smiled, blushing a little, and said that he was just a good person. Meanwhile, the mansion of a gray-haired old man stretched out in front of us. Its huge chambers rose as if to the sky itself. The old man sat on his throne looking ahead. He was very serious and menacing. A girl stood in front of him. She bowed and called him master. The old man told the girl that since she had already come to him, something important must have happened. The girl turned to the master and said that a heavenly-level technique had appeared in the city. Then the man jumped up from his throne, asking about it. Could this really be possible? The girl began to explain that this was news from the Gao family. She doesn't know whether this is true or not, but there are already many people in the alliance who have begun to act. The old man asked if she was planning to go there too. The girl replied that she did not know whether this was true or not. But this will have a big impact on the Tianwu alliance. She can't just ignore it. But she doesn't want to teach her. The old man laughed menacingly. Then he exclaimed that this was his granddaughter. The reason that techniques have often been lost is because they are very difficult to practice, so it is even more rare to find someone who can practice it. The celestial level technique was lost about 200 years ago. Now, suddenly, she appeared again. This will have huge consequences. He never thought that at his old age, he would have the opportunity to learn a heaven-level technique. The boy began to wake up. He pulled himself up and asked what time it was. He picked up the flashlight and sword and thought that this seemed to be what they wanted. An old man looked in and told the gentleman that he had finally returned. They have finished work on the workshop and are waiting for him to look at the result. Zhu Fei showed the old man his lantern and asked him to hand over the weapon. The old man thanked him and asked if he was sure that he could sell it. The boy replied that they should. First, he has a question for him. How to make an elixir for martial artists. The old man said that he did not know, but the elixir was simply processed medicinal herbs. Wu Fei showed the old man a leaf and asked if this herb was medicinal. The old man answered yes. Most herbs grow in caves. Production is monopolized by large families. Only a very small amount grows in the wild and is extremely scarce. Su Fei thought that this herb seemed to be extremely rare, but he had high hopes. The boy asked the old man what he thought would happen if all the men of the Zhenbei army took such an elixir. The old man exclaimed that he must be joking. The Zhenbei army will become the most invincible army in the world. Zhu Fei asked the old man if they still had money. The old man replied that after the auction they had a lot of money. The boy exclaimed that this was very good. He asked to keep it for his daily expenses. Use the rest of the money to buy herbs. The old man said that they did not have alchemists. Even the state master could make only a few elixirs a year. The boy asked him not to worry and just do what he says. The old man replied that he would certainly do this. Then the boy stopped him. He laughed and asked the old man if he could find him this herb today. The old man thought for a moment and replied that he thought that if he tried hard, he would find it. Xu Fei said that this is very good. As always, have everything brought to his room. He asked to tell the marquise that he himself would prepare dinner today. The old man immediately obeyed. A man from the army asked the marchioness what his majesty meant. The girl sat with her head down. She suddenly chuckled and began to listen to the man. He explained that there were 100,000 people in their army who doesn't know this, but the salary was only enough for 60,000 people. The marquise became very angry and hit her table with her fist. She asked how this was so, and she promised to go and destroy them right away. The employees immediately turned to look at her in fear. Streams of sweat ran down their faces. One of them asked her not to do this. The second one also exclaimed that it was not necessary. Their army of 100,000 will fight the southern army of 300,000. If there are 60,000 left, how could His Highness not understand this? The Marquis replied to General Zuo not to speak so about His Majesty in the barracks. They must control themselves. The general immediately agreed with her and said that he was just a little angry. He thanked the girl for the reminder. Then another servant turned to her and began to report. The manager of the Marquise's residence sent word that her husband would personally prepare dinner for her today and was waiting for her return. The girl thought about the fact that he would cook dinner for her, which made me very happy. One of the servants exclaimed that her husband really loved her very much. The second one noticed this too and laughed. The Marquise decided to leave them. She said that she would definitely figure out how to solve their problem with money and solve the issue of their salary. One of the servants asked permission to see her husband someday. The second supported him and said that they wanted to thank him. But one of the guys was very angry. He gritted his teeth and said that that guy bribed the entire Zhenbei army. Huangqi refuses this. Meanwhile, Xu Fei had already tasted the dinner he had prepared. He noticed that the taste was good. The first time he cooked it, it wasn't that easy. The Marquise appeared in the room. The boy exclaimed that she had finally returned and asked to try his food. But the girl stopped and, looking at her husband, said that she had a request for military pay. Xu Fei asked if something had happened. Are wages being withheld? And he explained that, unfortunately, he could not give her money yet. The boy took the bowl of soup and handed it to his wife. He asked her to try it. The girl thanked him and noticed that there were a lot of herbs in this dinner. She began to stir the soup so she could continue eating it. Her gaze was somehow strange and frightened. Xu Fei asked the Marquise not to look if she didn't want to. He used half the herbs, half less than needed. She was very surprised. It felt like it was made with a bunch of rare herbs. In other words, this soup can increase the effect of herbs 20 times. Xu Fei began to explain that it has another advantage, that it can be prepared by anyone and not just a master alchemist. The Marquise said that this was an important discovery that could change the gap between the enemy and them in battle. The boy smiled and replied that she was thinking correctly. The silver she was going to use for the army, he would spend it. He had already instructed someone to purchase the herbs. He said he would give her the recipe to keep, and he asked if it was much more useful than silver. He closed his eyes, waiting for an answer. Then he added that if you use this for soldiers, they will be able to defeat any army. The girl laughed and replied that this was true. Husband and wife must be united. A guy with blonde hair asked if the manager of the Marquise of Zhenbei's house buys medicinal herbs in bulk. The servant replied that yes, everyone was distributing supplies. The girl answered her brother that this grass was simply extraordinary. She looked in the mirror and asked the guy why he needed so much. The guy replied that the most suitable person for her would be Xu Fei, who is already married. The girl began to yawn and answered her brother that she did not want to get married. Meanwhile, a guy came to His Highness. He immediately glanced at him. The guy folded his hands in front of him and said that it was an honor for him to see His Highness. Then the prince asked if he was accompanying the Marquise of Zhenbei. The guy replied that he was grateful to the prince for remembering him. He is Huang Qi, the guard of the Marchioness of Zhenbei. His Highness asked if he said that he came to ask for help. He would like to hear his explanation and asked to speak. Huang Qi explained that he wanted to kill Xu Fei and restore order in Zhenbei's army. His Majesty grabbed his head and laughed. He exclaimed that this was very well said, and he asked what he was going to do, whether he wanted him to help him. He told His Majesty that he must know that the 5 poisons had awakened in northern Xinjiang. There he is, always on the alert. Everyone knows each other there, so contacting them is not a problem. His Majesty replied that he understood everything and asked to go to the capital and leave this matter to him. The boy listened to His Highness, bowing before him and taking his leave. Exclams could be heard on a fine weekday. The sky was blue and sunny. Meanwhile, Marquise and her beloved were training. They practiced their techniques diligently. The Marquise asked Xu Fei what happened. Why is he so obsessed with martial arts? Does he want her to help him and pour her qi into him? The boy replied that it was not necessary. He doesn't want to melt. The girl said that he would practice like this for a long time. Xu Fei asked the Marchioness if there was a technique of her martial fire level that she could pass on. The girl said that now she could not answer such a question. But after thinking, she said, she remembered that the Juan Fu family has a library with many techniques. She needs to look for something. She exclaimed that it was meeting time and it was time to go to the barracks. The boy wished the girl good luck. He explained that it was time for him to go to the Hundred Flowers Pavilion as well. It's time to open up after such a long break. And the boy headed towards the store. On the ground floor, there was a variety of utensils. It was very bright and clean. On the second floor, there were telescopes and video cameras, as well as cameras. On the third floor, two guards stood on both sides of the door. Shu Fei noticed that it was very noisy there. People said it was amazing how beautiful it was here. It was true that Shu Fei presented them with something incredible. The boy thought to himself that it would be step by step. Meanwhile, his friend approached him. He said that they had not seen each other for a couple of days, and he had already come up with something incredible. Looking into his eyes, the guy decided that it looked like Shu Fei didn't want to see him. The boy replied that this was not so. He was just in such a hurry to get to this pavilion that he didn't have time to see anyone. He didn't expect the prince himself to come. The prince laughed and exclaimed that the master's words were not true. Now everyone wants to know what will surprise them today. The boy laughed and thanked the prince for his kindness. He said that he would go to announce, and raising his hand up, he informed everyone around him that the pavilion of hundreds of flowers was open. Two guys on the street were talking about how the Hundred Flowers Pavilion had reopened, but now the business in it has changed, and it will not prosper as it was before. The second guy replied that the owner of this place is now Shu Fei. I wonder what will happen here. A bright light came out of the pavilion. These were yellow rays of light. The prince, seeing this beauty, exclaimed that it was simply incredibly dazzling here. Everything shone with purity and beauty. In front of him was a huge mirror. The prince could not look at it enough and exclaimed that this mirror was simply crystal clear. He approached Shu Fei and asked what the price of this mirror was. He promised to pay twice as much for it. The boy laughed and said that he could not believe that the prince liked this. The prince replied that he was not the only one who liked it and asked to look at others. There was already a whole line at the door, a huge crowd of people. They asked each other not to push each other. They asked if they gave free eggs here. Shu Fei decided that this was too much. The prince laughed and said that he had won. I wonder if there are enough mirrors in the pavilion. Then the boy looked at the prince and replied that he was not going to lie to him, and he told his highness that this is the only mirror here. The prince said that it was difficult, and he asked to see how many crowds of people wanted it. The guy noticed his sister Zhao Zongcheng in the crowd. The girl waved her hand at him. The guy greeted his highness. Yun Tianyi from the Yun Chamber of Commerce, with his sister Yun Shanshan, the prince exclaimed that he was afraid no one would want to leave empty-handed. The girl said that since this is a sale, the one who pays the most will get it. The guy asked his sister not to be stupid. The Yun Chamber of Commerce certainly wants to earn this mirror, but he will leave this opportunity to His Majesty. Suddenly, a man on a horse arrived at the premises. He asked who was in charge here, and he added that they say that the Marquis in Zhanbei is resourceful and inventive. Is there a mirror that matches these words? Can he offer the mirror to the emperor? Shu Fei asked if this was a joke. Then the man began to get nervous and asked how he dared say that to him. The man asked his sister to calm down. This is a store. You need to buy here. He asked not to dare take this mirror from him. Then he laughed and exclaimed that he could not buy anything without money. Shu Fei began to sweat and asked the people around to calm down. He asked to listen to him first. The boy exclaimed that he was very grateful that all the famous people of this city appreciated him. He put his hand on the mirror and said that this item was not for sale. The buyer began to get nervous. The woman exclaimed that he didn't need to say that. She would support him and asked him to just name his price. Another woman said that he was the husband of the Marquise. Does he really think the guy needs money? What you need to bring to the emperor cannot be bought with money. Watching what was happening and listening to their conversation, Shu Fei thought that they were two stupid women. The boy asked the two of them not to say anything more. If His Majesty orders, he can give this mirror. Otherwise, he asks not to say anything. Then the women began to get nervous and asked if he knew what would happen to him after these insults to them. Shu Fei explained that the mirror also belonged to the Juan Fu family, so why don't the two of them ask the Marquis of Zhanbei? The women looked at each other and chuckled at the same time. They were very nervous and pulled their eyebrows towards their nose. The prince laughed and said that the Marchioness of Zhanbei actually has 3 shares of their district, and the two of them should think before doing anything. Shu Fei said that although the mirror behind him is not for sale, there is more than just this item in his pavilion. The boy looked at his employee Myung Wool and asked him to bring the wrapped things. The boy immediately listened to his master and brought some kind of large package. Shu Fei said that if the two of them returned empty-handed, He would be ashamed in front of the emperor. So he asked them to take the gift and give it to the emperor. The girls immediately thanked Mr. Shu. The prince said that he was interested in only one thing. What is he going to do with that mirror behind him? The boy replied that His Highness knows that the mirror is very popular among women. He hasn't forgotten that he has a woman. His Highness laughed and replied that he understood everything. Meanwhile, the Marquise stood in front of the table and opened some kind of lid. Looking inside, Xu Fei opened the door and, entering the room, told the girl that he had already returned. The Marquise immediately turned around and said that she had heard that he fought to keep the mirror and offended two women from the emperor's palace. Xu Fei laughed in response and explained that it was only thanks to her name that the danger was averted. The Marquise said that although he managed to escape today, they do not know what will happen in the future. The boy replied that no, everything would be fine. Moreover, no one else will see this mirror in the pavilion. Xu Fei explained this and asked the elder to quickly enter the room. The guy was carrying some object in his hands and asked the gentleman where to put it. Xu Fei asked to leave it in front of the girl and thanked him for his help. The Marquise was very surprised and asked her husband what kind of item he had brought. When he removed the cover that was on this object, the girl was even more amazed. She blushed and opened her mouth. She couldn't believe her eyes. "This is that precious mirror," the Marquise exclaimed that this was truly incredible. The boy replied that there is only one person in the world who can have this mirror, and it can only be her. Xu Fei put it in his hand on the mirror and asked the girl if she liked it. The Marquise clasped her hands in front of her and replied that she liked it very much. She told her beloved that she was very lucky to meet him. Xu Fei replied that he was lucky to have met her. Otherwise, he would not have survived without her. The employees around closed their eyes and smiled contentedly. One of them praised the gentleman. The Marquise approached Xu Fei and invited him to get married as soon as possible. He laughed and asked why she was in such a hurry. The girl replied that for now there was peace in the north. She wants to have time to give birth to a child. And she added that this is why she wants to do everything faster. Moreover, he is already quite old. Xu Fei didn't know what to answer. He blushed a little and became beaded with sweat. He began to rave and say the name of the Marquise. Drool was dripping from his mouth. The boy was in a dream. Opposite him stood the girls, Miss Yu and his fiancée. Xu Fei began to slowly open his eyes. He wanted to ask what the two of them were doing here. The girls began to offer him food. They both came up with their daughters full of food. The boy did not expect such a turn of events. He thanked both girls. Chu Tian said that she did not know that Lady Yu was here so early and asked if she wanted to see her husband. Miss Yu immediately pulled aside and asked Mrs. Chu if she was talking about her now. There was an unpleasant pause. The girl replied that she was talking about her. Xu Fei began to stop her. He told Miss Yu that he had already said that he had a wife, so if that's why she's here today, he asks her to come back. The girl chuckled in response and said that she wanted to ask him how things were going with that plant. The boy looked into her eyes and calmly replied that everything was fine. He placed the box on the sofa. Then he began to stretch out his hand to give it to Miss Yu. He asked the girl to check if the box contained the herb she mentioned. The girl was very surprised and replied that this would definitely be enough for the Tianwu alliance. Chu Tian asked Miss Yu why she was here, whether it was because of the alliance. The girl replied with a chuckle that she was here because of her and Xu Fei had problems with the Tianwu alliance. Miss Yu exclaimed that she would find a way to solve the problems with them for Xu Fei's sake. She will help him herself and will not ask her permission. She began to open the box of herbs. Now that she has the herbs, she will certainly get down to business. Miss Yu said goodbye to them. The boy wished good luck to Mrs. Yu. Chu Tian grabbed Xu Fei's hand very tightly. The girl asked her fiancé if she was a problem for him. The boy laughed and stroked the girl's head and asked what she was talking about. Chu Qian replied that he was now in trouble because of her. She began to wipe her eyes from tears. But Lady Yu can help him. She is very capable and strong and is better suited for him. The girl exclaimed that she was much better than her. After these words, Xu Fei suddenly pressed his lips to the girl's. He began to kiss her passionately. Suddenly someone knocked on the door, and without waiting for an answer, he entered without permission. It was Qian Shu. He chuckled and said that the other brothers had arrived, and then asked Xu Fei to go meet them. Chu Xian raised his hand and said goodbye to her fiancé. The boy reciprocated her feelings. One of the guys who came with a smile pushed Xu Fei and said that their third brother was becoming more and more mature. One of them exclaimed that he had forgotten that he should now be called Mr. Shu. The boy replied that this was a rare occasion when they got together in such a long time. Tianshu knitted his eyebrows and sadly said that during this short time, their company is slowly growing, but many are catching up with them. Now they need people they can trust, so he called them. One of the guys told Mr. Zhu that President Qian had bought their company. Now he will follow them. The boy was very surprised and asked if they had really gotten so rich. Chanshu handed him a piece of paper and replied that the funds from the sale of herbs plus the liquidity of the Yu family's third payment had reached 7 figures. Zhu Fei sighed heavily as he looked at the paper. He said that it's not even close. It's a drop in the ocean compared to the Xia family. He understood, but maybe they would still celebrate together. They all gathered here right away. Tianshu told the boy that time is running out. Everyone is watching them, and they must prepare these too. The guys looked at Tianshu sadly. Xu Fei sighed heavily and said that he would like to eat. One of the guys thanked the third brother and said that they had the best intentions. But they can't do it now. They need to work. They know what level they are at. They can't waste any more time. Xu Fei thanked the guys for coming to help. Meanwhile, a huge, beautiful house rises in front of us against the backdrop of a bright, bright sky. The girl approached the woman sitting at the table and apologized for being late when she called Miss Mo over. The woman replied that there was no need to be polite. She would like to know why Miss Yu wanted to see her. The girl handed her a bowl of soup, but Miss Mo said that this was not necessary. A few days without food or drink will not harm her. In fact, if she doesn't talk, she knows why she's looking for her. But does this have anything to do with the Yu family? Miss Yu asked the girl to try this dish. She explained that she didn't just invite her to eat. That would be funny. Miss Mo began to smell the food and her look changed. She asked if this was the Yu family's family medicine. Isn't it already impossible to do it? And it must have something to do with a person who has a heavenly level technique? The girl replied that Miss Mo is very smart. She really is right, and she couldn't have done it without him. Now, there are so many rumors she cannot understand where the truth is. In any case, she asks not to trust the Gao family. Miss Mo said that she understood. Her goal is not to kill a person who owns celestial technology, but simply to see him. Miss Yu replied that that was good and that they seemed ready to talk. Let's be transported to the vast, bright chambers of the old man. He asked the boy about the alliance between Tianwu and the Gao family. The guy answered the old man that he needed to warn that boy as soon as possible, but the old man said that there was no need to do this, let everything take its course. As long as he is alive, he must help Chu Qian. The guy began to feel the man's pulse. The man asked the boy what was there. He asked him to tell the truth. The guy closed his eyes and lowered his head, and answered that he was afraid to tell him, but he only had 3 months left. The old man lowered his head and looked at the floor and replied that he understood him. Meanwhile, Xu Fei and his fiancée Chu Qian were sitting at the table. They sat down to have lunch. The boy asked the girl why she wasn't eating, or she doesn't like the food. Chu Qian replied that she really liked it. She behaved somehow strangely. She lowered her gaze and explained to the boy that she was just thinking about everything. Xu Fei couldn't understand what happened, and he asked if something had happened at the company. The girl replied that she remembered something. She has one thing to do and she's going to leave it. Chu Xian stood up from the table and headed towards the exit. She seemed offended by him. Suddenly, his friend Qian Shu walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that if he chose Lady Yu, his life would become easier. The boy exclaimed that he knew that he would never agree. The friend replied that he was simply telling the facts. The guy with glasses told Madame Chu Qian that he still had to advise her that now was not the time to behave decently and correctly. They might not survive, not to mention that Xia company might disappear. The girl replied that she was born into the Xia family, and it is her duty to protect her family. As for Xu Fei, she doesn't want him to be in danger because of her. We are transported again to another time. Xu Fei found himself in another dimension. He thought that he was here again and wondered why Chu Qian was avoiding him. What could have happened to her? The servant was very happy that his master had returned. He exclaimed that the whole house was preparing for his wedding with the Marchioness. The old man leaned over the boy and asked the gentleman what had happened to him. The boy answered the question with a question. He asked why there were so many beetles and flies here. The old man said that there are special people in the house who get rid of them, but he doesn't know where they come from. Suddenly, the boy's gaze changed and he asked to be careful. Something flew at the old man. Xu Fei began to use his strength to help him. Some kind of dark haze appeared around them. Plumes of purple smoke stretched in their direction. A lot of insects began to fly into the crack of the door. The old man exclaimed that these were not mosquitoes. The boy asked the old man to be more careful. He tried to dodge the swarm of insects, They began to circle around him in a purple-black haze. The boy thought that with his current level of cultivation, he could not cope with this. Bright flames of fire appeared from somewhere. Someone approached Mr. Shu. The guy asked him not to be afraid and explained that these were parasites of the Northern Territory. He began to defend Mr. Shu and exclaimed that the guy was in good hands. Shu Fei asked the general if he had come to him when he first saw these beetles. The general answered the gentleman that he did not know, but these beetles were specially trained to kill. The 5 poisons of the north did this. The boy was very surprised, but looking into the general's eyes, he said that he understood everything. The general explained that they were members of the Northern Army. They are a thorn in everyone's side. The old man added that it was no surprise that they attacked Mr. Xu. He has a high status and attracts a lot of attention. Well, how did parasites from the northern border enter the capital? This already makes me think. Perhaps there is also some kind of traitor among their army. Meanwhile, the weather was good and there were no signs of trouble. A man in a headdress closed his eyes and thought about something. In front of him stood a vessel with some worms inside. Many insects came out of this vessel. People gathered around and looked forward. Their looks were very surprised and frightened. The old man who conjured over this vessel said that there was a failure, but he almost succeeded. One boy asked the master to let him in. Even if he dies, he can take revenge on the Marquis of Zhenbei. The old man replied that he was still too young. He is so brave only because he has not yet seen her on the battlefield. A woman standing nearby replied that the master was right, and she told her brother that they were not here for revenge. Previous wars had cost them too much. They must not repeat the mistakes of their fathers. The guy exclaimed, turning to his sister, that it was the Marquis who killed their parents. Is it possible to do this? The sister explained to her brother that the Marchioness of Zhenbei was just a pawn of the emperor. If they complete the assassination mission this time, they will have a supporter in the capital. The boy replied that he didn't care. He exclaimed that he wanted to take revenge on her immediately. Someone behind them laughed. The guy in the mask said that the younger brother was right. The Marchioness of Zhenbei has shed too much blood of the people of the north. There's no harm in killing them both. The master recognized this guy as Mr. Zia. He replied that he had better leave, otherwise things would get worse for him. Mr. Zia said that he had great news for the patriarch. Cattle and sheep were sent to the northern border to contribute to the killing. His master said that if the Marquis was also killed, he was ready to pay 10 times the previous price. The boy was very surprised by this. Mr. Zia said that this would help them a lot. Then the guys asked if they could go home. The guy told the patriarch that it was because they lost to the Marquis that they were driven to the north of the desert. If they kill her, they can return to their ancestral homeland. They will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The master said that going home is not something they can simply decide to do. He asked if he could ask who his master was. Mr. Zia said that he didn't need to know. The only thing he can tell him is that he is a powerful man. The master laughed and thanked the boy for such an offer. But he said he was afraid they wouldn't be able to do it. Mr. Zia thought for a moment and said, "The main thing is to tell him the rest depends on the patriarch." Then someone turned to the boy. "Let's go back to the prince's chambers." The bright sun illuminated everything around. The prince asked if they really did not agree to kill the Marquis of Zhenbei. "Joy," the guy answered. His Highness that it was so. But he asked him not to worry. He promised to find someone who could kill this Shu Fei, and then he will help him gain fame and profit for catching the killer. His Highness replied that this was very good. This way he can win the trust of the Juan Fu family. He asked the guy to just follow the plan, then he sent him on his way out. The guy immediately obeyed His Highness. The prince looked after him, thoughtful. Meanwhile, the guy stood behind the column watching His Highness. The prince laughed because Qingyun had heard everything. He said that he didn't expect that this kid had a plan. Qingyun told His Highness that he thought it was better not to trust such a person who was clearly harmful and poisonous. His Highness closed his eyes and replied that he simply had no other choice. But Qingyun began to explain to the guy that he was a very bad person. He is now betraying the general to their army and will do the same to him. His Highness began to scream and ask him to stop. He doesn't have to do everything he tells him. The boy immediately closed his eyes and lowered his head and began to apologize to His Highness, after which he turned around and began to leave. But His Highness was thinking about something, after which he caught up with the boy and put his hand on his shoulder. He turned to Brother Qingyun. Turning to the guy, he asked for forgiveness and said that perhaps he was too hasty in his answer. Qingyun told His Highness that the more dangerous the situation, the less arrogant they should be. Otherwise, they won't be able to do anything later. His Highness laughed and exclaimed that this was a good idea. He added that while the boy was here, he didn't need anything else. Meanwhile, the Marquise squeezed the cup in her hands and it shattered into small fragments. She said that the Emperor told her to take the bloody box from the 5 poisons. She was able to get her, but did not kill everyone there, and now they are taking revenge on her. Zhu Fei replied to the Marquise that there must be something suspicious here. There is no way for the 5 poisons to know the location of the residence. He thinks that someone must have ordered the attack. The girl said that her husband was a kind-hearted man who had not been through a war and did not know the dangers of the human heart. Whatever the reason, this time it will not spare them. The Marquise gave the command to her man to begin the search. As soon as they find 5 poisons, the girl asks to immediately inform her. Zhu Fei said that of course they can be as evil as she says, but only if they were ordered to do so. The girl asked her husband to stop talking about it. Last time she didn't destroy them completely, and now she's getting paid for it. Zhu Fei asked the Marquise if she had ever forgiven. When she thinks more seriously, after 5 poisons, there will be the next, and after them others. The girl replied that for 100 years the North has been attacking their borders, and it is not for them to decide unilaterally what to do. Zhu Fei exclaimed that the North only captured the border because the northern border is poor and corrupt. The Northerners wanted to get something to live on. There is nothing wrong with people wanting food and water to survive. War is wrong. The girl asked her husband if he had an idea that could solve this once and for all. Zhu Fei replied that it was trade. The Marquise asked what he meant. The boy began to explain that trade and exchange would help them. For example, surpluses are formed in the food market every year. But supply exceeds demand, and it is not easy to store spoiled food that goes to waste. Those that can be stored also require more labor to store. It would be nice to exchange them with the northern tribes for cattle, horses, and livestock. The old man exclaimed that this was a brilliant move. This will avoid waste. He can also make money by killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Marquise said that if he could realize this, it would be incredible. Zhu Fei said that they only need the Emperor to agree, and then they will decide on the geographical point of this market between the North and West. The war does not make things worse for the North, but rather for them. The Marquise exclaimed that her husband saw right through everything. He's just a real leader. The boy replied that he simply did not want innocent victims. This is all because of some ministers and authorities who do not understand the value of the lives of soldiers and people. The girl said that at the next meeting with the Emperor, she would offer him this idea. The boy laughed and told the Marquise that she was also a people's person. Meanwhile, the man was holding a notebook in his hands and said that the main thing is the Xia family's own business, which has nothing to do with him. The guy grinned in response and said that if it weren't for his plan, no one would have known that the Xia family had so many treasures. It will simply destroy them, the guy told his father. That now the Xia family is not only setting teeth on edge in the eyes of other families, even the Tianwu Heavenly Martial Alliance had its eye on them. They have this opportunity and they must destroy them immediately. After his words, the father immediately put the notepad on the table and looked sternly at his son. He said that the old man of the Xia family would definitely remove one of the biggest obstacles for his granddaughter before he died. He asked what his son thought about whether it was worth climbing them now while he was still alive. The boy smiled brazenly and, closing his eyes, answered his father that he understood him perfectly. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Chu Qian was sitting at her desk writing something. In front of her was a notepad and pen. She was very thoughtful and serious. A girl was sitting in a chair opposite her. Chu Qian turned to her after making a note in her notebook. She said that the girl even went through the guards. She must be the master of the Tianwu Alliance. The girl laughed in response and said that she really is what they say about her, a cold girl. Chu Qian replied that if she wanted to kill her, she did not need to wait to do it. The girl said that she was very honest and offered to talk frankly. She explained that she did not need technology, she needed Zhu Fei. Chu Qian began to scribble on the paper with a pen. She said that technology and medicinal food were the subject of negotiations, but not him. The girl replied that she was really ready to risk everything for him. But rumors said otherwise. Chu Qian grinned and said that rumors are rumors after all. He is a person and he is hers. She won't use him as a bargaining chip. The girl exclaimed that she and Yu Ruyu were very devoted to this man. This makes her much more curious. Chu Tian said that if she is interested, then let her go to him and find out for herself why this is so. The girl asked if she was serious. Does she really want her to meet her husband? Is she that confident in him? But Chu Tian replied with a smile that there was no such thing as confidence. And recently, family matters have become complicated and Shu Fei is wondering how to help her. But she wants him to at least be left alone. The girl laughed in response and exclaimed that rumors could not be trusted. Miss Chu is not the type to do this on purpose. She is a straightforward woman of heart. In that case, she has good news for Madame Chu Qian. The recent actions of the Tianwu alliance were not from them, but from its individual masters. The head of the alliance and most of it will not participate in this. Chu Qian replied that this was really good news for her and her family. The girl thanked her in response and smiled tenderly. Meanwhile, a sunny, bright day did not bode well. The boy stood in front of his father. He continued to sit in the chair reading some book. The son asked his father if he was going to do this on his own. The man replied that no, and for now he would mind his own business. The guy asked his father if he really thought that now was the time for this. Meanwhile, the girl returned from Chu Qian. Miss Yu asked her if Chu Qian really said that. Miss Mo replied that she didn't seem like the kind of person who liked to joke. Looking into Miss Yu's eyes, she said that she had no idea that she was so smart. The girl chuckled and said that all situations now, including the plans of the Gao family, are also in her calculations. Miss Yu replied that she was indeed right. But everything will be explained this morning. She is just a catalyst. Miss Mo said that after meeting Chu Qian, she begins to understand that all her machinations are more related to business. The girl replied that she had no choice but to say that these were real problems that Shu Fei had to face. She explained that she was not trying to cause a scene. Miss Mo said with a grin that she couldn't help but agree. Then Miss Yu exclaimed that she was going to leave. Chu Qian just split. And this is an excellent opportunity now to compete for Shu Fei. Miss Mo exclaimed that she was right and made some kind of gesture with her hand. She directed her power at the girl and began to tie her up with some kind of ropes. As she left, the girl thanked her for the tip. Now is really the right time, and this is her chance. Miss Yu began to spit out the gag that was in her mouth. Then she exclaimed that this was outrageous. How can she do this when she has a chance to play fair? Miss Mo replied that there was nothing unfair about it. They just have different means. Miss Yu has medicine and she has martial arts. She asked the girl to rest. Meanwhile, Shu Fei's chambers spread out before us again. The boy slept for a long time, and when he woke up, he asked the Marquise where he was. The girl brought him hot tea and food and told her husband that he had woken up so he could go have breakfast. She explained that she had found someone who could help with his mutual market idea. They must present her to the emperor as soon as possible. The boy exclaimed that this was simply wonderful. The Marquise said that this was a good thing for the country and the people. How can there be a reason for delay if it is her husband's idea? Shu Fei looked the girl straight in the eyes and said that if this idea was approved, she would lose her position. The Marquise lowered her head and blushed a little. She didn't answer the boy. Shu Fei asked, "Why not return the letter? Perhaps then something will change." He asked the girl to prepare the horses. The boy was serious. The Marquise took his hand. It was as if she was stopping her husband, after which the girl looked into his eyes and said his name. She asked that if one day she loses everything she has now, what will he do to her? The boy immediately hugged the Marquise and replied that his attitude towards her would not change. The girl pressed herself against his chest and called the boy her beloved husband. Then suddenly, while they were hugging, his old servant began to scream and call him. He exclaimed, pointing to the side, that the emperor had been poisoned. Meanwhile, the man told the old man that this was a very good plan and asked him to do as the old man said. The old man agreed, but decided to ask His Highness whether Prince Zhao Yu would also participate in this matter. The emperor apologized and said that since he was a prince, he should get his share. Yu Fei was very surprised that the emperor was poisoned. He asked the old man how this happened. The old man replied that he was also very surprised, but suddenly he was poisoned and immediately officials came to inspect the army. Among them were those who were against the Juan Fu family. The Marquise exclaimed that this must all have been specially done with 5 poisons. The old man said indignantly that they wanted to gather a huge army to launch an offensive. Zhu Fei said that even if it is a tiger's nest, it is time to act. The Marquise exclaimed that she would go with him. Suddenly, a servant came and began to report to the Marquise of Zhenbei that she had received a message. The man explained that he needed to check on the army, and the Marquise of Zhenbei must immediately prepare the entire army for the review, and they must come out immediately without delay. The girl replied that she would do so. She approached the first general and asked to take a team of people to escort Shu Fei. The boy turned to the Marquise, but she said that there was no need to dissuade her, they were already close. They cannot afford to take this lightly. Shu Fei agreed with the girl and asked her to be careful. The boy's servant told Mr. Shu Fei that it was time for them too. The green meadow beckoned with its brightness and beauty. There were many light green trees around. The guy in the mask told the patriarch that the path leads to Shufei, and this time everything should work out. The patriarch replied that he was confident that he would do everything possible, but he would like to ask, this is the capital after all, and if force majeure happens, how will he help him get out? The guy answered the patriarch that this was too much. Mr. Influential Man in the capital, this is nothing, and he has agreed on everything. All he has to do is try his luck. Let's return to the spacious chambers. They rose to the very sky, attracting with their beauty. The emperor handed the man a notebook with notes. He asked the prime minister to look at what he had just given him. The prime minister, looking at the paper, said that he had heard that Xu Fei had great skill and ingenuity. Is it possible that he also studied laws and management strategies? The man's gaze changed. The emperor asked the old man how he liked this idea. The old man replied that this was indeed a good strategy for running a country. But this person is really from Huang Fu. The Huang Fu family has an outstanding military record. If another government official appears, he is afraid that he will no longer be able to fully control everything. The man asked if he had a plan. The old man replied that he thought it was better to leave this to the discretion of the sons of the princes. He began to explain that the Huang Fu family would not be able to gain power. This is the first thing. Secondly, if one of the emperor's sons can persuade Xu Fei to join the fight for the prince's throne, then the Huang Fu family can be temporarily weakened. Meanwhile, the son asked his servants what poisoned his father. This Xu Fei sent him a letter. The woman laughed and said she was sure he was right. The prince said that in his opinion, the central government should now be like a traitor, like Shuzi. The old lady completely agreed with the guy. The prince exclaimed that they must kill the boy quickly. But the guy looked at the prince and told him that Xu Fei should not be killed. The prince was very angry and asked why he said that. He didn't expect this from Brother Qing Yun. Brother Qing Yun would like to ask His Majesty to take a look at this document. He explained that this strategy was even better than his. His Majesty laughed and replied to Brother Qing Yun that he was joking again. How can he compare himself to him, who rose to the top by becoming the Marquis of Zhenbei? Qing Yun asked if he had ever wondered why the Marquise of Zhenbei would devote herself to him if she had no one. He asked not to let this talent go unnoticed if this person could be attracted. His Majesty will receive another capable official. Isn't this a good thing for the country? The prince exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, that he was tired and asked Brother Qing Yun to leave. He will make his own decision, and there is no need for further discussions on this topic. The guy immediately obeyed him. The old woman standing nearby lowered her head and laughed, closing her eyes. She said that young people do not know what is really important. Meanwhile, the guy, listening to his man, said that he did not expect this. Apparently, he underestimated Brother Xu Fei. The man said, addressing His Highness, that he needed to worry more about the place of the emperor's heir. The prince replied that therefore, if he wants to seize the throne, he needs to find comrades. Otherwise, even if he can get this place, who will be with him then? The guy said that he was a member of the Huang Fu family. Wouldn't His Highness be happy to see him as a powerful man with military intentions? The prince laughed and replied that he was using it. He asked his friend not to worry. If he doesn't know how to understand people and use them correctly, then today he can protect the Huang Fu family, and tomorrow the Lan Fu family. In fact, the Huang Fu family's imperial career depends on the ability to protect the people. The guy replied that he had been following His Majesty for many years. Today, he finally saw a hint of the emperor's spirit in His Majesty. The prince asked if she was looking down on him in that case. Meanwhile, the horse-drawn carriage slowly moved forward. A cab driver sat in front, and on the sides there were people with weapons in their hands. Xu Fei thought about the marquis. He decided that the girl had placed too many people with him. The driver suddenly asked everyone to be careful. Xu Fei began to pull back the curtain. He asked the first general what was happening. The boy asked not to worry, since he was with him. Meanwhile, the master told the masked man that it was not one of their people who did this. Could it be that his master arranged this? The masked man replied no. But as long as they advocate killing Xu Fei, they are not their enemies. The boy asked the patriarch what they should do in this case. Meanwhile, the guys began to attack the horse-drawn carriage. The boys prepared to fight back the attackers. The general took out his weapon. Xu Fei told the general that it was not like the 5 poison people. If 5 poisons appear at this time, the general said that he had sent a messenger for support to arrive. The man exclaimed that the 2 had run away to send word to the Marchioness. He asked why they didn't stop them. The girl answered her man that he should remember something. 5 poisons will kill him, and their target is the Marquise of Zhenbei. You just need to continue to delay them and wait for the 5 poisons to strike. The guy bowed and replied that he would do everything that way. The masked man told the patriarch that if he did not kill Xu Fei, then others would receive the reward. He needs to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, the guy surrounding himself with his assistants was serious. He exclaimed that this was their only chance to return to the homeland of their ancestors and called the guys to follow him. The master exclaimed, turning to the guy in the mask, that the performance was beginning. The guys couldn't understand what that sound was next to them. They became wary. The man who ran forward thought that after the death of his parents, he trained hard every day. He did this to get revenge today. He began to direct his power against the guys. Meanwhile, the masked guy told the lady that the 5 poisons were attacking, but their bugs were also attacking their soldiers. He asked if they should retreat. The girl replied that they needed to put on a good show. They are here for the Marquise naturally, and the 5 poisons cross their arms with them. She gives the command while Xu Fei is distracted to bring it to her. The guy immediately obeyed his mistress. Suddenly, Xu Fei was grabbed by the hand by the general. The boy paused and looked at him. The general explained to the gentleman that these were the guys who almost killed him. He told the gentleman that he had to get him out. The boy thanked him for his kindness, but he can't let the other brothers die here because of him. Xu Fei exclaimed that he had his own plans. He did not listen to the general. The boy jerked his hand and began to move forward towards the danger. He ordered the general to take the pill and tell the others to try it too. Meanwhile, the guys were already preparing to attack their opponent. The guy wanted to send Xu Fei to hell. He gave the command to his assistants to attack. Xu Fei said that he had heard that everyone in the Cave of 5 Poisons was an expert in using poison, but he has a poison that they have never even heard of. He inquired about his indicators. The guys were very surprised and did not understand what he really meant. Xu Fei threw some balls forward and a huge explosion occurred. The one who wanted to attack asked how dare he talk about poisons in front of them. He was knocked to the ground when he sniffed the wisp of smoke coming from the explosion. The general asked his master what it was. Xu Fei explained that they had just taken the antidote. This is the poison that he recently created and they just passed out. The guy was very surprised by this. Meanwhile, another opponent in a green cloak exclaimed that he had heard that Marquise Chu was full of tricks and tricks. Today he saw it, and it really lives up to its name. The general began to cover his master and asked people to protect him. Xu Fei couldn't understand why that guy was okay when others weren't. The general replied that this man was a step away from a martial saint. For him it was nothing. One of the guys took out his weapon to protect Mr. Xu Fei. The others also came to help, but that guy was very strong. He picked something up from the ground. The man said that he was truly special. He looked at the pill, and he added that if he had not been assigned to kill him, he thinks they could have become friends. The guy took out some of his pills and asked Xu Fei to try the old man's poison. The boy looked at his hand in surprise and thought that this was very dangerous. A whole pool of blood appeared on the ground. The scarlet blood did not stop dripping. Xu Fei thought that he might die. Streams of scarlet blood also flowed from his eyes. His opponent looked at the boy. He was waiting for the final result. Suddenly, a girl turned to him and exclaimed that he had harmed her husband. A bright yellow dragon appeared from the darkness. Everything around began to glow with a red-yellow light. The guy walked towards danger. He was ready to fight this girl. The man tried to resist the power of the Marquise. Stones scattered around. The girl clenched her fist and was serious. She rushed towards the enemy. The guy couldn't believe it made her so angry. Even if she was in the martial saint realm, she would still suffer the consequences. The Marquise asked the boy to stop talking and, accelerating, hit him. The boy managed to put a block with his hand. Then she clenched her fist again and quickly flew towards him. The guy immediately coughed from the strong blow. He flew far back. The guy in the black suit was very surprised by the true strength of the Marquise of Zhenbei. Meanwhile, the prince sighed heavily and said that they had failed. The guy in black asked if he was also at the martial saint stage. It's useless. This girl is the strongest of all the martial saints that exist. He, being half the level of a martial saint, withstood only a few of her blows. Meanwhile, the master looked at what was happening. His gaze was directed forward. The guy in the mask congratulated the patriarch. He said that the man could return to the land of his ancestors. 60 years ago, he won first place in a test of 5 poisons. The entire clan considered him the best candidate for the post of head of the clan. But he left their clan, and at that time he was glad that he became the second, and that it was he who became the head of the clan after his departure. 15 years ago, he went to Zhongzhong to persuade him to return to the Five Poisons. He said that he had planned to live in Zhongzhong and would not return with him. At that time, he refused to accept his origins. A year later, when he became the new head, he sent him a congratulatory gift, but he refused it. It was probably contempt towards him. 30 years ago, Great Yan and the northern border were at enmity, and they no longer kept in touch with each other. 10 years ago, he had heard from people that he was a semi-serious martial saint, and at that moment he was cynical. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with him in this life. 5 years ago, when the Marquise of Zhenbei led her army to defeat the Cave of Five Poisons, he did not appear. Today they met again, but separated forever. He, his brother, and they were born from the same mother. The guy asked Qin what he would do in the future. Qin replied that he wanted to become a patriarch to protect the Cave of Five Poisons. 60 years ago they left each other, but today they are here with him, but they will never communicate again. The guy in the mask said that he knew that he was his brother, but honestly, if not for his confidence, they would not have trusted him so easily. The man replied that there was no point in talking about it. He asked the guy to keep his promises. Then the guy in the mask asked if he knew why he then left the Northern Territory. Because he wanted his brother's wish to be fulfilled. If he had not left, he would not have been the patriarch. He shouldn't be upset. His brother has been carrying out contract killings for the Great Yang all these years. This man deserves to die. Meanwhile, the boy was lying on the bed covered in cold sweat. The guy bowed to the Marquise and began to apologize for not protecting the young master well. He exclaimed that she could take his life, but the girl replied that this time the enemy was really strong. This is not the time to discuss punishment when the Juan Fu family is now in the rear. He will live, but his meridians are very damaged. He could go and rest. They could be attacked at any moment. And now the prince's luxurious, bright mansion stretched out before us again. He was very surprised and asked why no one died from the Five Poisons. And didn't they really kill Xu Fei? The guy replied that it was, because at that time the Marquise had already burned her blood and was invincible, but he asked His Highness not to worry. Half-grade martial saint poison. No one can cure him, it's only a matter of time before Xu Fei dies. The prince exclaimed that this was great, as long as he died. And as for the Five Poisons, he laughed. The prince asked for an order to be passed on for someone to give the Marchioness the coordinates of the Five Poisons. Let them solve their problems themselves, and all that remains is to wait and see. The servant replied that everything would be done. Let's return to the chambers of the other prince. It was a bright, clear day. The sun illuminated the royal chambers. The guy asked his servant what happened to Xu Fei. Was he almost killed? The comrade replied that no one could think that a semi-serious martial saint could be a member of the Five Poisons tribe. The boy lowered his head and said that it seemed that the master died because of him. The guy said that he really moved the old man for Xu Fei's sake. But this poisonous old man, the prince became sad and closed his eyes. He exclaimed that it had already come to this, and he would have to beat a dead horse. The weather was wonderful. The sun illuminated everything around. The sky was blue and clear. The doctor touched the boy's pulse. He tried to understand what happened to him. The man lowered his eyes and exhaled heavily. Then he turned to Her Highness. He told the Marchioness that there was nothing he could do to help her with the poison he was suffering from. The girl told the doctor that everything was fine and he received his reward. She asked him to come back. The servant approached Her Highness about Xu Fei. The girl sighed heavily and replied that they had an ancient bone from the southern barbarians that could cure it. The old man exclaimed to his lady that the government would not give her the opportunity to use her. The girl clenched her fist in front of her and said that she did not need their permission. She would take it herself. The Marquise asked not to tell anyone that she was going south. From now on, he will handle all the affairs of the Huang Fu house. The old man was very surprised and answered the lady that she could not do this. The Huang Fu family cannot do without her, just like the Great Yan kingdom. He asked the girl to think twice. The Marquise said that she understood, but he could decide everything else himself. She had to make sure she could cure him. The girl ordered the cart to be prepared. She exclaimed that the situation was urgent and she wanted to leave now. The old man answered the lady that this was a dangerous journey and wished her good luck. The Marquise, looking into his eyes, asked the old man to take care of the house. The old man waved his hand after the speeding cart. Now he was left alone on the farm. The thin moon illuminated everything around. It was already night and the stars were twinkling brightly. The girl noticed that it was getting dark very quickly. Time also flies quickly on the road. She was very worried about her fiancé, and I thought about how he was there now. Meanwhile, the carriage kept going and going. The horse carried her slowly, moving, but something incomprehensible happened. The horse pulled the carriage but felt that it was too easy for her. When she turned around, she did not see the cart behind her. The horse began to scream and run forward, and some guy picked up the marquise and simply stole her from this carriage. She couldn't understand what had happened. Meanwhile, Qianshu stood in the middle of the room with a very strange, incomprehensible look. The boy asked what kind of place this was. After all, it had just been dark and windy. Why did everything become so clear in an instant? Qianshu, approaching Xu Fei's room, could not understand where the female voice was coming from and asked what was happening there. The Marquise listened attentively and was also surprised who was eavesdropping on them. She couldn't figure out who else could be here. Streams of sweat ran down her face. Qianshu's hand reached out to the door handle. He decided to go into the room and check what was happening there. But in front of him, the door shattered into small pieces. Plumes of white smoke spread around. The boy still has a pen in his hands. He couldn't understand what had just happened. The Marquise asked who he was and why he wanted to harm her husband. The guy asked her to understand that she was in his house and asked her to trust him. He explained that he was Xu Fei's partner. He has no malicious intent. The girl replied that Xu Fei was poisoned just yesterday, and now they are in this strange place. How can she trust his words? He must know that he was fatally poisoned during a fight on her world, and she's looking for something that can get him back on his feet. Qianshu didn't understand what she was talking about. What kind of poisoning? He doesn't know anything about their world, and that's not what he's here for. The guy asked her to listen to him. He asked where she thought Xu Fei was returning, whether this place could be dangerous. Since he came here, it means he can be trusted. Qianshu asked the girl to let him look at him. When he approached him, he exclaimed that everything was serious. He asked how they got to this point. Is his work in the other world dangerous? The Marquise replied that she was not sure. She didn't expect him to be a problem for them. She asked the best doctor to cure him, but he cannot do anything. She was driving south to get it. She was on her way, and here they were. Qianshu said that there must be a cure for his poison in this world and asked that he be allowed to begin treating it. The Marchioness exclaimed that she could trust him. But she has one condition. Xu Fei cannot leave her sight. The boy, looking at the girl, agreed with her. He called Chu Qian and told her that her fiancé Xu Fei was next to him and he was fatally poisoned. The girl was very scared. She asked what hospital it was and said that she would come right away. Qianshu explained that he was in the company and the reason for the poisoning was related to their trade secrets. He's not in the hospital right now. The girl replied that she understood everything and would immediately inform the Xia family's private medical team. The girl was very worried about him and asked her brother to be safe, to stay alive. Xu Fei lay under a mask of artificial respiration. He was simply unconscious. The girls were next to him. They looked at him carefully, very worried. The boy opened his eyes and asked what he was doing here. The Marquise, when he opened his eyes, looked and asked her husband if he had woken up. Xu Fei seemed to understand nothing. He was very surprised what the Marquise was doing in their world. Chu Tian began to cry and was happy that he had finally woken up. The girl explained that the doctor said it would be dangerous if he didn't wake up today. She was very worried about him. Xu Fei removed the ventilator and asked what was going on and why they were both here. The boy looked at the door. He began to slowly remember everything, after which he finally remembered that they were going to kill him. Xu Fei looked at the Marquise. He asked the girl how she got into this world. They both stood there not understanding how this could happen. Chu Tian was completely at a loss. The boy decided to introduce the girls to each other, because they didn't know each other yet. Xu Fei introduced his wife, Marquise, to Chu Tian. He extended his hand towards her, after which he introduced his girlfriend, Chu Tian, to the Marquise. They looked at each other with suspicion. Xu Fei thought that he didn't know what to do. Who would have thought that this day would come? The Marquise said that this was her first meeting with her. She heard a lot about her from her husband. She just never thought they would see her. Chu Qian greeted Sister Juan Fu. She asked if she was from another world and asked what her problem was. She promised to help her solve it quickly, but Xu Fei did not tell her anything regarding her sister. The boy closed his eyes and apologized to the girl. She chuckled sadly in response. The Marquise explained to Chu Tian that he was protecting her. The less she knows about this secret, the safer it is. Keeping her away from him is her greatest protection. If it weren't for what happened later that connected them, even if they weren't in the same world, he wouldn't have done anything bad to her. Qianshu entered the room. He said that he didn't want to interrupt their conversation, but the toxins in Xu Zi's body had not yet been eliminated. They better take the next step as quickly as possible. The Marquise said that she had more than a month to find bones in order to cure her husband's poison. Chu Qian looked at her sister and asked her where she would get her. The girl replied that she needed to go south and she would certainly take care of it. Chu Tian said that she could help with the team. There are 3 martial artists in her family. The Marquise laughed in response and thanked her for her help. She said she has absolute confidence in her martial arts skills. She doesn't know what levels of skill there are in this world, but if you take the true chi of these people outside the window, it will only take at most 3 warriors to kill them. Chu Qian was very surprised. She couldn't understand what people outside the window this girl was talking about. Xu Fei was also very surprised. His friend Qian Shu was even more surprised. The Marquise asked if these were the people Chu Qian brought with her. She didn't make any unnecessary movements. The girl exclaimed that she didn't need anyone and she would figure it out herself. Suddenly, the boy called out to her and extended his hand towards the girl. He asked her to stop. He told the Marchioness that this was not her world. She can't just kill people. Chu Tian also agreed with him. She said that her sister had just arrived here, and if she shows up, she'll be in trouble. The Marquise listened attentively to both of them. Meanwhile, huge high-rise buildings rose towards the sky, light and bright. Miss Mo thought that if only she had found him a few days earlier, she could have done something about it. A gray-haired man and one guy were standing on the roof. This guy bowed to the master and addressed him. The master asked if they had confirmed his identity. The guy replied that it was confirmed. He is Chu Qian's husband. Now that there are many experts around, it won't be easy. The master said that it didn't matter. It would cost them so much. Their country should have celestial equipment. The man in the car seat chuckled and said that this was very interesting. The man chuckled again and exclaimed that there was a huge stir. It's interesting how many people want celestial technology. The guy who always wore a mask exclaimed that he sensed at least 5 clan masters around. The boy asked his father who would ultimately receive this technique. The father grinned and replied that it did not matter who received it. The only thing that matters is how many people want it. And if he wants to shuffle the deck, then a bloody mess is a must for them. Meanwhile, the Marquise sighed heavily, catching her breath. She told Xu Fei's friend that then she would show herself and not kill anyone. She can teach them a lesson without even showing herself. The girl had an idea. She walked up to the door and began to push it with her hand. The Marquise tried to pull herself together. Since she is in a foreign world, she needs to curb her morals and hectic character. The gray-haired man asked the guy why he felt a surge of true chi rising from the soles of his feet. Someone put his palm in front of him, and it glowed with different bright tones. The gray-haired man and his friend began to cough up blood. They were not themselves. Miss Mo was thinking about her own thoughts, she wondered, listening to what was happening around her. The guy in the mask began to cough even more. He lost his breath. He didn't just cough, but spewed streams of blood. He grabbed his chest with his hand. The guy asked him why this suddenly happened to him. He replied to the young master that this man's strength far exceeded that of the entire Tianwu alliance. His master asked why he didn't feel anything. The guy answered the young master that he was not a martial artist. Therefore, he cannot feel the true chi in his body. Streams of sweat ran down the boy's face. He exclaimed that it was necessary to return. The Marquise sighed with relief. After all, she concentrated all her strength to protect her husband. She said that these people should have understood the difference in strength and thought they would not dare to attack. Chu Tian suddenly asked the girl what happened. She was informed that all the craftsmen nearby had retreated. Several craftsmen were injured. The girl asked her sister who she was and what rank she was. The Marquise said that she did not know that she was a high-level master, but she had been doing this for a long time. Her martial arts naturally improved with each fight. None of those who came today are suitable to be her opponent. Xu Fei laughed and said that the Marquise was simply incredible. Chu Tian also called the girl very strong. Suddenly the door opened. Qian Shu literally burst into his room. He exclaimed that the doctors had just called. They said it would take at least 6 months to develop a drug. Chu Qian was very scared because they only have 1 month. Her eyes were bulging, twice as large as usual. The Marquise looked into their eyes with a serious look and said that she would take care of it. The only solution to this problem is to take a bone. Her look was very serious and confident. The girl asked her sister what bone she was talking about. The Marquise asked to be allowed to tell the girl about this in more detail. Chu Tian immediately agreed and began to listen. The guy told the teacher that news had arrived saying that Xu Fei was surrounded by very important people. The teacher replied that this was another martial artist. Even if he is good, he is only one person. But the guy said that this high-level person was said to be comparable to a nuclear bomb that had defeated several great masters. At the same time, it did not manifest itself and caused internal damage. The old man asked if he had appeared. The guy replied to the teacher that this was very strange, and he asked the master not to worry, he would heal all his wounds. The master said that he was not sure what he was doing. Now he is in another world. He plans to live out his remaining days here. The day was bright and fine. The tall buildings were illuminated by the sun. Chu Qian realized that the two sides were at war with each other. She asked if it would be dangerous for her sister to go alone for this bone. The guy answered the girl that under no circumstances. The Marquis said that he should know her strength because he is her husband and she will be fine. Xu Fei replied that he believed in her strength, but it is inevitable that she will be in danger just like this time, despite the protection of armies and personal guards. They did not expect such a result. The Marquise said she couldn't watch him die. She must do her best. Their conversation was interrupted by Chu Qian. She asked to be silent, and she asked if the sister and brother had forgotten something. They now have technology thousands of years ahead of the rest of the world, and Xu Fei can take these technologies with him. The girl continued to explain that she thinks not everyone in this world is as good as her sister. The Marquise replied that this was true, but there were no more than 3 people who could compete with her. Xu Fei told his sister that this was too much, she shouldn't go that far. Chu Qian laughed and replied that she had to. She's just making an analogy. The boy exclaimed that he needed to think about everything. He offered to discuss everything that needed to be taken with us. Meanwhile, in the prince's chambers, the blue sky towered above him. He held the fan in his hands and said that this should not happen. The Huang Fu house did not allow the master to enter the house to heal Xu Fei's wounds. His friend said that what's more, Huang Fu's house is now closed to all guests. The guards were greatly strengthened. The Marquise of Zhenbei had to go somewhere herself. The prince said that in the modern world, if there is a medicine more reliable than the medicine of his master, it is the bone of the southern court. The wide steppe spreads around. It was illuminated by a bright sun. Some guy ran forward along the green grass. He ran to his master. The guy said that, as he predicted, the Marquise went to the southern barbarians. Then the prince asked if they had found her. The servant replied that they were looking for her. But she's 2 miles south? She and the carriage seemed to disappear into thin air. The prince was very angry. He wondered how they could have disappeared. He raised his weapon up and struck it. Opening the air, it was as if something had exploded around me. Plumes of white smoke rose to the sky. The prince exclaimed, turning to his servant to look for her immediately. The guy immediately apologized to him. The prince said that they could only wait until the southern barbarians were defeated. He asked that strong men be ordered to guard the southern barbarians on their way back to the capital. The boy immediately obeyed his master. Meanwhile, the horse was calmly eating grass. Suddenly, she paused and raised her head up. She looked at someone and was very scared. She jumped into the huge green bushes. Xu Fei found himself among some boxes. He asked the Marquise if she was okay. The girl asked him if he really goes through this every time. The Marquise replied that she was fine and we could go. She noticed that his new hairstyle suits him very well. The boy immediately thanked the girl and they rushed forward on the motorcycle. Xu Fei explained to Marquise that he could not say that she had just learned to ride a motorcycle. The girl replied that her husband's excellent condition was urgent. Since she's trying, then it's time for him too. The boy took something out of his pocket. The bright month illuminated their path. The stars twinkled, showing them the way. Some drones were flying above their heads, and Xu Fei was controlling them. There were a lot of them in the sky, and they circled first over the forest, and then over the village. He held the remote control and told Marquise that, according to the drone footage, the strongest guards were in the southwest. The girl exclaimed that she understood everything. Then she turned to her husband. She asked her husband to navigate, and she would guide. The motorcycle rushed forward, leaving behind black clouds of smoke. Xu Fei said that the borderlands are barren. No wonder the southern clan invaded the great Yan country. The Marquise replied that the idea of a mutual market for everyone is not only good for the residents of Great Yan, moreover, it is a good idea that will benefit everyone. The boy asked the girl to take care. There is an outpost of the southern barbarians ahead. The Marquise exclaimed that with this they would not catch up with them and began to rush further, accelerating the motorcycle faster and faster. The people who were lying in wait for them were very frightened and could not understand what was ahead. The other prince's chambers rose to the sky. It was a bright moonlit night outside. The prince asked his servant if he wanted to say that the marquise had been seen and that she quickly passed the heaps of southern barbarians. The guy said yes, although the two used strange demonic objects to hide. The scent of martial artists on site was confirmed. It was the Marchioness and Xu Fei. The prince asked how she dared to do such a thing for him. He asked their spies in the southern regions to tell them about this. They don't have to do anything with them, but we shouldn't help them and leave them to their fate. His servant wanted to be indignant, but the prince asked if he really doubted him now. The guy simply remained silent in response. He heard some noise outside the gate and immediately became wary. The boy began to listen to what noise was heard outside the gate. He stood in front of the prince and asked everyone else to protect him immediately. Someone's shadow appeared at the door. It turns out it was his servant. He told His Majesty that a visitor had just sneaked into the prince's residence to commit a crime, but they found him and he escaped. His Majesty asked if they understood who it was. The guy replied that he was a man with a mask covering his face and unusual martial arts skills. Of course, this is not the son of a famous family. The prince asked what he was doing in the imperial army and gave the command to quickly find him. He did a great job of protecting him today, so it absolves him of responsibility for what happened earlier. The guy thanked His Majesty for this with all his heart. Meanwhile, a ninja was rushing across the roof. He jumped from one roof to another, after which he found himself in the courtyard of the building. It looked like a girl. The guys asked who was there. They were already approaching the door and began to look inside. When they opened the door, they saw their sister in front of them and asked where she was. The master said that they are now in the capital. He said that she did not listen to him and went without permission. The girl explained that she was going to follow Mr. Zia. She could only hope that she would find out what he was planning to get them off the hook. She showed the item she found. Perhaps this time they were really wrong. Whatever the reason, they should not have attacked Xu Fei. The master looked at this item with interest. The girl said that if there is a person in this huge capital who could sincerely help them, it would be him. The man closed his eyes and lowered his head and said that this time they really made a mistake. Let's return to the tall, spacious houses. The sun was high above them. The marquise was holding ice cream in her hands. She ate it in surprise, enjoying such an unusual taste. Xu Fei admired the girl and thought about how cute she was. Qianshu was behind them. He came in unexpectedly. The boy said that judging by the images they brought, an attack on the south would require an army of at least 1,000 people. Xu Fei was very surprised by this figure. The marquise said that even if she had to go against 10,000, for the sake of her husband, she would do it. Chu Qian told her sister that it was still too risky to capture the city of a martial artist who was equal in strength to her. Looking at them, the girl offered to listen to her plan. Meanwhile, the master was passing some kind of package to his servant. He explained that it was necessary for this secret letter to be delivered to the king of the southern barbarians. But the servant asked my lord if the southern barbarians were not their enemies. The prince explained to his servant that they now had a common enemy. He knows this very well. The servant again asked his master if they would believe them if they unexpectedly reported such news. The prince explained to his servant that this is why they should make everything more realistic. Meanwhile, the girl was sitting on the floor with her arms folded across her chest. She told the master that it was his turn now. In front of them was a board with a game. The prince asked if the master was sure that he wanted to look like this. The girl wanted to make a move with her foot, but the boy stopped her. She was a little indignant why he interrupted her. She knows how to walk herself. When the girl began to listen to the prince, she wondered what he had to say. He told the master that this move was not as good as the one just now. He explained to the master that she was too conservative to understand that she was being rewarded sharply. The girl suddenly jumped up and clenched her fist. She asked him to shut up. He teaches her what to do after not visiting her for several days. Has he really forgotten who is the master and who is the student? The prince got a bump on his head from the girl's blow. She asked him to stop. She knows his intentions. He wants her to go to the southern barbarians and help the Marchioness. The prince replied that since she knew everything, he would explain. Xu Fei is a person of rare talent and character in this world. If he can be of use to him, he will benefit him greatly in the future. The master replied that thousands of people were in the army of the southern king. The southern barbarian king is even known as the first in martial arts. The marquise would not be able to defend herself even if she went there. The prince told the master that he had done a lot for her, and she had always been known for her strange and unusual weapons. She does not win by force. Besides, the marquise is an important person to her, and she will not neglect her safety. If Xu Fei was a bad person, he would not have asked her. The girl closed her eyes and thought. The prince asked what was wrong with the master. The girl exclaimed that she wanted to go to the toilet and asked where it was. The prince exhaled with relief because a little more and he would have died. A servant approached him and asked if he was confident that Xu Fei could retreat from the southern barbarians this time. The prince laughed and said that he was completely sure that the master could return safely. Although the master's martial arts are not as good as those of first-class masters, her escapability is great. The comrade sighed and said that with a student like him, one must always be ready to escape. Meanwhile, a bright month, and many stars illuminated the way. Two guys in black cloaks walked through the desert. They bowed their heads and moved forward. A man stood on a high chapel. He looked ahead carefully. In the distance, he saw these people and began to shout that someone had gotten inside. The people in black cloaks realized that they had been noticed. The man took the message out of his pocket and handed it to his friend. He then asked to convey this message to the person it belongs to. His comrade obeyed him and began to run away. The guy had already been attacked by well-armed people. One of them took out his sharp sword and tried to strike. The guy dodged the blow in time. He thought that he should be allowed to run far away in order to create some kind of appearance. He made a move on one of the men, hitting him in the face with his elbow. But the second man snuck up from behind and hit him on the head. The guy coughed. There was another armed man nearby. He held his sharp sword tightly. The guy in the black cloak asked not to kill him. He doesn't know anything. The other guy has a secret message. Then the man gave the command to one of them to quickly follow them. Someone behind him asked the boy in the robe to behave normally. He ran his finger along the cold, sharp sword behind his back. This sword crumbled into pieces. The guys couldn't understand what had just happened. And the guy in the robe exclaimed that it was time to go back and report to the king of war. When they caught up with the second man in the robe, they killed him and took the letter. He actually had the letter. They began to call their captain. A guy in a black cloak stood behind a rock watching this. That's all? The letter fell into the hands of the southern barbarians. They will think that it was delivered to the marquis. He picked up his friend's body and buried it in the sand. He apologized to his brother. The warlord wanted him to put on a show to convince the southern barbarians that the secret letter was real. He didn't tell him the true story in hopes that he will forgive him. In his next life, he wished for him to be born into the imperial family, and so that he would not be anyone's slave anymore. Meanwhile, in the king's chambers, His Majesty was informed by a servant that the border soldiers had intercepted a letter from a great Yan soldier. The man extended his hand and asked to let him look. He asked what kind of information was there. The guy replied that the letter said that Great Yan was planning to seize his precious bone and sent the Marquis of Zhenbei as an advance guard. The letter was sent by a military commander to discuss how to deal with them and was intercepted by their troops. The man replied that this was the new emperor and called him a scoundrel. He exclaimed that one day he would kill him with his own hands. The servant told His Majesty that the Marchioness had come to take away their precious bone and that this was outrageous. Another told His Majesty that he had heard that the Marchioness was extremely skilled in martial arts. Although she is not as brave as him, she is still in the realm of martial arts saints. They must plan everything in advance, the man asked, to strengthen the city's defenses. We need to contact the king of war. The guy chuckled and decided to see what Marquise could do this time. Can she attack the southern part of the city where there are a lot of people? He told his servant that he had done a great job and promised to reward him with a promotion to the 3rd degree. He also promised him money, after which he asked him to go pick up his reward. The guy thanked the king of war for his mercy, and he himself thought that today he was honored, but he does not know whether he will be that slave next time. A bright day has arrived. Green trees towered in front of a huge kingdom. The Marquise and Xu Fei were sitting in these bushes. The girl said that this king of the southern barbarians had prepared so well. It was as if he knew they would be here. The boy replied that Chu Qian was right and someone had betrayed them. The Marquis said that Chu Qian is indeed a very talented girl and smart. Xu Fei began to observe the people who were in the area. The boy noticed that there was nothing unusual in the city. Everything happened the same as on other days. A drone flew over people's heads. No one noticed their appearance in the sky. Something began to spill out of these drones. Gray smoke enveloped everything around. The boy said that drones began to scatter alcoholic smoke throughout his territory. The Marquise asked if this plan would work. She simply couldn't imagine how this was possible. Xu Fei told the girl that she needs to believe in the power of technology. After all, people are innocent and they should fight for the least sacrifices. It wouldn't work right away, so he asked the Marquise to rest for a while first. The girl thanked her husband and said that she would do so. Meanwhile, the guy bowed before his majesty. Lowering his head, he explained that the city was fortified. No trace of the Marchioness of Genbei has yet been found. The man praised him and said that if he could really catch the Marquise of Genbei this time, he would reward him with 2 taels of gold. The guy thanked his majesty for his kindness. He said they had returned all the experts. Even if they break through the city's defenses, they will be able to take care of her. The man asked to give the general a glass and exclaimed that he would drink with the general. They raised their glasses and decided to drink. They clinked glasses loudly and sincerely. The general listened to his highness and knocked over his glass of wine. The glass flew out of his hands and fell to the floor. Red wine spilled around. The general fell to the floor, hitting his head. Scarlet streams of blood flowed around him. His majesty did not expect such a turn of events. What could it be? The rest of the guys were also drunk and couldn't get to their feet. Xu Fei told Marquise that it was time to go out. He explained that they were all already drunk. The girl took her weapon in her hands and put the mask on her face. The boy was also wearing a mask. Drunk people were lying around the tents. The Marquise exclaimed that everything worked. The technology gap really shouldn't be underestimated. The technology of their world is a monstrous force. Xu Fei replied that even in their world, such alcohol is not a common product. This is the new thing of the Xia family technology team. With the help of technology, they can work their way to the top. Hand in hand, they set off towards their great goals. His Majesty lowered his head and said that even he felt dizzy. Could this wine be poisoned? A guy and a girl appeared at the door and exclaimed that there was no poison in the wine. The Marquis said that his people and his people were safe and sound. They were just sleeping. The man was very surprised when he saw Marquise Genbei and Xu Fei in front of him. The man exclaimed that the Marquise of Genbei attacked his men. He asked what she wanted from him. The girl answered His Majesty that she had no malicious intent. She simply asked not to listen to other people's lies. A warrior appeared behind the Marquise. It was a girl. She wanted the Marquise dead. She raised her sword and tried to strike, but the girl jumped to the side in time and with her strength cut the sword in half. The Marquise's opponent was thrown to the side by a strong blow, back several meters. The girl exclaimed that this was a half-grade martial saint. It took her so much. The king's servants replied that they would protect the king even if it cost them their lives. The Marquise said that they were all courageous people. They do not spare their lives for the sake of their country, and it admires them. The warrior girl replied that they had intercepted the chief's report. They are here to take the bones. The Marquise explained that she was really here for the bones, but the King of War set her up and made everything look different. The guys were very surprised whether this could be a false report. They were angry with the King of War. His Majesty exclaimed that he probably had his own motives. Do they know that their bones are their greatest treasure? He thinks he cannot lend them to them? The enemy general? The girl took out some kind of notebook and asked to give this to their king. His Majesty opened the notebook and began to look through the contents. He talked about some kind of mutual market. Xu Fei replied that this is exactly what he meant. He traveled all the way to his country with the Marquise. The road is the main wall of the desert. If they can trade with the alliance, the people of both countries can benefit from each other. The king replied that even if he thought so, the emperor must think differently. The Marquise exclaimed that this was where borrowing his bones would come in handy. Her husband came up with this idea and he will promote it. So if he dies, there will be no one left who would promote the mutual market. One of the king's comrades exclaimed that this should not be done. Ancient bones have been passed down from generation to generation and are very precious to them. The Marquise said that the people are the basis of the state. If true peace in a country can truly benefit the people, what value do ancient bones have in comparison? She asked His Majesty to think. The king replied that this was of course good, but in the end she was the leader of the enemy army. How can he trust her? The Marquise said that since she is the general who leads the troops, Ji Wei is leading the troops to the border. As for his people, it's just a strong sleeping pill and they just fell asleep. There's no poison there. She asks His Majesty to lend her the bones. Moreover, she knows that the king is a soldier and knows that the last person in the world who wants to fight is the soldier himself. If the mutual market is open to the people, this is the path to prosperity. For soldiers, this is the path to peace. But for the king, this is the path to changing the fate of the country. A way to make a country prosper without conquering generations. The king replied that he would use these treasures to build a prosperous future for their country. But if she deceives him, the king will use all his power and destroy her entire family. The Marquise thanked His Majesty. She promised to do everything she could to repay his kindness. Meanwhile, Drones outside continued to fly and spray alcohol. People were lying on the ground, and little by little they began to wake up and rise to their feet. One of the guys felt the rain. He was very surprised that he slept on the street. Another servant, who also woke up after the alcoholic rain, ran to the king. He stood before the king and reported to his majesty that people were beginning to wake up. The marquise said to the king that now he can rest in peace. The king agreed with her and asked her to bring the ancient bones to General Juan Fu. He said that he would hope that the marquise would keep her promise. The girl thanked his majesty. She said that she and her husband would do everything possible to promote the mutual market. The rain outside was already ending. The drones began to fly away. Rufei said that the medicine should be enough to wake everyone up. The boy felt some movement behind him. He became a little wary. A guy in a black cloak crept up behind him and asked if he was Shufei. The man took out a sharp knife and tried to attack the boy. Shufei was very nimble and quickly dodged the knife. He grabbed him by the cloak and asked who he was. When the boy tore the robe off the guy's head, he was very surprised. He thought that there was a child in front of him. It was that girl, Master. The boy asked her not to play with knives, and he offered to go with him so that he would take her back home. The girl exclaimed that first of all, she was not a child. Secondly, she doesn't play. And thirdly, she's not at home here. The only time she ever told him that, after which the girl asked where Marquise Genbei was. Meanwhile, the marquise entered the room. She exclaimed, turning to her husband, that they had ancient bones. She was holding a box of bones in her hands. The girl was very surprised to see the mistress. Shufei asked the marquise who she was. The girl explained that it was Ms. Xia. She is Prince Zhao Yu's teacher, and she is a great martial artist. Mrs. Xia said that if her disciple had not begged her, she would not have come here. Zhu Fei said in Marquise's ear that they were returning to his world today and they couldn't take her with them. Xia exclaimed that in the modern world, the only one who can know martial arts so well is her. But she couldn't understand where they suddenly disappeared. She called them scoundrels and asked what they were doing. The boy said that they had a lot to do and said goodbye to Mrs. Xia. Su Fei asked Marquise, when they were already leaving on the motorcycle, if it was possible to leave her there alone. The girl asked not to worry. There is a danger that can stop her, but there is no danger that can stop Madame Xia. Meanwhile, a vessel split into pieces. The guy bowed to the king of war and clasped his hands in front of him. The war king exclaimed that he could not believe that he had allowed the Marchioness to get away with it again. It was a bright, sunny day again. The blue sky towered over the tall house. The man glanced at the one who came into his room. The man told Mr. Xia that he was sorry for his long absence and greeted him. Mr. Xia laughed and said that he couldn't believe it. Mr. Gao is now a very important person, and it is not so easy to meet him. The man replied that if it were not for his advice then, he would not have today. He doesn't know why Mr. Xia called him here today. The man asked Mr. Gao to stop pretending. He knows why he is here. He has nothing to do with what happened to Chu Qian in the past few days. Is he speaking correctly? Mr. Gao replied that he had seen her grow up, and he treated her like his daughter. A guy came into the room and told Master Gao that the tea was ready. He brought hot tea on a tray and asked him to drink it. Mr. Gao asked Zhao Guanquan not to scare him. Even a great master would not dare to act like this in front of him. Moreover, he disgraces him in front of old man Xia. This offends him greatly. The guy closed his eyes and asked if the master told him something. Mr. Gao decided not to argue further with the boy. He looked at the tray with the cup, and he approached him. Zhao Guanquan closed his eyes and smiled a little. The man told Mr. Xia that his tea was indeed very good. Zhao laughed again and exclaimed that this was great. Another employee of theirs came into the room and asked Mr. Xia and Master Zhao how they were doing. Mr. Xia replied that he was very old, how quickly little children become great masters. Zhao Guanquan told Elder Zheng that Mr. Gao was junior to him. He can't do what he tells him. Zheng took Mr. Gao by the shoulder and said that to each his own and what is the difference between them. The man said to Mr. Xia that he needed to go. Meanwhile, there was a bone on the plate. Shu Fei held it out to show it off. Chuqian began to look at what the marquise and Shu Fei had brought. She stared very carefully at this bone. Qianshu also looked at her and said that it really looked like a bone. Chuqian took the notebook and said that the report said that there were some minerals and it was alive. The guy asked what she meant and how it could help. The girl replied that she did not know. There was no way to find out why now. She doesn't know how to use it. The marquise exclaimed that everything was fine. She explained that she knew people who could use it. The girl was happy about this. The marquise said that this man was well versed in the art of medicine. She thinks she can ask her to inspect Master Zia's condition. The car was racing along a flat, smooth track. Zhao asked his father what Master Xia wanted to talk to him about. The father replied that he wanted to warn him about his granddaughter. It seems he will protect her to the last. Meanwhile, Mr. Jing was telling his friend that he thought he only had a month left. And then the bright fairy tale night came again. The stars illuminated everything around. The master looked at the stone, which was surrounded by a bright, transparent rope. The girl noticed that the rope was still intact. It looks like they haven't arrived yet. Why doesn't she stand up and scare them first to get revenge on both of them for leaving her without saying goodbye? Suddenly, someone said her name, calling her Madame Xia. The girl became wary. She asked where they were coming from if she didn't even hear their steps. The rope is made with her true qi and cannot break. It will break if anyone comes within 1 foot of it other than her. Shufei walked up to the girl and told Mrs. Xia that they were waiting for her. The girl thought that the rope was torn, and it was not because she had placed it incorrectly. Shufei told Madame Xia that he was worried the last time they saw each other. He is very happy to see that she is safe and sound. The girl looked at him sadly and asked how they got into the cave. The boy thought that he couldn't tell her how they arrived from another world. He laughed and asked what Mrs. Xia meant. The girl thought to herself that now she could not get any evidence. She asked him to go and asked where the marquise was. Shufei asked Madame Xia what she had been doing for the past couple of days. The girl replied that it was nothing. After they arranged to meet her, she stopped at the capital of the southern barbarians. And it looks like they are having a hard time with the king of war. The marquise showed the lady an ancient bone. She placed the box with the relic in front of her. Shufei asked Lady Xia for permission to ask her a question. He asked how many people could use the bone. Mrs. Xia asked the boy what he was thinking about. There is no place in the world for things that go against the rules. The bone can be used on one person, and that's it. That's the limit. The Marquise asked if he wanted to use this bone on Grandfather Chu Qian as well. The boy replied that he wanted to and asked Mrs. Xia if those who had less than a month to live could help them with this bone. The girl said that she could not answer this question. It did not depend on her. But if you have a strong body, you can use some methods and there is a chance. Shufei exclaimed that when this is over, he will have another patient for her. Miss Xia asked her to focus on this. She decided to start preparing now. The girl asked to immediately light the torch. It glowed with a bright, fiery light. Suddenly, the boy turned around after hearing some noise. He asked Mrs. Xia if anyone had followed her while she was walking. They looked towards the cave, from which white smoke was coming out in a cloud. Mrs. Xia asked why he didn't think that they might also have been followed while they were walking. Shufei replied that they walked very secretly. It was impossible to keep track of them. The girl chuckled and said that there was no point in disturbing the southern barbarians after their departure. They often set fire to the mountains in this area. It's not like they found them. They're just doing their job. Shufei understood that she meant that they arrived earlier than they did and asked the girl what they should do now. Mrs. Xia replied that there is a way, but she doesn't know if it will work for them. The boy asked what method she was talking about. The girl explained that she does not like money. There are few things for which she agrees to help. If he tells the secret of how they got into this cave, she will help them. The Marquise exclaimed to Ms. Xia that they were in danger together. But the girl asked why not. Shufei told Marquise that it was okay. Mrs. Xia must promise to cure the second patient as well. Mrs. Xia walked up to the stone cliff and pressed her hands against the wall as close as possible. She put her hands on this rock and pushed against it with all her strength. It was as if she was opening a portal to this cave. A long and dark corridor appeared in it. Yufei was very surprised and asked what kind of magic this was. The Marquise explained that this is the use of true qi. This can be considered a secret technique. Madame Xia said that this is just a little trick and she is not showing off. The boy exclaimed that he understood everything. In this world, if true qi is used in the human body, it can naturally heal. He will rely on Mrs. Xia to help him with the second patient. The girl replied that if this person is important to him, then he needs to take more. The Marquise exclaimed that Mrs. Xia was trying to blackmail her husband. Does she really think she's not here? The girl laughed and replied that she wouldn't dare. She asked to start soon. Their lives are at stake. Meanwhile, there were many tents on the street. The servant walked up to the king of war and sat down on his knees in front of them. He apparently brought some news. The war king asked what he had learned about the Marquess of Zhenbei. The servant replied yes. Traces of the Marchioness of Zhenbei appeared on the southern border. He continued to explain that she was accompanied by Ms. Xia from Jixia Academy. The War King realized that if Lady Xia accompanied her, then Zhao Yu was involved. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu sneezed unexpectedly. The boy thought about it after that. Why is he sneezing? Surely someone remembered him. Where is the master still? His friend asked if he knew what she was like. If she is found, they will be informed, and if they are not found, then everything is fine with her. Zhao Yu thought for a moment, and after a pause asked if the Marquise and Xu Fei were safe. The boy replied that they should be safe. After all, Miss Xia is a professional in her field. But he doesn't know whether Xu Fei and Mrs. Xia will get along with their characters. Meanwhile, the guys were near the cave. The stones scattered in all directions. They finally started to go inside. After all, the entrance to it had already been punched. The Marquise thanked Madame Xia. They escaped danger thanks to her. The girl replied, no. If she started talking about danger, then the real danger begins now. Then the Marquise, placing her hands on her hips, exclaimed that this was just a desert. Lady Xia said that the general must have received news of their whereabouts. The road back to the capital may be full of all sorts of ambushes. The Marquise told Lady Xia that she should not worry about it, since news of her presence on the southern border had already reached the Juan Fu family. Mrs. Xia looked at the girl carefully and asked what they could do. The Marquise explained that the lady was mistaken and they had strong people besides her. Meanwhile, a huge strong army was already gathering. There were many people with spears in it. They lined up and were ready to fight. The man clenched his fists and asked to tell the chief to come out. Then the guy asked the old man who he was to talk to the king of war. The man replied that it was because he had not picked up the sword for too long. Everyone had forgotten it. Even the children under his command became so brave. Meanwhile, some guy began to come to his master. The king of war asked him what happened and why there was so much noise there. The servant replied that the old and red-haired veteran general was leading the troops and personally challenging them to battle. The king of war thought about the red-haired old general. It was Lord Zhenbei, Dong Juan Fu. He asked his servant to go to the southern border. It is necessary to tell everyone who sees the Marquise and her squad. He gave the command not to kill them. This old man must have come for them, and he doesn't know how long he can hold them off. He must kill the Marchioness and the others before he finds them. He exclaimed that he himself would go and meet him. The battle had already begun. The enemy's sharp sword cut the huge shield in half. The guy flew back with a heavy cry. The fist hit him right in the face. He fell to the ground and streams of blood flowed around. The first victims began. The veteran general held this guy by the head and asked the others who was next. The king of war appeared in front of him and asked the man to stop. The general chuckled and said that the little king of war had finally come. He explained that he had warned his people. The war king exclaimed that Lord Zhenbei was joking. He does not dare to offend him, but he received the emperor's order. He leads troops to his camp. Therefore, he is afraid that not everything will be so simple. He must adhere to the rules. The general took a breath. After killing the guy, he said that his family had been martyrs for many generations. They shed more blood for Great Yan, more than he had ever seen. But all his sons participated in the war. Now he has only one granddaughter, Marquise, left. The general exclaimed that she had gone to the southern border and had not returned. He is in charge of this part of the southern territory and has something to say. The war king asked him to think carefully. His reputation as a martyr should not be allowed to be destroyed today. General Zhenbei became angry and clenched his teeth. He exclaimed, addressing the Red Army. The guys around him repeated the man's phrase. They were serious. The general asked if they had come to fight. He clenched his weapon in his hands. His army grabbed their swords and raised them up. They let out a cry of struggle. The general said to the king of war that he seemed to want to brush up on his skills. The general put his hand forward and chuckled. He wasn't going to give up. The man pointed his weapon towards the king of war. He pulled back, but did not fight with the man. The general poked him in the throat with a sharp weapon. He held it at arm's length. The king of war began to sweat, but did not move. He was very brave and persistent. The general called him a boy and exclaimed that he was ready to do anything for the sake of his granddaughter. The war king asked Lord Zhenbei to calm down. He heard the news about his granddaughter and is still looking for her. He asked everyone to put away their weapons and show respect to the old general. The man continued to hold the weapon in front of the guy, but he had already removed it from the neck of the king of war. He exclaimed that the boy understood the situation he was in now. The war king showed calm and asked Mr. Zhenbei to go inside. The man was furious and incredulous. He asked the guy not to even think about being cunning. Since they have some information, he will go with this old man to find it. The King of War said that if the old general wants this, he will definitely help him with all his might. But before they go, he needs something from him. The general grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to stop talking, and so they quickly got ready to set off. The general saddled his horse and took the boy with him. He asked the boy to hold on tight and explained that his horse was as hot-tempered as he was. The man turned to the Red Cavalry. He gave the order to hit the road as soon as possible. The Red Wars took their spears and followed their leader. Many arrows flew at their opponents. The arrows were sharp and merciless. They scattered around like dangerous lightning, flying past. The Marquise exclaimed that she would stop them and asked the guys to go forward. Xu Fei wanted to stop the Marquise and go with her, but Mrs. Jia pushed him and asked him to quickly get out of here. The armed soldiers did not want to let them leave. They chased the guys on horses. The boy asked Mrs. Jia how this could happen. They made a deal with the barbarian king. And now, as soon as they left the city, they were attacked by southern barbarians. The girl exclaimed that she herself did not understand anything. Maybe the barbarian king changed his mind, or maybe he considered them a threat. The leader of the armed men asked the guys not to let this couple escape under any circumstances. Several armed men on their horses rushed past the Marquise. The girl turned towards Mrs. Jia and asked her to be careful. The men chased them and asked them to stop. They were armed with sharp sabers. Mrs. Jia turned around abruptly and stopped. She exclaimed that there was no choice and she would have to fight. The riders on huge, strong horses drew their sabers and approached them. The boy took Mrs. Jia by the shoulder and asked her not to do anything reckless. But the girl put her hands forward and began to do some strange things. She arched her arms and stuck 2 fingers in front of her. The girl began to use the power of the snake. Suddenly, the ground under the horses began to rise upward. She seemed to grab the horses by the hooves, and she turned them over to the ground. The men began to scream and fall from their horses. Clouds of dust flew out from under the hooves of beautiful horses. Xu Fei was very surprised and praised Miss Xia. He called the girl simply incredible. But one of the men asked the guys not to be too happy. He apparently had something in mind. The man raised his armed hand above the girl's head. Xu Fei asked Mrs. Jia to be careful. The sharp saber was already next to her head, but with one finger of her hand the girl fought off this weapon. She began to use the power of her indestructible body. The man grimaced, clenching his teeth, after which he collapsed to the ground, hitting hard, huge stones. The girl exclaimed that everything in this world has weaknesses. She held the man's saber and smiled maliciously. Madame Xia said that everything can be destroyed. With her other finger, she touched this saber and crushed it into small pieces. The rest of the wars saw this and called her a monster girl. Their faces were contorted in horror. Mrs. Xia asked them how they dare to call the cutest creature in the whole world a monster. Xu Fei was even more surprised, how she knows the language of the southern barbarians. The girl chuckled and asked if he thought that she only drank wine at the academy. The Marquise appeared in front of them. She exclaimed that she had returned and asked if everything was okay with him. Xu Fei replied that everything was fine and thanked Madame Xia. The girl asked what they should do now. They won't attack recklessly now, but there are too many of them. Madame Xia completely sweated and exclaimed that she was already at her limit. She explained that her strength was only enough to escape. The guys stood with their backs to each other. Miss Xia asked what vibration was being felt. Have the reinforcements of the southern barbarians arrived? She'll have to make the first move. The girl began to use the power of the earth shaman. But the Marquise asked Mrs. Xia to wait a little. She said that she knew this sound. This pace of march is familiar to her. There is only one army in the world that can do it. This is her Juan Fu family's Red Cavalry. Mrs. Xia was very surprised and asked if they shouldn't be in the north. Aren't they under her command? The Marchioness explained that she was not the only one in their family who could give them orders. Meanwhile, the horses ran as fast as they could, making sounds with their hooves. The Red Army rushed forward. The guys were ready to fight to the death. The general exclaimed with a grin that the guy had not deceived him and she really was here. When the general saw the girl, he smiled contentedly at her. The guys noticed that the armed men began to run away very quickly. Meanwhile, the War King's horse stopped in the middle of the desert. The guy jumped off her. He thought that it was good that they did not meet his people. Otherwise, they would have had to be given over to this old man to be torn to pieces. The general thanked His Majesty the King of War for his help in finding his granddaughter. The War King grinned and replied to Lord Zhenbei that he would definitely remember this. The general asked the little War King why his neck was bleeding. He turned to the military doctor and asked him to bandage the great hero, His Majesty the King of War. But the boy answered with his head down that there was no need for this, after which he asked the military doctor to disappear and disappeared over the horizon. Meanwhile, the Marquise, seeing the general, greeted her grandfather. Grandfather saw her and asked her to kneel before him. Yu Fei did not expect this from the general. He wanted to protect the Marquise. The boy turned to his grandfather and wanted to say something, but he didn't let him do it. He extended his hand forward and pointed with his finger and asked to shut up. He said that he would talk to him later. Then he turned to Marquise and called her a naughty girl. Despite the whole situation, she takes such a risk. Does she know that many other people depend on her? Because of her antics, the centuries-old reputation of the Juan Fu family and the Zhenbei army came into question. The girl answered her grandfather that she admitted her mistakes. For them, she must be punished to the fullest extent. Grandfather exclaimed again and asked her how she could behave like this. He promised to destroy everything here. The general's people asked him to calm down. The man asked to give him his sword. He just wanted to kill this impudent boy right now. Xu Fei clenched his teeth and was seriously scared. He did not expect such a turn of events. The boy asked his grandfather to come to his senses and control himself. The new general rushed after the boy and asked him to stand still. The Marquise decided to take matters into her own hands and began to stop her grandfather. She spread her hands in front of him. The girl told her grandfather that it was her fault, so he should punish her. This has nothing to do with her husband. The man realized that she was only behaving this way because of this boy. He exclaimed that her grandfather was simply furious. The general's soldiers asked him to be calmer and began to hold his hands. The Marchioness explained to her grandfather that she married her husband for love, so she asks him to stop behaving like this. She wants to live with him all her life. Grandfather became even angrier and exclaimed that this boy would not live with her for the rest of his life. He promised to kill him now. The Marquise did not know how to calm her grandfather down, but then Xu Fei raised his hand and told him that he also had something to say. He looked his grandfather straight in the eye and exclaimed that he was not doing this for fun. Firstly, whether he likes it or not, he and the Marquise are married. Secondly, if he wants, he can disagree with their marriage. But then he will take the Marquise with him. His and her income is enough to live happily together for the rest of their lives. And finally, half of the army budget of the Zhenbei army was provided by him. So he is not the one who eats soft rice. He turned to his grandfather again and asked if he still considered him an unsuitable husband for the Marchioness. Grandfather laughed and hugged the boy's shoulder. He said that the Marquise's eyes are really good. She chose an amazing husband. He passed his test successfully. Xu Fei did not hide behind the Marquise, and he believes that he is the best son-in-law anyone could wish for. The boy leaned over to the general and asked if it was because of the army's budget that he was saying that. The Marchioness approached her husband and thanked him for doing so much for her and the Zhenbei army. The boy asked not to tell him about it. No amount of money is worth it. Grandfather exclaimed that it seems he now knows why the Marquise is fascinated by this boy. The general approached Mrs. Jia and thanked the girl for helping the Marquise. The girl laughed and said that Mr. Zhenbei was too polite to her. The man turned around and said to himself as he left that he would look at Xu Fei again. And now, the horse-drawn carriage was already racing along the road to the designated goal. Lady Xia told Xu Fei that the old general was exactly the same as in the rumors about him. The boy asked what rumors she was talking about. Isn't it about the ones that he tried to kill everyone in a row? In this way, he is very similar to the Marquise's mentor. The girl smiled and replied that Zhenbei could not compare with him. It is softer, but more flexible on the battlefield. He achieved great success on the battlefield. But as soon as the peace negotiations were completed, the entire army attacked the imperial court. He achieved brilliant success in battle. He has high position and power. This old man is the main support of the Zhenbei army. She told Xu Fei that he would understand after getting to know him better. This old man is one of the smartest people she has ever met. The boy exclaimed that he was truly powerful. Madame Xia asked the boy to be careful with him in the future. Meanwhile, the King of War slammed his fist on the table. He was furious. The boy clenched his teeth and became completely covered in beads of sweat. He said, Lord Zhenbei's name. His servant addressed His Highness. He suggested reporting everything to His Majesty the Emperor, but the King of War replied that he underestimated him. Although he appears to be a rough warrior, he is more knowledgeable about court affairs than anyone else. The War King was too angry and asked why he was facing him. The boy exclaimed that this matter required careful preparation. Meanwhile, Mrs. Jia was looking at the pot of boiling potion. They added a bone to it, which they brought from the king. The Marquise asked the maid if Miss Xia was still there. The girl replied that she never came out. The Marquise thanked her for her work and asked her to let her know when Miss Xia came out. The maid immediately obeyed the girl. The Marquise wondered where her grandfather was now. He just returned. Where did he go again? Meanwhile, the general approached His Majesty the Emperor. He began to cry in front of him. The man fell to the floor and exclaimed that the old minister was guilty. The old minister was very guilty. He did not stop crying in front of him and covered his face with his hands. When the emperor was silent, the general opened one eye and looked at him. He explained that the old minister had to save his granddaughter. He couldn't leave her to die on the southern border. Yesterday, the old man dreamed of the Marquise's father, who conquered 3 cities in one day. He single-handedly beheaded the prince of the Wolf clan on the northern border and made it peaceful for 5 years. The general coughed and continued to say that he also told the old minister that he should take good care of the Marquise because she protected Doyan during her lifetime and will protect him even after his death. And her second uncle, when the northern border was attacked, stood to death to protect her. He wanted to continue further, but the emperor stopped him. He exclaimed that they heard him, heard what he had to say. He will not punish him for his great love for his granddaughter. The prince told his father that a state family has its own rules. Although the Juan Fu family has achieved great military success, one cannot turn a blind eye to their violations. The emperor thought that the prince did not see that the old man wanted to make a mountain out of a mountain. He's just adding fuel to the fire. The general said that the prince was right. He can't just atone for his mistakes, so why doesn't he return to his city and let the duke take the old man's place? The prince asked whether the Marquise would become a successor. This title is not hereditary to their family. Lao Chen had gone too far. They'd better go home and start farming. They will not interfere even if a northern war breaks out. The prince became seriously angry and asked if he was now threatening the emperor. I thought to myself that, as expected, he had fallen into a trap. The emperor asked to calm down. After all, Zhen is not dead yet. Granddaughter of Zhenbei Marquise, heir to the title of Duke of Zhenbei. The general thanked His Majesty for his compassion. He exclaimed, greeting His Majesty and wishing him health. Meanwhile, Marquise thanked Mr. Xiao. She asked to take care of yourself. Lady Xia said that it was made from dragon bones. You need to take it 3 times over 9 days. Don't forget about recovery time. The Marquise replied that she would remember her recommendations. The servant asked Mr. Xiao to follow him into the car. Mrs. Xia replied that it is very rare that a student remembers being a master. The Marquise bowed to the girl and said goodbye to her. Madame Xia thought that it felt like Xu Fei would not follow her recommendations. The Marquise turned to the old servant. She called the manager to her. The girl explained to the old man that today is the day of the son-in-law. She asked to leave the dragon bones in his room and not allow anyone to enter there. Suddenly, someone appeared on the threshold. It was the general, he exclaimed to the Marchioness that he had great news for her. He asked the girl to come and look, after which he handed her some kind of package. The Marquise was very surprised. Has he really visited the Holy Land? When the girl opened the package, she exclaimed that the emperor asked him to return home. She will go there now. Let them tell him that she started it all, but grandfather stopped her. He said that she had not yet experienced the dangers of government. This is his well-deserved chance. If not for this opportunity, the dukedom most likely would not have passed to her. She decided that she would do everything she could and live up to her grandfather's hopes. The general exclaimed that the government is a game of dilemmas, so that she will have a chance of salvation and should not worry about it. He just wants her to be safe. The girl thought that the attentive attitude towards her grandfather should not displease Xu Fei. On the contrary, encouragement. Meanwhile, Mrs. Xia was lying on her bed. There were guys next to her. They massaged her and treated her to grapes. The girl was like a queen. Prince Zhao Yu and his comrade did not stop pleasing the girl. Madame Xia asked them to stop talking nonsense, and she told the prince to ask her whatever he wanted. The prince laughed and said that you couldn't hide anything from her. He asked if she had heard anything about Xu Fei's secret. Then the girl asked what he meant, or he thinks that she should look for everything for him. The boy raised his hand and replied that the student would not dare to do this. The girl noticed that this was well said. He knew that Xu Fei had a secret. Why didn't you tell the teacher about this? And now he asks to find out for himself. The prince replied that he had his suspicions, but he was sure, what the teacher said today makes me think that Xu Fei has suspicions about him.